Good morning, Chatty House.
Hey, how are ya? Good job, Russell. Russell gets the belt today.
Oh, we snapped the
Snaps
streak?
like a 7-belt win streak for Ramsey. Jesus. Well done, everyone.
Wow.
What's up, Russell? What up, Dr. David?
All right.
Y'all are ridiculous, man.
What's happening?
Just stirring shit up on the internet.
Oh, we're super close over there.
What's that, Spencer? What's up, Spencer? What's up, Crown? You said what? We're super close what?
To the computer being back up.
Okay. Don't worry about it during the show. We'll get it at a break. You can jump back over. We had some computer issues this morning. Oh, boy. What up, Dave? Yeah, you guys. What up, Warren? You gonna pull it off? We got 20 seconds.
Oh, he's so back. We're so back. Coffee.
Let's go. Technical issues resolved. Party time. Here we go. Let's have a great show, everyone. Let's get a Tuesday started right. Let's get a ding and some applause for our terrific engineering team. Shout out to Jonathan. He didn't help. He was no help today. Seth, however, is the man. He got us back up and running. Couple of technical issues to start the day, James. But you're gonna go now.
Yeah, I had like the blue screen of death. I don't know what was happening.
Yeah, like so what we typically do is we prepare outside of the studio because we got to be in here for a couple hours. So we like to sit out amongst the people, and sometimes people will drop by and chit chat or whatever. So that's what we try and do, is be out in the lobby, kitchen area, break area as much as possible. Open concept office, by the way. So we don't get in here until there's like 20 minutes until the show, and then we're getting set up, final touches, we're printing stuff out, seeing just if there's any news we need to get to, anything like that. And usually I fire up the board and we've got the stream fired up, and we just add ourselves to that, and then we go live and we're good to go. Well, today, James, you had the blue screen of death.
I did. I had the blue screen of death, and then it became the black screen of death, and I'm like, oh, that's not good.
Right, so you moved computers briefly.
Yeah, I was set up in the corner,
which would have thrown off the whole thing, to be honest.
Well, nobody puts James in the corner.
No, except for D'Lo and KC when you're in studio with them. But no, so that's what I was preparing. I'm like, man, I'm so used to, because I have when I'm sitting here, and sorry to our people listening on 1320, I'll try and paint the picture with words as much as I can here. And shout out to everybody listening there on the free Odyssey app and everybody on YouTube and Twitch. We appreciate y'all immensely, even when you're starting stuff on the internet. So I have a routine here where I'm looking at you, and then I'm checking the clock, and I'm looking see, today I messed up. I didn't do the log the way it needs to be done. I'm looking at the clock here. I'm looking at the stream to make sure I've got social media up. I'm looking at the rundown. I'm checking our recording. I just have a process of things I'm constantly checking. And if I had to change, because now I can just look directly at you, and my eye movements are here to check the clock, there to check the clock. I can check our stream to the right because I look up and to the right for a clock. I have a clock down to my left. That's where our stack is, which tells us what spots are going to play, what commercials are going to play. And I had a whole routine. If you were sitting over there, if you were sitting to my left, it would have really thrown me off. I would not have liked it.
Yeah, I mean, the spot is fine. I'm used to sitting over there because I've sat over there for many years now.
Of course.
Helping out. But Yeah, it's just like a panic mode and trying to get everything done and like trying to scramble. And the audio is a little weird over there in your ears.
Yeah, the headphone jack needs to be replaced.
Yeah, but I've also found that the headphone jack, if you use we have 2 headphone jacks, so people don't know. There's one that looks like the one you'd plug into like a Walkman,
Right. Right. Yes.
and then there's a big one, which is like
it's a quarter-inch.
Quarter-inch jack, right there, right. Eesh. Well, the quarter-inch jack one is messed up over there, but I always use the smaller, like Walkman type, or like what you used to be able to plug into your phone, which you can't do it anymore. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Come on. We're back.
Yeah.
Somebody said, Troy in the chatty house, and we appreciate you immensely, Troy. Thank you for dropping in. Said, Kyle, I feel like if you delegate one task to James, you can relax. Well, the thing is this is all stuff on my end. James goes and picks up the rundowns in the mornings when I print those out.
Well,
everything else is stuff I have to set up on my side of the
on that
computer.
side. Yeah, that, and we also have like, I always start the stream every day, because if we both try to start the stream, you could actually start it and stop it and then mess everything up.
Yeah.
So we have certain things like it's my job to make sure that we have our overlay here and everything. Like there's something I used to be in here by myself, so I would have to turn everything on, turn all the TVs
right, it was a whole process.
Yeah. Now it's all different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Much easier now. All right, let's do our show. let's be responsible adults. I'll get everything else fixed.
We were nearly sidetracked.
Yeah, no, we're good. We're back on track. We had some Kings news yesterday.
Yeah,
we'll have conference. We got NBA conference finals starting tonight. We'll continue our journey through the league. We'll go to the Southeast Division and look at each team in that division and players the Kings could target this offseason. We'll have some good or bad idea. And of course, plenty of conference finals talk with Pacers and Celtics tonight. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320 at 4:30. But some Kings news yesterday, James, on the coaching front.
Yeah, the Kings have lost an assistant / player development coach. Davidas Dolkis has left to join Jordi Fernandez's staff.
Damn.
We talked about this a little bit a couple of weeks ago when Jordi got the job, that there were 2, from what I knew, 2 coaches that were at least like in the running for spots on Jordi's staff. This is a really good thing for Dolkis. It gives him an opportunity to bump up, to go from, like, again, a player development / assistant to a true assistant. I don't know if he'll be front of the bench or back of the bench in Brooklyn, but this is definitely a good move for him and his family. So shout out to him. And, he's got a wife and kids here. He's super, super close with Luke Laux. They played together at Florida State. Their wives are super close. Their families are super close. So this was a tough decision. But good for him to go get a better opportunity to sort of move up the ranks, especially when you look at the Kings front of the bench and just how that's going to be pretty solid for a few years.
What does this mean for Sacramento now?
It means that they have a second coaching staff opening, but again, most of the openings that have kind of popped up are what we call back of the bench. So you have front row coaches. I think you're allowed 3 assistants on the front row with the head coach. Jay Triano, Doug Christie, and Luke Laux will be front of the bench. And then you have the second layer. So guys like Leandro Barbosa, Dutch Gailey, like there's they'll have to bring in at least one more guy, but they also have a young guy that I think a lot of people think really highly of in Jawad Williams that I believe is sticking around, and that's a good thing. Like he's a solid, like it looks like he's an up and coming guy. So that's good. They can fill roles. Maybe they go to the G League. Maybe they bring in someone from the outside. But you can't have enough development coaches, especially if you have young players.
Yeah, no doubt. That's one of the things that comes up a lot with the 49ers because they constantly lose coaches.
Oh yeah.
It's every year there's 2 or 3 or 4 coaches going to get either head coaching jobs or coordinator jobs or just moving up in the ranks. It's ultimately a good thing. It means you're doing something right. It means you're doing something right. Jordi Fernandez getting hired off the Kings bench to be a head coach is like, they have to replace him. That's going to be an obstacle this offseason. But at the same time, that is much better than you're firing coaches and you're getting an entirely new coaching staff and nobody wants to touch the people on your coaching staff because the team is a disaster.
Yes.
So all in all, big picture, the fact that this is a discussion point is a good thing.
Well, no, it's a very good thing. Like, it's an honor to have one of your assistants get a head coaching job in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is Mike Brown's coaching tree. I think it's really cool, like, to see his coaching tree expanding.
For sure.
And when you have a coach that's there and goes and leaves, it's expected that he'll take one or two guys. They typically don't got the staff unless somebody ends up getting fired after they leave and is like, okay, do you want to pick up some of the other guys that got cut loose? But I think it should be known that, like, when a coach signs his contract with a team, with an NBA team, it comes with the ability to hire and fire your own coaching staff.
Mm-hmm.
It's something that all head coaches have built into their contract.
Yeah.
And that's a good thing. It allows them to be comfortable with who they have around them. So, yeah, it's just a really good opportunity here for a young coach who's up and coming in Dolke's to go get a better opportunity to sort of, progress and move up.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's a conversation that Jordi Fernandez and Mike Brown have had long before Jordi Fernandez got hired.
Oh, yeah.
When he first got an inkling that he was going to be interviewed, that's a discussion that goes on.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you got to remember that
huge surprises here for Mike Brown, I'm sure.
Yeah, he started as like Mike Brown's son's like personal coach and a personal assistant to Mike Brown. Jordi did, and then he was hired by the Cavs, and then he's moved his way up, and then he spent 5 years on Michael Malone's staff in Denver.
Man,
yeah, Jordi's a
good pedigree,
very smart up and coming coach. That I will see what happens there in Brooklyn. You never want to take over a team that's totally unsettled and doesn't know what direction they're going. But, there's only 30 jobs, man. And, when one comes up, he's been sort of the name that's been mentioned the last 2 summers.
Yeah.
It's good to see him go get the job and go see what he can do.
And get it and I don't want to do a whole thing on Jordi Fernandez, but not taking a Charlotte job.
Oh, yeah.
Brooklyn's in at least got some desirable players.
No, I totally agree.
So.
Yeah, and some players that fit who Jordi is.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people are like, hey, let's go get Mikal Bridges. And Jordi's like, no,
that
I'm a defensive-minded coach.
That would suck.
I don't
taking a head coaching job, and then the first thing the team does is, hey, all of these good players who might fit what you want to do, we're going to ship them out.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Well, I remember Dave Yeager's first year as a coach in Sacramento.
Yeah.
He has this totally veteran team. The whole team it's all kinds of veterans. Rudy Gay and DeMarcus and Collison and Kosta Koufis, and you just keep going. There's probably 12 veterans on the team, right? The next year they made the trade for Buddy Hield and DeMarcus Cousins going out, but they also picked up they had 3 first-round picks, the number 5, the number 15, the number 20. They had an early second-round pick where they took Frank Mason. They brought over Bogdan Bogdanovic from overseas, and they had 3 first-round picks a year before. So all of a sudden, you have all of these. You had 9 first- and second-year players.
Yeah.
After having the year before, having an entire veteran squad.
Good luck.
And then by year 3, he turned it around, and that team was super fun and crazy and running up and down the court.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's sort of the life cycle of a head coach. You never know what you're going to get.
Does this year's Pacers still remind you of that team?
Yeah, it does. It very much does. They went out and got a really, really good
they made the move they needed to make.
vet. They did. And that guy is going to help carry you through. But I don't know. It's a good team.
Also, they're on top of that. I don't think the Pacers are getting past a fully healthy Bucks team. So,
well, or a fully healthy Knicks team
in the first round.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah.
We had some more Kings news yesterday, courtesy of friend of the program, Fox 40, Sean Cunningham. We will get to that. It's NBA draft related.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting. I didn't think we would have any draft related news leading up to the draft, but we got some yesterday from Fox 40, Sean Cunningham. We will talk about that next. We've got the Eastern Conference Finals starting tonight, 4:30 p.m. Coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320 between the Pacers and the Celtics. Do the Pacers have any kind of shot in that series? We will talk about it. And of course, we will continue exploring the Kings offseason with the Southeast Division. Magic, Heat, Hawks, Hornets, and Wizards. That sounds like a fantasy novel. hey, lock into the latest. I don't have a good fantasy novel name. I was going to say Lord of the Rings, but that's taken, I heard. No, Magic, Heat, Hawks, Hornets, and Wizards. We will dive into those teams and discuss which players the Kings could target this offseason from those squads. That's all coming up on the Insiders. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we are hanging out with you until noon right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader.
Clear.
Jim Garfunkel. I don't know. I haven't really looked at Obi Toppin's like his where he's at in the world. I don't know what his salary is. Mid-level sounds about right. Well, actually, I would believe that Obi is probably less than mid-level. I don't think he's really proven anything. He has a qualifying offer at $9.1 million, and then he becomes a restricted free agent. I don't think that that's great for Indiana. Indiana has a complex summer ahead. Let me see. And I liked Obi coming into the draft, but he hasn't truly materialized. He is sort of like the long, super athletic, like 4. It's just whether he's good enough to play more. This year he played 21 minutes a game. And he falls into the same category as like Jalen Smith, right? He's a guy that, he's been better than Jalen Smith, or maybe equal to.
What are we talking about?
Obi Toppin.
Obi Toppin is a bad man.
Yeah. This question right here.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I don't think Indiana is going to prioritize him when they have to figure out the Pascal Siakam situation very quickly. And then again, they'll have the Jalen Smith question. Like, I don't think you don't need both of those guys for sure. And Jalen Smith, they have a $5.4 million team option on for next year. Oh, wait, no, it's a player option for next year. So I could see both those guys like leaving, although one of them probably should stay. Yeah, they're in an interesting salary situation. It looks like they have a bunch of cap space. They're only at $108 million in cap space. But the cap hold for Pascal Siakam is going to be, I don't know, like 52 million or something. Maybe it's more than that. It's going to be a lot. Yeah. So people are asking, can they go over to the cap to re-sign him? They can, but he can also go out and get, if they give a qualifying offer at $9 million, he can go out and get sign offer sheets with other teams, and those offer sheets, then they'll have right of first refusal. So, but the window is pretty tight. I think they only have is it 24-hour or 48-hour window now to match? It's like a really super small window. Yet, so Spencer says they probably give him the qualifying offer. I'm not sure. That's a big qualifying offer. Because if he says yes and takes up $9 million in cap space, then he plays out 1 year and becomes an unrestricted free agent the following year. And look, I think Obi had a pretty decent season. He shot 40% from 3, 10.3 points, 3.9 rebounds. He's at least intriguing, but I'm always leery on players that are, entering their 4th season and haven't really solidified themselves as part of somebody's rotation. Same thing with Jalen. And Jalen Smith is surprisingly 2 years younger than Obi Toppin.
Here we go.
Cool.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4. And a reminder Tonight, game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. The Pacers visit the Celtics. We'll have coverage of that for you right here on ESPN 1320 beginning at 4:30. Before we get to that stuff, though, and before we get to the Kings offseason, we had some NBA draft news yesterday via Fox 40's Sean Cunningham, who reported via a league source that the Sacramento Kings met with 10 projected lottery picks during last week's NBA Combine in Chicago. Interviews included Donovan Clingan, Dalton Connect, Jared McCain, Alex Sarr, Jacoby Walker, and Cody Williams. What stuck out to you about this news, James?
I think the biggest thing that sticks out is that they sat down with some of the top guys in the draft, and that's always intriguing. Like, why? I mean, I get why you interview a Klingon or an Alex Sarr if they'll come over and talk to you, like that. But those guys are going in the top 3 or 4,
maybe.
Well, that's true. Maybe that's true.
I think to me in this year's draft, you just can't take anything for granted.
No, I agree you can't, but I also, when you look at, I just think it's interesting. And I think a lot of teams, I'll explain. So it used to be that the Kings would have like so many draft prospects into Sacramento, and we would be there every single day. Again,
right.
We talked about this one day. I went to, I think it was 99. We saw 99 different players one year. So
that's one short of 100, James.
Yeah, we were there all the time. Well, but they had over 100 work out. It's just that Kyle Guy came back 3 times. Kyle Guy kept coming back. One time they called him and
Not
said,
even invited.
Yeah,
Not even invited. He just showed up.
They called him. They said, "Hey, are you still in town?" He's like, "I'm at the airport." They're like, "Hey, we just had somebody cancel for a prospect workout. You want to come back in?" He's like, "Heck yeah." Jumped right out of the airport, came right back and worked out again. And it proved like a really smart move by him. He was able to get drafted in the second round by the Kings and able to make some NBA money before now he's overseas playing and very well overseas.
Good for him.
Yeah, but the reason why you do this, it's very specific because the NBA is a really small world. And between the G League and between like trades that could happen down the road, you want to get your hands on as many players as possible. Sit down, talk to them, take them out to dinner, have honest discussions, watch them in your gym on your court, do as much research as possible because you may have an opportunity not to get somebody this year or next year, but maybe 4 years down the road, there's a trade and somebody says, hey, there's like, we're going to offer, it's 2 big names, but there's also these, we need to match salary. We need to throw in one of these young guys. Which one do you want? The more of these guys that you know and have a good feel for it, the better.
Yes.
And so that's why it's a good thing to do this because who knows how Alex Sarr's career works out. Maybe there's a point 3 years from now, 5 years from now where he's really good and you're like, man, not only is he really good, but we loved his interview and you go out and you make a move for him.
Yeah.
So these things kind of matter. And
oh, definitely. Yeah. And it's not like they because if I'm interpreting Sean's reporting correctly here, they met with them at the Combine.
Yeah.
They didn't fly them out for private workouts or anything like that necessarily.
No.
And maybe they will, I don't know. But meeting with them at the Combine, like that's a huge reason you go.
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about this with the NFL Combine all the time. There's a bunch of head coaches and GMs that don't even go. But the ones who do, and the coaching staffs that do go and the scouts who do go, it's all about the interviews. It's the medicals and it's the interviews. And getting FaceTime with these guys for maybe they slip in the draft, maybe it's what you're talking about. There's just no harm in getting FaceTime with any prospect.
No, totally. And I think if you're an agent who has a young prospect, like you could say no, say, no, we'll pass because you're not in our range.
That happens all the time.
Yeah. But I think there's something about like if anyone has gone through and they graduate from college and they go to a bunch of interviews before their senior year or, to go get an internship or whatever, it's good to take as many interviews as possible because you get more and more comfortable with sort of the process. And you could not hit it off with a certain group, right? And that happens all the time where you walk out of an interview. I think anyone who's gone in for a job interview, you walk out and you're like, I really didn't care for the way that I was interviewed. Right.
Totally.
And then You go to the next interview and you're like, oh man, well, that guy was totally cool.
Yeah.
Well, that buzz also happens around NBA circles where somebody could say, well, I don't think he interviewed very well. And then another GM could say, put it out there like, man, we had a great time with that kid. Like
Mhm.
maybe you just asked the wrong questions. So
Mhm.
it does help to actually go through the process and get as much information as possible. And also like give a little bit more of yourself in each of these interviews.
Do you read into it at all? Because this was my initial. I saw this report from Sean, Fox 40, Sean Cunningham. Shout out.
Fox 40s. There you go.
Thanks. My knee jerk reaction to this was, are they? Is there is one of these guys going to fall? Is there like word around the league that Klingon might drop to 13?
Okay.
Or are the Kings considering a trade up? Like that was the first, and then you start to think about it, and it's like, well, that would be kind of silly. But is that in any realm of possibility in your mind?
I mean, there's
I
always
ruled
something.
it out a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think that like moving up into the top 3 of this draft, unless it's really, really inexpensive, like that, there's not really a reason. But I'd point out like the guys that Sean mentioned. So Jared McCain, Alex R, Jacoby Walter, Cody Williams, and Klingon and Dalton Connect. Jacoby Walker is scheduled like on Tankathon. He's projected to go number 10. Dalton Connect number 12. Cody Williams number 13.
Yeah.
Jared McCain number 15. These are all right around where you're drafting, except for the couple of guys at the top. And it's good. It's really good for the Kings to put it out there, if that's who did it, that they got 2 of the top guys. Because it's like, hey, look, we're still in the conversation. We can still talk to those guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I just kind of wonder if, we're putting together this list of names that they could conceivably target this offseason, whether it's through free agency or trade. And I just kind of wonder if they are thinking there might be more value if they can't go out and swing a deal for a significant player, if there might be value in the draft in going. And I know the draft comes first, but if they're calling around and they're talking to people and they're just kind of getting the idea like, man, we're not going to be able to be competitive for any of these top guys, maybe it's better to just try and jump up and get the best player we can in the draft. I don't know.
Maybe.
I maybe I'm way overthinking it, but that's the thing here that sticks out.
Well, that and what if one of these 2 bigs if you project them to fit perfectly next to Domantas Sabonis, like you probably don't want to wait the 2 to 3 years. I think Klingon can come right in and block shots, right?
Sure.
And be fine in the pick
Maybe
and roll.
Walker Kessler.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think he can walk in and do exactly what Walker Kessler did in year 1. I think Alex R is going to take a little more time to like settle in.
Yeah.
Like he can put up stats, but that doesn't mean he's actually going to be a productive player that
fit
helps
with
you
what
win.
the Kings need.
Yeah. Well,
sure.
as much as what they need, as much as their timeline. Yeah.
I think Jacoby Walter is my favorite name here.
Okay.
I think I might just be anchoring to the fact that he went to the Kings, and I think it was ESPN's latest mock.
Okay.
But that's the name that jumped out the most.
Yeah, I mean, I think him and Dalton Connect, he's one of those guys. Cody Williams, again, we're looking a little bit older freshman. Like his draft age is 19.5, but 6'7" and 3/4. He's got some upside. And Jared McCain, again, point guard, shooting guard, like kind of a
but again,
Malik Monk-esque.
A player we've been doing, and what we're going to do next, we're going to do starter, bench upgrade, or flyer of all these of all these players from teams in the Southeast.
Yeah,
I think if you can find somebody that you think is a bench upgrade in year 1, who might be okay, maybe he's 9th or 10th, but he can give you 12 to 15 good minutes by the time the playoffs roll around.
Yeah,
I don't hate that idea. So, NBA draft. We'll continue talking about it whenever news comes up right here on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Let's continue our journey through the NBA. We are going to go to the Southeast Division. The Magic, the Heat, the Hawks, the Hornets, and the Wizards. What players are on those teams that the Kings could target either via trade or free agency? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We are clear.
Let's see. Cody Williams, Jared McCain. Oh, Jacoby Walter. No, it's Cody.
No, I broke too early. Son of a
Are the new Anthros not up yet? No, they aren't. Oh, maybe someone.
I'm not gonna lie. In at the Tide sounds great.
What does?
That commercial that just played was In at the Tides.
Oh,
Sounded amazing. It was this really like calming voice, and she was like, "Hey, here we go. We'll open up with Mitch next segment." He goes, this really like calming voice, and she goes, "There will be a chilled bottle of wine in your room with fresh breakfast served, while the waves lap up on the shore." Like, wow, that sounds very nice.
Yeah, it does sound very nice. I'm looking at Cody Williams, 6'6.5" at the combine without shoes. So
At the combine.
6'7", 6'8", 7'1" wingspan. Jacoby Walter, 6'4.25", 6'10" wingspan, almost a +6. That's good. Yeah, these are the type of guys that I think that you're going to see them focus on, unless, again, the Ron Hollands of the world. Ron Holland, 6'6.5" with a 6'10 3/4 wingspan. And then the Harrison Ingram guy, 6'5.25" with a 7.25 inch, 7'1/4" wingspan. There's that Bronny James kid. Bronny James, 6'1.5" with a 6'7.25" wingspan. All right. Interesting.
We have more whale stuff, guys.
Oh, there's more whale stuff?
A 50-year-old man was fined $600 for body slamming a killer whale off the coast of New Zealand. The orca was swimming with a calf when the man decided to jump off the boat. "I touched it," the man said. According to the Department of Conservation, the man could have been killed. Yeah, duh.
Oh, especially the mama. Like you said, with a baby, right?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You're reading this story further. Whoa.
No, I just watched the video.
There's a video of it?
Let's see if I can get this.
Oh, man.
Oh, hang on.
Oh. That looks like Loch Ness Monster. He asked me for $250. I said, I ain't giving you no $250. Oh, no.
Bruh.
Bruh.
Are you trying to die?
Yeah, the Murphy's laws, like, that, it should have came into play right there. Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Bet. My guy Jack plays in this league. Oh, here we go. Party time.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Somebody just told me to ask or to look up a player in an overseas league. And I know somebody who is very, very familiar with that league. And that person is not a huge fan of the player.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I know at least one of the names you're talking about. We got into this discussion yesterday about names that we know, like things. I may have made a rhymes with like statement about him. I'm like, who are we talking about here? And then I figure out who we were talking about and may have like made something that rhymes with that player's name.
No, for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes if you don't want to talk about a player directly,
Yeah.
You don't throw a player under the bus. You just pick a name. You just make up a name. Like pick, I don't know, like Harrison Barnes. Like you just make up a
Just make up
a name.
Just Harrison Ingram. It's just like a mixture of all of them.
Bro, okay, so real quick, before we get into the Southeast Division and players, a pretty thin division in terms of players who could really, really dramatically help the Kings. I think some intriguing names here, but no like major stars here, I don't think. But we'll get into that real quick. Before we do that, though, you know how much I love an animal fact. Or things to do with animals. Nature is just fascinating to me. Give me a good nature doc and I'm in. Don't recommend them. I have them all bookmarked already. There was a video of a man in New Zealand belly flopping onto a killer whale who was swimming by their boat with a baby whale with a calf.
Oh, no.
And he belly flops onto this whale and is all proud of himself. He got fined $600. He's lucky he didn't die. Like, what an insane thing to do. Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Don't move away. Don't mess with the wildlife. You're in their home.
Yep.
Don't touch. Don't get close. If you want to be over there and you have an underwater camera and you're trying to take pictures, stay a distance away, though, not for your own safety, but for you wouldn't want somebody pulling up to you and poking and body slamming you and going, "Oh, I touched him." That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Nope.
Anyways, the guy was fined $600. I'm surprised it didn't even come with jail time. I wouldn't mess with a killer whale at all. Not even a little bit.
No. Especially not one with a baby.
No.
No.
Hell no.
Like the guy's playing with so much fire.
Bro, they fight sharks. And you think you're 5'10", 230 pounds is going to do something to that whale? Get out of here. If that whale wanted to, it could launch you to Jupiter, dog.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Wild.
Anyways. 916-909-1320. That's the Farmer's Dog Talk line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. Mitch in New Jersey. Mitch, thoughts on killer whales?
Hey, Kyle and James. Thoughts on who?
Killer whales, orcas.
Yeah, I stay away from them, but we need killer whales because I'm petrified of sharks.
That's a great call, Mitch.
And the crocs, please.
Great call, Mitch. All right, what do you got for us?
Yes. I love to have Corey. To me, it's a conundrum because I like McLean too. I hear there's Atlanta's interested in maybe trading one. Would they have enough ammunition? This draft is pretty good, it looks to me. And I like what you told me yesterday. The guy from Grizzlies, it will only cost money. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but they want to play center. I would love to have
Santi Aldama.
You can never have too many. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's just I was giving you the name. Go ahead, Mitch. You're cooking.
And like in you can never have enough quarterbacks or shortstops. You draft if you have two big guys playing and they can score, more power to you.
Awesome. Mitch, appreciate your call, buddy. Take care.
Thanks.
I love Mitch.
Did you say go ahead, Mitch, you're cooking? Or did you say the B word instead?
No, I said Mitch. I would honest to God, I'm not doing a bit. I would never disrespect anybody like that, much less the homie.
Okay.
The homie Mitch would never ever do that.
I just heard something different.
Not even
and I'm
joking.
like
yeah, no. So go ahead, Mitch. You're cooking.
Okay, cool.
Trading up to the number one pick. So he's in on Santi Aldama. That again, we talked about him yesterday with the Grizzlies.
Yeah.
Not sure Memphis would be willing to move him, but if they are, I'm that's a call the Kings should be making.
I'm
sure.
at least intrigued by him.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
Sure.
Just calling around. That's it. Howie Roseman with the Eagles does this, and it's like stuff of legend. Howie Roseman, GM of the Eagles. I don't want to say consensus top GM in football. One of the 2 or 3 best GMs in football. And one of the things he does is he will just call teams about their best players. He'll like call the Niners and go, yeah, hey, Fred Warner available for a 2nd round pick? No? Okay, just checking. And just call. I think Monty should be doing that for guys just like Santi Aldama.
Yeah.
Just, hey, is he available for 13? No. Okay. All right, just checking.
Just checking.
Like just
why not?
in.
Why not?
Just having a conversation.
Yep.
Opening doors.
You just know that it'll show up the next day as like, oh,
The other, and by the way, if you're on YouTube or Twitch, you'll see a comment on the screen right now that is a Mitch from New Jersey quote transcribed by our guy Dave Garcia. That's just going to stay up for the whole show.
Okay.
That needs to be on a shirt. That's an all-time quote.
Yeah.
Killer whales. I stay away from them. Same dog.
That's right.
Me and Mitch are simpatico.
I got that energy as well.
So he also asked about trading up for the number 1 pick. Because we talked about, they were talking to these guys. Is there a chance they move up into the top 3? But there's I don't hate the idea of, hey, if you identify a player that you believe is going to be a superstar, perennial all NBA guy, go sure, then go get him. But A, I don't know if that player's in this draft. And B, there's a financial issue for that with the Kings too, right?
Yeah, I mean, the top pick in this year's draft is scheduled to make $11 million, and you got to make sure that player is worth $11 million. I mean, that's a lot. Actually, I think I'm off. The first pick in this year's draft is it's even worse. Yeah. The first pick in the 2024-25 NBA draft is scheduled to make $13.236 million. The second pick, 11.8. The third pick, 10.6. The fourth pick, 9.6, 8.6, 7.9. So the Kings, that's where we kind of like the 13th pick in this year's draft. That's a lot of money. $4.9 million.
Oof. You could get like a solid rotation player for $4.9 million.
Yeah, that's.
Are you having a revelation on air right now?
Yeah, like again, like I've talked about this. Like it's tough if these numbers are correct, and I meant a very, very reliable website. So I'd be very shocked if these numbers weren't correct,
or at least very, very close.
Yeah, well, this is a website where they wouldn't be very close. They would be like spot on to like, because it's $13,236,360. Like it's based off a percentage of the luxury tax, of the salary cap. Yeah.
Okay,
so
that makes sense.
Man, that's a lot of money, and plus you can give, I believe it's plus 15%. Like you can give like a bonus higher than what it is.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like if I'm not mistaken. So like a salary slot of $4.9 million is a lot for the 13th pick in the draft.
Yeah, for a player who may or may not play for you this year.
Yeah, and
if you're the Kings.
Again, that's where I started to talk about like what is it worth, like if you're going to draft at this position or this position. Like some of these players that might go in the top 3 in year 4, you might be paying, I don't know, like a lot. Like you figure 8% raises on that much money. You're looking at 13.2 in year 1, 14.4, 14.5 in year 2, and it just keeps going up from there.
Yeah.
So by year 4, you're looking at like 16, 17 million bucks.
Man,
that player better be able to play.
Yeah, that's a contributor.
Yeah.
All right, let's get away from the draft. Let's go to the Southeast Division, where the Magic of Orlando, the Miami Heat, the Atlanta Hawks, the Charlotte Hornets, and the Washington Wizards all reside. That's a rough division. Woof. We're going to go team by team and identify players on each of those teams that the Kings could or should try and go get in either free agency or via trade. First up, the Orlando Magic, the best of these teams this year anyway. They took the Cavs to 7 games. Probably should have won that series. I think the Magic are probably a better team than the Cavs, but anyways. The first name up here is a name I brought up before. We've talked about him a little bit. This is a potential bench upgrade, and it's Gary Harris, who has been around for what feels like a million years.
I thought so too, and then I looked at it. I think he's only 29. I was surprised at where he's at. Like, look, Gary Harris has been a starter for most of his career. And, he's had injury problems and everything else. But for me, he's a guy that I kind of like. I've always liked his game. There's questions about whether he can hold up. He'll be 30 in September. But even that is really surprising. I mean, he started 443 games in his career. If you got into a situation where you traded multiple players and you started to have like a gap at what might be a starter, or let's say you just flushed it out and you traded a bunch of players, and next thing you know, Keon Ellis is not just your starter, but he's realistically your only true player with any experience at that position, then a guy like Gary Harris would make sense to me. Like as a
Yeah.
like a low budget, like low risk. Hey, we need you to help out for a couple of years. Let's do a 2-year deal, and like $6 to $8 million a year. That's sort of Trey Lyles money. Let's just help us get through while we're either figuring else something else out, or we're letting Keon Ellis develop.
Yeah, I think I think you'd be okay with that. I think ideally he's probably coming off the bench for you.
Yeah,
in an ideal world. But yeah, I like Gary Harris.
yeah,
Like he's a just solid veteran player.
yeah. I kind of put him in the same category, maybe not as good as Gary Trent Jr. Like if the Kings needed to go out and get a guy who could start or come off the bench, like it would make sense to go and like play in that pool if you came to a realization that you're trading, again, you say you miss out on Monk and he goes elsewhere, but also that you need to trade Kevin Huerter and some other deal.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're looking at,
You
Keon
just need
Ellis.
guards.
Yeah, you're looking at Keon Ellis and you're looking at Colby Jones as your only two remaining, shooting guards. Then that's where I would go, okay, can you go out and get somebody who's at least been a starter, been someone who, shoots 37% from three for their career type deal.
Definitely. A name we've talked about a ton,
Mm-hmm.
really going back to last offseason, Jonathan Isaac. Fascinating player. He's got 1 year, $17.4 million left on his deal. He has had a very hard time staying healthy, but you saw this year in a bench role where he was limited in his minutes, he could be a force. Floor stretching, shot blocking 5. I think just kind of the prototypical modern 5 when you talk about floor spacing and running and being able to protect the rim.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, I think there's going to be some people who have some problems with him off the court. And B, the much larger issue from the Kings' perspective, he's not been able to stay on the court. He can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
And that's I think probably where it starts and ends with Jonathan Isaac.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like a year ago, I would have said, no way ever. I'm not touching Jonathan Isaac with 10-foot pole. But at this point, he's got 1 year at 17.4. If it were a limited, like a deal where you're trading away more salary to bring him back in for 1 year, I could see it. Like if you squint, you can kind of go, okay, I want to see what happens. But this is a guy who played 58 games this year. He missed 164 consecutive games. He sat out both the 2020-21 and 21-22 seasons. The next year, he played 11 games. The year before that, he played 34 games. His rookie season, he played 27. If I haven't done the math, but I'm almost positive, actually, I'm pretty sure he's missed more games in his career than he's played. And,
how many games did you just say he missed?
Well, in the 2 years he missed, that's like we're talking about 82 game season. That's 164 games.
Yeah, and he's only played 205.
Oh yeah.
He has played over 1,000 minutes once.
Oh,
in his career.
Yeah,
and that was his second season as a 21-year-old. He played 1996.
The talent is there, and I'm gonna make this comparison with him. He reminds me a lot of Andre Kirilenko.
Yeah,
where it's like the offensive game can be sloppy at times. He can hit a three, but he's not a pure, 3-point shooter. He did shoot 37.5% this year, but it's only on 1.9 attempts. And his mid-range game is a little off. He can score around the basket, but it's a little off. So there are some things that he does, but that I love. And the defensive side, he's spectacular. And I think he would look really, really good alongside like a Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis. The problem is like you're rolling the dice so much on a player who, number one, would be a short-term contract. So maybe the risk isn't there anymore.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, what are you getting that are you going to be able to lock him up? How much money is he going to want? You're right. He does have some off the court stuff, which is a little out there.
He's a little different with his views.
He is.
Sure.
Yeah. He doesn't mind espousing them. Yeah.
No. But again, I don't want, if you personally are out on Jonathan Isaac, not you, James, but you listener are like, I'm out on Jonathan Isaac for that, then fine. I see Ramsey in the chat basically saying that. want no parts of that. Then,
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. But just from a basketball standpoint, this is one of those things where he's so cheap that I don't think the Magic are probably going to be itching to get rid of him. And he was still effective for them this year.
Yeah.
And I don't want to have the headache of, hey, he missed the first half of the season, but the second half he was really good, and now we have to decide to pay him. And man, the ceiling is super duper high, but can he stay on the court? We think he can. Hey, I don't want that headache, man. I just don't. I don't want to have to. I don't want to have to be the team that makes that decision.
I get you. And he'll be 27 in October, which is crazy. I mean, he's the pick after De'Aaron Fox in the 2017 NBA draft. And if you compared how many games those two guys have played, how many minutes they've played, you'd be like, wait, what? They're the same draft?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same draft.
Same one.
The thing I would say, like, I'll kind of leave it at this. Like, if the Kings got to a position where they're like, hey, look, we need a change up here, and let's say Orlando misses out on Klay Thompson, and you could trade Kevin Huerter, who is like Klay Thompson super light, for Jonathan Isaac, and give up a 2-year contract for a 1-year contract, and just switch the type of player, then maybe I'm listening, but
Sure.
I don't know. That's tough. But you could understand where, like, in a world where that might make sense for both teams.
Sure.
So.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't from a basketball standpoint, that makes sense. But I get if somebody just doesn't want to deal with
totally
him,
out on him. Yeah.
I'm not going to argue. Mo Wagner. He has a 1-year, $8 million team option this offseason.
Yeah, he's
Franz's brother.
He's one of those. He's like the Zach Collins of Orlando. He's a guy that you just want to punch in the face. He's a super hustle guy, and I wouldn't mind having a guy like that on the roster. It's just like, where does he fit? And, there's a point where I think he was probably a little bit better. Like, he projected as maybe a little bit better 3-point shooter. But I just, again, they're going to have a crowded front line. Whether or not they want to bring back Franz's brother is going to be up to them. But he's actually made himself into an NBA player. He averaged 10.9 points this year, 4.3 rebounds. He can pass a little. He's not a huge shot blocker. Shot 33% from 3. Not a horrible idea. No, especially if you can get him for relatively cheap. Yeah, you're looking at like here's a question. Do you think he's an upgrade over Alex Len? I think he's certainly different than Alex Len. And if I were to bring in Mo Wagner, I'd probably bring back Alex Len just as like a third center in case.
Yep. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like Mo Wagner again. He's just 27 years old. He does play hard. He plays really, really hard. Yeah. And
I think you could get him into a system like Sacramento, and I think you could expand on some of his passing. Yeah. I think he could be a pretty effective player in that way. That's an interesting name for sure. Just a real quick before we move on to we're going to do the Hawks next. Before we move on to the Hawks, somebody in the chat said, is there a perfect player out there for the Kings? And the answer for me is no. Every single player that we talk about that they could realistically pursue, to me, there's always going to be some issue, whether it's financial, short-term or long-term, whether it's age, whether it's injury stuff, whether it's he doesn't shoot it great, or he's a little rough on defense. To me, there's not like a, wow, that guy, if they get him, that is a slam dunk offseason.
Yeah, if we're talking about this step below all-star and like all-NBA type guys, the only guy that I think jumps out to every Kings fan is Mikal Bridges. And even he has a tendency to take a backseat too often. But that might be okay. That might be okay on a team like the Kings. Yeah. But like the defensive prowess, the length, the athleticism, good teammate, all that stuff.
Yeah, good shooter. All right, that's fair. So Mikal Bridges, to answer your question.
Yeah, but again, somebody offered him 5 first-round picks for him 2 years ago, and they said no.
Exactly.
Yeah,
we'll see. We'll see where the Nets are headed. I can't imagine they would go hire a new coach and then get rid of all the dudes that they traded for 2 years ago.
Yeah.
It wouldn't make a ton of sense. Let's do the Hawks before we get out of here. Okay. Clint Capella He has 1 year left, $22.3 million remaining. I think this one is interesting because I don't hold Clint Capella in a super high regard. Like he's been, obviously he's gotten bags as an NBA player. He's a good NBA center. I don't know how well he fits with the Kings.
Well, it's funny because he's been tied to the Kings before,
Right?
but probably before Sabonis. But if you're going to look at Jonas Valanciunas and you're going to hear Jared Allen mentioned with the Kings, then
That's
Clint
a good
Capella,
point.
1 year, $22 million. Like he blocks shots, he's great in the
Good
pick and
defender.
roll. He rebounds. He's a good defender, I think, more than just a shot blocker.
Yes.
Like overall, I like what Clint Capella brings. He does have an injury issue that he kind of brings with him, and he's 30. That's not old by NBA standards, but we've kind of seen his stats taper off in Atlanta,
Mhm.
and he just kind of is what he is. But that's pretty solid. I mean, he's a double guy, 11.5 points, 10.6 rebounds, 1.5 blocks per game. It's a blocks that you're like, rim protection. That guy, could he play alongside Sabonis? I don't know. He doesn't shoot the three at all.
No, he's gonna hang out in a dunker spot.
Yeah, he's
he'll
tough.
run a pick and roll.
Mhm.
Like that's kind of where his game is limited. What about this? Is Sadiq Bey tore his ACL in March.
Mhm.
He is a restricted free agent.
He's a restricted free agent. Yeah, he's a guy who's going into the year as a restricted free agent. He does not have a contract right now. He probably will miss the first 2 months of the season, maybe.
Yeah, maybe more, depending.
Yeah.
Recovery is always different for everybody with ACLs, but in a vacuum, Sadiq Bey, as he is when healthy, I love the idea. I am a big Sadiq Bey guy. I think you'd slot him into your starting lineup. I think you could start at the 3 or the 4, and you'd feel really, really good about it.
Yeah, I've always liked him, and I know it's a running gag. Everyone knows, he's been one of my guys that I've always kind of put up there as he would be a great fit. I thought he was a great fit in the draft that year. And then, when he was in Detroit and they were peddling him, and would Atlanta give up 5 second-round picks for him? He's a guy that you would like on your roster.
Mhm.
Again, 6'8", long wingspan, shoot the 3 ball, aggressive.
Well, when the Warriors traded, that's who the Warriors got in the James Wiseman deal. And then they traded him to Atlanta for the 5 seconds. And then they took those seconds and swapped him for Gary Payton II. And when they got Sadiq Bey, I was like, wow, great move. Love that. Love that addition.
Yeah.
He was on the team for 3 minutes.
Warriors legend, Sadiq Bey.
Yeah, right up there with was it Jose Calderon? I think was on the Warriors for half a second. Yeah, if they even with the injury, even with the ACL, I would be so in on Sadiq Bey. I'm there.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's certainly going to have diminished financial. He's probably looking at a mid-level exception money. So that's just whether or not they'll match for that, and that's tough.
Yeah, I don't.
The mid-level's a little under 13 million.
This was a big discussion point with I think it was the Southwest. I don't know what this team is doing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the Hawks are doing. Are the Hawks like, yeah, Sadiq Bey is a guy that we want as part of this team for the next 5 years? Or are they going to blow it all the way up, tear it down to the studs, and try and rebuild? I have no idea.
And I think financially they're going to be in a pinch here, and Sadiq Bey's injury kind of puts them in a bad spot, especially when they have a bunch of forwards. They got a bunch of other guys that they've kind of committed to, whether it's Hunter or Okongwu. There's a bunch of guys on that roster. Jaren, what's his name? No, Johnson. Why am I drawing a blank?
Jalen Johnson.
Yeah. So they've got other players that maybe they'll value more. But the Hawks, and I think we should point out, when we're going through these lists, we're looking at guys who are on short-term deals, guys who might be free agents, guys who might be available. I could throw Bogdanovic in this. We didn't throw Trae Young in this or anything crazy. We're looking at players that might be available. You might be able to go get, whether it's your mid-level, your biannual exception, or a low interest trade type deal.
Yeah, no doubt. All right. We have the Heat to get to still. We have the Hornets, and we have the Wizards to get to as well. We will continue this discussion coming up in the second hour right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and that's what the voice is about to tell you right now. Clear.
Cool. Yeah, the Kings have a lot of cash considerations or or guys that they traded for that never played for the team. Like the one that stands, Drew Gooden, played 1 game for the Kings. And he's a commentator for, he's an analyst for the Wizards. He's very nice. He sat at our table and we talked about his very short stint in Sacramento. And they allowed him, like they asked him, hey, do you want to go? And he said, sure, I'll go sign with someone else, like for a playoff run. I think he went to San Antonio after. But Sam Cassell comes to mind. Tracy McGrady, someone brings up. Marquise Daniels, they traded for him when his neck was trashed. Larry Hughes, that's who the Tracy McGrady trade ended up being. Yeah, there's a lot of guys in the back. Like someone brought up Robin Lopez for like, I think the Kings have traded for Robin Lopez twice and waived him both times. That's just telling you something, right? Yeah, Jason Terry. Jason Terry went out after the Kings waived him and did him solid. He went out and talked trash about Sacramento, which is why he gets booed every time he sniffs Sacramento. Yeah, there's been a lot of guys that the Kings traded for. True cash considerations is Alex Oriaki. That's your Isaiah Thomas trade. Yeah, I think there's a sign at the airport. Is your name Jason Terry? And if it is, you have to get back on a plane and not be here.
You have to get back on the jet. Am I right?
Did the Mike Bibby trade ever make sense to you, Ham? Which Mike Bibby trade? Coming in, going out? Yes, the Mike Bibby trade did make sense. If you're talking about Jason Williams trade. Oh, the trade when he left. Well, that was like, hey, we're not going to be any good, and we need to get rid of the salary for the next year. And again, the salary was way lower at that point, and so Mike's contract for a team that wasn't going to be very good, it did kind of make sense. So Mike had 2 years left at 13.5 and then 15 in the final 2 years of his deal with the Kings. And let's see, the Kings traded him with Jordan Crawford, Mo Evans, high five, and a 2011 first round pick to the Wizards for, oh no, that was by the Hawks. Anthony Johnson, Tyrone Lue, Sheldon Williams, Lorenzen Wright, RIP, and a 2008 second round pick, which was Sean Singletary, who was later waived. Yeah, I don't know. I think they liked Anthony Johnson because he'd been there before, right? Wasn't Anthony Johnson a second round pick by the Kings? Yes. So that's one thing. They thought that Sheldon Williams might be someone that could play for them.
30 seconds. Wait, that's wrong. 20 seconds.
Oh, All NBA defensive team was just named.
Oh. What do we got? Actually, hang on. We'll do that now.
Yeah.
So have that ready, and then we will do Wiz.
Okay.
Hour number 2. That guy right there is James Ham. Me, I'm Kyle Madsen, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock at 4:30, Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Pacers at Celtics. We'll have coverage for you right here on ESPN 1320. Before we continue our journey through the Southeast Division, identifying players from each team that the Kings could target this offseason. Next up, the Washington Wizards. I think you know what couple of names we're going to bring up there. But, James, the all-defense teams have been announced in the NBA. Go ahead and list those off.
Yeah, okay, so the first team is crazy. It's 4 centers and Herb Jones.
Hilarious.
It's Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo, Herb Jones, and Anthony Davis from the Los Angeles Lakers.
Mm-hmm.
Second team, Alex Caruso,
Of course.
Jalen Suggs,
Okay.
Derek White,
Yep.
Drew Holiday, so 4 guards, and Jaden McDaniels. Now, a couple of other guys who have received votes. Lou Dortz barely missed. He was 2 points behind Drew Holiday. He barely missed. Kawhi Leonard did not make all NBA defensive team. He finished with 29 votes. Chet Holmgren is on that list. Shai Gilgeous, Alexander, Giannis, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, all the way down here in the middle with 4 votes, with 4 points, including a first place and 2 seconds. One Domantas Sabonis. Next on the list, with 1 first place vote, 1 second place vote, and 3 overall votes, one De'Aaron Fox. Interesting stuff.
That's just the truth, dog.
Yeah.
I forgot about my Anthony Edwards buttons. All right, those are your NBA all-defense teams for the 2023-2024 season. Congratulations to De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis for getting votes.
Yeah, at least being mentioned.
Trying hard. Love to see it. Let's get to the Washington Wizards, who have 2 players on our list. The first one is Kyle Kuzma. And it feels like anybody who has thoughts on Kyle Kuzma has already said them. You're either in on Kyle Kuzma or you're out. I don't know a single person who's like, maybe. You're either like, yes, this is a fix, or out. He's a clown. It doesn't feel like there's a lot of middle ground.
Yeah, and
I'm in, by the way.
for years I was out, but then I looked at his contract, and his contract you keep dragging me back in. Like I don't know what to do.
Bring your ass.
His contract is so good for a player of his like skill level.
Mm-hmm.
Like whether you can rein him in and whether you can get him to play defense, whether you can do all of the other things, whether he fits with your culture that you're building and everything else is a gigantic question mark. But he's a type of bouncy, rebounding, scoring, can block a couple of shots, can hit some threes type of player that might look really, really nice on a front line with Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis.
I'm telling you, man, he is, from a production standpoint, from an aggressiveness standpoint, he is better than Harrison Barnes at this point.
Oh, yeah, without any question.
Right.
I mean, not to besmirch the good name of Harrison Barnes, but yeah, without any question.
On the basketball court, he's better.
Yeah.
Off the basketball court, you'd probably prefer to hang out with Harrison Barnes. But on the basketball court, that's an upgrade to your starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the bottom line for me. Are you going to have to deal with a couple of bonehead plays here and there? Yeah, maybe. But on a night in, night out basis, you're going to be a better team. And that has to be the goal this offseason. Some of these other moves, like Gary Harris is a player we brought up, Mo Wagner. Okay. There are so many other players we've brought up through this process that are like, okay, yeah, that's a nice 8th guy, 9th guy. You have to upgrade your starting lineup.
Yeah. So
and this is that. Kyle Kuzma is that.
Yeah, he instantly steps in the door. He's your number 2 scoring option.
Yes.
And at worst case scenario, if you have someone take it, he's your number 3. And you would have 3 guys who on any given night could go. If you bring back Malik Monk, you'd have 4 guys that on any given night could go for 30, and that would be a good thing. Mm-hmm. Like having that kind of scoring versatility is a good thing. And Kuzma is not as bad a defender as like he's been made out to be like in the past.
No,
he's solid.
Yeah, he's just I think you get him into this. If the Kings carry over the defensive intensity and ecosystem that Mike Brown has built over the last couple of years, if they carry that over into next season, I think you see a very, very good version of Kyle Kuzma defensively.
Yeah.
So I'm very much in, and there's a difference between could go for 30 on any night, and he's capable of going for 30, because that's to me what Harrison Barnes is. Harrison Barnes could give you 30, but he's not on any given night. You're like, oh, Harrison Barnes might have 30 tonight.
No, Harrison's more like he could get 20 tonight. He's a 20 guy.
Right. And sometimes he gets super hot and you go, oh man, he might get 30.
Yeah.
But Kyle Kuzma is a player who on a night in, night out basis, you're expecting 20. And on any night, you might get 30.
Yeah.
So I'm very much in. That's a starting lineup upgrade. It is not expensive from a financial standpoint. I don't know what it would take to get him out of there in a trade.
Yeah.
But if you can acquire him via trade, that to me is a deal you go make.
No, I don't disagree with you. And again, it could be Barnes, it could be Herter, and then one of your other players in like the 13th pick.
Mhm.
Maybe that's enough to get it done.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't either. I have no idea.
But they signed him there with the intent of not being just horrible, and then they were horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Which yeah.
That's tough. And then this is maybe my favorite player in the in the league, Tyus Jones. I'm such a big Tyus Jones supporter.
Yeah.
Can handle the basketball.
So good. The
He
Jones
can shoot
brothers,
it.
man.
He's just high IQ guy. What's his assist to turnover ratio?
It's always 4-1. Sometimes it's higher.
It's outrageous, his assist to turnover ratio. He just never does the wrong thing with the basketball.
Both of the Jones brothers,
He's only 28.
they don't turn the ball over at all.
I thought Tyus Jones was like 40.
No.
Dang.
Yeah.
Not actually 40. I would have guessed. If you told me to guess Tyus Jones' age, I would have said like 31.
He just turned 28.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Silly. His career assist to turnover is 4.3 to 0.8.
0.8 turnovers for his career.
He had a whopping 1.3 with Minnesota back in 2017-18.
His assist to turnover ratio last season for a horrible team, mind you, 7.3 to 1. That's, and I'm sure he's shamed. That's the first time in his career he's had above that he's had one turnover per game.
I was looking at the wrong column. I was looking at fouls. That is it. Yeah, the first time he has had a full turnover per game in a year.
That's absolutely crazy.
That is bananas. But he also had a career high in assists.
Yeah, he's an excellent defender, smart NBA basketball player. Again, if you have players like him on your roster, he shot 41.4% from three. Smart, defensive-minded, hits the three ball, knows his role, doesn't make mistakes. That's a type of winning maneuver that you should be in on. And but I'm guessing he's going to get like a 3-year 30 or 3 or 36 from somebody, maybe a little bit more.
And you're out on him at that point?
Well, if you're back a point guard, that's tough. I mean, he's 6'1", so it's not like he can play multiple positions. You already got a 6'3" Fox. If you bring back Malik Monk at 6'2", 6'3" if you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you
I think
into a problem.
let me amend that. I'm operating just for now that Malik Monk is not going to be back.
Okay.
And that's where, just for my own, that's kind of how I'm viewing everything. And then if he is, okay, great. But if he's gone, like, now you're in a much worse spot. It's to me, it's much easier to come up with contingency plans with, oh, Malik is back. Okay, great. Then, okay, well, we can just assume he's back, and then he's not. And then we're going, okay, oh, now what?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I think Tyus Jones would be a great second.
He's one of the sneaky superstar role players. He is legitimately a superstar in his role. Go back and look at any time Memphis lost Ja Morant for any time and how they won. Like, they won and won and won and won. At one point, didn't they go like 20-1 without Ja Morant?
It was insane.
Crazy.
It was insane.
It's because that dude can hold down a fort.
Yes.
Yeah.
It wasn't that Ja Morant made them worse. It's that Tyus Jones is just the man.
Yeah, I totally agree. All
right. Who do we have left? We got the Heat and the Hornets left. We can squeeze them both in next segment.
Yeah. No, that's
I think
fine.
we can. We'll do our best. We'll get to that next. We've got the handoff with, I believe it's D'Lo today, coming up in about half an hour. That's always fun having D'Lo and KC in. We've got good idea or bad idea coming up, and we'll have our daily salary cap lesson from James coming up as well. Plenty to get into over the final couple segments here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
What's going on, everybody? I have me and a group of friends have decided to have a we're joining a bocce league. We'll be playing bocce ball all summer.
That's
Co-ed
fun.
with the wives.
Bocce's super fun.
Yeah.
Any sport you can play with a beer in your hand, I'm in.
Okay.
I agree with John Poles on this. Tyus Jones next to Wemby.
Mm.
That'd be fire.
Oh man, like it's funny. I saw this somewhere. Somebody said, "Hey, get ready for all the Michael Porter Jr. trade rumors." I don't know. I don't know Sack Kings rock if they're trading Michael Porter Jr. for Harrison Barnes and Kevin Huerter and a pick. I don't know. And
I don't want.
That's a ticking time bomb. Like, really. What you could do is you could get him and Jonathan Isaac, so the conversations in the room would be like,
let's just make it super weird.
Yeah, super off the charts weird. Yeah, I'm not into if I'm Denver, I'm not trading him. I might look for an upgrade at like the shooting guard spot, or maybe like Gary Harris played a huge part of his career there. Maybe that's a guy that goes back there on a super cheap contract just to try to get in. I don't know.
I have a different good idea or bad idea. We're not going to do the first one.
Wait, Russell, you think that the Pelicans would trade Brandon Ingram for Michael Porter? I don't think that would happen either. I mean, again, the dude had 3 back surgeries before he's 21.
I also think the Pelicans want like a all-star level player.
Yeah.
Like Michael Porter Jr. is nice, but
well, that's why just a straight up trade Kings Pelicans is like almost not going to happen at all.
It has to be a 3-team, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see the Kings getting involved.
Oh, hey, we're back. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, good idea or bad idea. We're going to put a pin in our journey through the Southeast Division for a brief moment. Good idea or bad idea. We take 3 headlines or 3 things we've observed in the world or the world of sports. It doesn't really matter. We're not going to do belly flopping on an orca. That's just a bad idea. But
that's illogical.
I've got a couple more things here that we can go through, and then we will get back into our Kings off-season discussion. All right, number 1, I just saw this on the internet, and it made the show. Apparently, a thing that people do is when they're making a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, they mix the peanut butter and jelly in a bowl first, and then whack that onto their bread. Good idea or bad idea?
That's a bad idea, Kyle.
Really bad idea. Thank you.
Man, because that means that you have a bowl that's very dirty, because peanut butter is one of those, it's got a lot of oil in it. It sticks to everything. Yeah. Like I don't think it matters. Does that matter whether you have the mixed or the peanut?
No, that's silly. You use the knife to, and I'm going to say your peanut butter or peanut butter substitute for those of you that are allergic. You take the peanut butter or peanut butter substitute, you put that on the bread, you wipe the knife off.
Yep.
Yeah, paper towel, napkin, whatever. You wipe the knife off, and then you go into the jelly. And again, if there's allergies or whatever, and you want to use a different knife, if you're using 2-knife process, fine. I'm not going to argue with you. And you go jelly on the other bread, and then you mush them together.
Especially you go peanut butter first, because peanut butter is not going to slide off the bread.
Sure.
You just go like, oh, all right, you're done.
Yeah.
Now,
easy work.
I will say, like, growing up, like, did you ever have peanut butter and honey sandwiches?
I did not.
Okay, so
Sounds
that
nice though.
that is a thing, especially peanut butter, honey, and banana sandwiches.
That sounds delightful.
Okay, so you would, in that situation, you mix the honey with the peanut butter,
Okay,
and,
that's
and
fair.
it just kind of loosens up the peanut butter and makes it like it's sweeter, but it's sweeter in a different way. Honey has a different
Yeah,
flavor.
well, and if you just try and squeeze the honey on top, you're gonna get like honey bites and the non-honey bites.
Yeah,
I get why you would do that. Mixing peanut butter and jelly is insane. Terrible idea. Don't do that. Number
right.
2. We talked yesterday about Red Lobster, and they're filing for bankruptcy because they took their limited time all-you-can-eat shrimp promotion and made it all the time, and it turns out poor business decision. Buffalo Wild Wings is doing for a limited time all-you-can-eat wings and fries. Good idea or bad idea?
I think that might be a good idea.
It's an elite idea. Top flight idea.
Yeah, because does everyone go into a Buffalo Wild Wings, or do you a lot of time either get DoorDash or do you or some other food delivery, or do you get takeout? Like Buffalo Wild Wings,
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
maybe.
know that I sit at a Buffalo Wild Wings all the time.
So that's when the Warriors were doing their playoff runs. That was the spot in my hometown to watch it.
Okay.
That was like the sports bar in town. So that's just where we would go and we'd hang out. To me, this is brilliant because it's not the wings and fries that they're making money on. They're going to get people like me who go sit in there and they're going to go, oh yeah, Pacers Celtics tonight. And it's all you can eat. Wait, yeah, I'm going to go sit there for 3 hours and I'm going to order beers or shots or whatever's happening. I don't know what kind of shindig this is going to be, but I'm going to, instead of just like, yeah, hey, give me 8 wings. I'm probably not going to order a side. Now I'm getting wings. I'm getting fries. I'm ordering drinks. I'm going to sit there for longer.
Mm-hmm.
I might bring my wife with me. Maybe she's not a wings person, or maybe I bring a friend with me who's a vegetarian. Okay, so they're not getting all you can eat wings. They're ordering drinks. They're getting
salads
or veggie burger, whatever they
some
fancy.
sort of sandwich.
Appetizers. I think it's brilliant.
Okay.
Good on B-dubs.
All right.
They want to sponsor the segment. Feel free. We'll talk about how good of an idea this is every single day.
All right.
I want to go in there and take advantage. I don't know. Last one. Aaron Rodgers is a full participant in Jets OTAs. Good idea or bad idea?
I think it's a good idea because I think you need to test his body right now. And I also think you need to have him find a rhythm. He's been out for a year.
Mm-hmm.
And I know he had Mr. Miyagi go and fix him. But at the same time, I want to see what that looks like on the field.
Yeah.
I saw Danielson make the big kick.
Sure.
With the after having his leg fixed, but
Mm-hmm.
I want to see what Aaron Rodgers looks like, even if it's just him finding a rhythm and figuring out his wide receiving core, which is different.
Yeah, you have to be there. You cannot miss all of last year with a torn Achilles and then show up for training camp. You have to be around. You have to be in the building. You've got a new young receiving core still. This is the right thing for Aaron Rodgers to be doing.
I think so too.
Regardless, I mean, he's far enough removed from his injury that it's not like, and OTAs aren't super high intensity. It's just getting out and moving around and doing installs and getting on the same page with your receivers. This is the right move. Good on Aaron Rodgers for being a full participant in OTAs, because not every player does that. Just FYI.
Mm-hmm.
Not every player is showing up. Let's get back into the Kings offseason really briefly here.
Yeah.
Do you want to do the Heat or the Hornets?
Let's go Hornets.
Okay. The Charlotte Hornets. The first player who comes up, and we're bringing him up because the question will arise if we don't. Miles Bridges, I'm out. I don't.
I'm out too, Kyle.
I don't care about how much he helps on the court.
Yeah, basketball. As a basketball player, there are certain things that he does that I think would help the team.
Mm-hmm.
There are other things on the court he does that I don't think would help the team.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, I don't want any part of that smoke.
Yeah.
Nope.
I don't know.
Let somebody else make that mistake.
Yep. Off the list.
Yep.
What about Trey Mann?
I really like Trey Mann, and I think if you were to lose Malik Monk, Trey Mann is a guy that I would go out and see if I could get him to be a low budget young player. He's a 1 year, $4 million contract, something like that. And why not? 4.9 million. And then he's a restricted free agent after that. So yeah.
Yeah, he can shoot it a little bit. This year with Charlotte, he averaged 5 assists a game. for the season. He averaged 4. That was new. That was a new thing in his game that he hadn't gotten a chance to show in OKC. I'm in on the Trey Mann idea because he's a young player, but he's not young in the way that, hey, he needs 3 years to develop first. I think you could pretty confidently put him in your rotation tomorrow.
Yeah, he just got his first true opportunity. Like he had never really got an opportunity. Now he got his first real opportunity, and I think he played really well.
Yeah, definitely. What about Cody Martin? Not Caleb Martin. We'll get to Caleb Martin later.
Yeah, like I've always said, I'll take either one of the Martin twins.
Mm-hmm.
He's got 2 years, $16.8 million left
Fine with
on his contract. But again, like those guys play hard, both of them. They both can hit the 3 ball. They both are sort of jack of all trades, master of none players. But the Kings need some of those, like Swiss Army knife players, and that's, to me, that's what he is.
Did I say Terrence Mann? Sorry, I meant Trey Mann.
No, you said Trey Mann.
Did I?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought I saw in the chat that I said the wrong name. Yeah, Trey Mann.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm in on either Martin twin. It's a solid player off the bench for me.
Yeah, totally.
With Cody,
just improves your overall rotation and your depth, like 7th, 8th man. Yeah, 7th, 8th man in your rotation.
Definitely. Nick Richards, really interesting player. Nick Richards. I can't decide if he's good or not. No, really, like he's one of those players. We talked about this yesterday with the guys the Mavericks went and got.
Yeah.
And you watch those guys on those teams and you're like, I don't know on PJ Washington. That's kind of a bad team. I don't know. And then he gets to Dallas and he's a key reason that they're going to the Western Conference Finals. Nick Richards is a player who, and again, admittedly, he's 10 points, 8 boards a game this year, 8 points, 6 boards a game last year. Before that wasn't really a factor for Charlotte. The only time I've really paid close attention to Nick Richards is when Charlotte plays the Kings.
Yeah.
So I don't have a ton on him as he could play alongside Sabonis. He can't play alongside Sabonis. You look at his numbers, and I don't think he can. He doesn't space the floor at all. Not a great passer. At least he wasn't asked to do those things.
Yeah.
But again, I'm viewing him through the scope of with the Hornets, and maybe there's a better player there in a different role.
Yeah, I put him in the same bucket as like the Brandon Clarks, the Jared Vanderbilt. Like Jared Vanderbilt's a little different. He's more rangy on the perimeter. Montrezl Harrell, those types of guys.
Mm-hmm.
Where okay, look, if you need a guy to come off the bench and as a bench scorer / defensive big, he can get you 10 and 8 in a game with no problem. He can block a shot.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to play with like a certain like ferocity. So I think it's really interesting. I'm wondering now in my head, I have so many players for the Hornets, and the Hornets are a bad team. But do I have so many players in my head for the Hornets, and did I write so many players down because PJ Washington was so successful when he left?
Maybe.
I don't know, maybe.
But we're also trying to plug these players into like reserve roles with the Kings.
Yeah.
These are players who may or may not be available for trade. They don't cost a ton of money, and they're just, you know what, this would be a quality bench upgrade.
Yeah, he's a 2-year, $10 million deal. Could you throw like Chris Duarte in the 2nd round pick for him?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Grant Williams, last name you have down here, 3 years, $41 million left. He was part of the PJ Washington trade.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know how much Charlotte would be willing to move him. He's still only 25 years old, which is nuts to me. Where do you land on Grant Williams?
I don't know, because I was never a huge Grant Williams fan before when he was with Boston, and I thought he really fit in well with Boston. But he is a physical dude. He is tough, and he can shoot the 3 ball, and he rebounds, and he's getting better as a passer. I don't hate it. Like if you're going to go a little younger version of Harrison Barnes, I think Harrison is a more accomplished player. I think he's a better all-around player, but I think Grant Williams is probably a better defender and probably more physical. He's just smaller. Yeah, I would have to at least think about it, because I think there's a possibility that they made that trade just to get the 1st round pick.
Yeah.
They didn't make that trade to get Grant Williams. So there's a possibility he might be available.
My biggest concern would be how he feels about his role, because he's not like a ball handler. We're going to get him a bunch of shots a night type of player. And when he went to, and maybe his complaint with Dallas was the your turn, my turn with Luka and Kyrie, which is kind of what it was when he was there.
Mhm.
And that has since evolved with those two guys, and you've seen it, and that's why they're in the conference finals, or part of the reason they're in the conference finals. But after he left Dallas, his first game after Charlotte won, he was on post game talking about how much better it was in Charlotte, and they passed the ball, and everybody's part of the team, and this and that. Like I said, maybe that was a Mavs specific thing, a Luka specific thing.
Mhm.
But that's the one piece of this that sticks out in my head. But when you talk about a dogged defender, he can knock down a three. He's 37% from three, almost 38% from three.
Yeah.
For his career, I'm not out on the idea for sure.
Yeah.
I would definitely want to ask around though and see, was he happy in Charlotte? Was he disappointed with his role in Dallas, or just the offense? Because he got 10 shots a game in Charlotte. He's not going to get like a ton more than that with the Kings.
No.
So that would be my question.
Yeah, his role is going to be as like the fifth guy in the starting lineup.
All right. We got to get to the Miami Heat next. We got the handoff with D'Lo coming up next, and our daily salary cap lesson coming up next as well. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Be right back.
Okay, so Ramsey, I just looked this up. Grant is Desmond Bain light. He has pterodactyl arms. I just looked this up because I kind of felt the same way. He's 6'5" 3/4 with a 6'9" 3/4 wingspan.
Are you talking about Grant Williams looking short?
Yeah, well, stubby.
Bro, in my brain, Grant Williams is like 6'3".
Yeah.
He just does not look like a tall dude.
I mean, like with shoes on, we're talking about a 6'7" dude with a 6'10" wingspan. That's, again, 6'5". He's a +4. That's not great, but it's also not horrible. That's not what I would consider like full on pterodactyl arms. Now, it's also possible he's really broad through the chest, and so his wingspan looks one way, but his arm measurements look a different way. So I don't, it's kind of like the tall neck guys that are out there. I'm trying to find another guy. Okay, so like PJ Washington, here's PJ 6'6.5". So he's 3/4 of an inch taller without shoes than Grant Williams. But he also has a 7'2" 1/4 wingspan, which is crazy. But here's another wild thing, like standing reach, despite the fact that he's an inch taller and has like his wingspan is like 5 inches bigger, their standing reach is only 2 inches apart. So yeah, it just looks like he has like long, short arms. It's not that bad. Like, again, Jackson Hayes, who we all think of as like this crazy long super athlete guy. He's a 6'11.5" without shoes with 6'10 1/4, my bad. With a 7'3.5" wingspan. His wingspan's only like the height to wingspan measurement is only an inch bigger than Grant Williams. Yeah, I would agree that PJ Washington plays much bigger than 6'6". And like I've said this before, PJ Washington has lost weight. He's like in really, he's done a good job of like redefining who he is. I just saw Cam Reddish, which is Kenny's guy. 6'6.5" with a 7'1/2" wingspan. +6.
Zach Edey's wingspan and vertical reach are hilarious.
Mm.
Manny, there used to be a peanut butter and jelly restaurant in San Francisco. I can't remember what it was called, but while I was there, I had it was a grilled peanut butter, jelly, Nutella, banana, and bacon sandwich.
Oh,
absolutely delightful. Whew. The restaurant has since closed.
That's crazy.
But I have carried that sandwich recipe with me for years.
Zach Edey, 7'3" and 3/4 with a 7'10" and 3/4 inch wingspan, a +7, which is crazy. His standing reach is 9'7".
Bro has to get 5 inches off the ground to dunk the basketball.
He can, because his feet are probably huge.
Oh yeah,
on his tiptoes, he can probably get there.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hey, this is facts, Johnny. Yeah, well. Yeah, well. All right, here we go.
Stupid ass questions.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right, we got the handoff coming up. D-Lo of D-Lo and KC will be in about 12 minutes or so. We still have to talk about the Miami Heat and players available, potentially available from the Heat that the Kings could go get this offseason. But before we do that, James, you know what? No, we're going to do that first, and then we'll do the salary cap. The Miami Heat.
Yep.
We already talked about Cody Martin, so let's get Caleb Martin out of the way. In on Caleb Martin, he has a $7.1 million player option. I don't think he'll pick that up.
Oh, no way.
No,
there's no way.
Okay.
There's no way he picks up that option.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he's gonna get some money.
Yeah, they have his bird rights. I mean, at a minimum, I think he's looking at a like close to a full mid-level. But the problem that he has is he's 28, and he'll be 29 in September. So I think he's the type of player that you could invest a 4-year, $40-something million deal in.
Yeah, and
he's probably going to hold up. I don't know if he's your bench guy or your starter guy. I don't think it really matters. He just does everything. 10 points, 4.4 rebounds, 2.2 assists, 0.7 steals, 0.5 blocks in 28 minutes a game. He also shoots 35% from three. Career 35.7 from three. Like, just a smart, toolsy basketball player.
And how many times do you watch Miami and you look at the box score, and Caleb Martin's box score doesn't jump out, but you can remember 7 winning plays he made?
Yes.
Man, he hit that big shot. He grabbed that big rebound. He had that huge steal. He had that big block. Like, there are so many things he just does that affect winning.
Yeah, totally.
That go beyond the box score. And I think the Kings could use more guys like that.
Yeah, they both came through during the draft process. I think I think Caleb went through the draft process twice before going back to UNR. So they've been around this area. They're North Carolina guys. They grew up with Harry Giles. They're very, very close to Harry Giles. And so, just a little different. I think they're both really, really good players. I would take them full mid-level or close to a mid-level. I don't know if I'd give them a full 4 years, maybe a like 3-year 36 or something like that. But I think he's going to get paid. I think he's going to make plenty of money. And I think he's also like a repetitive piece for that team.
Yeah, for sure. Speaking of cheap player options, Josh Richardson has a $3.1 million player option. I'm guessing he will not exercise that. And he's another player that I don't think he affects winning the way Caleb Martin does on a night in, night out basis. But I think when you're adding him to your bench, you're probably upgrading your bench quite a bit for the Kings.
No, I totally agree. He's a guy that the Kings have been attached to like so many different times. I think he likes the Heat culture, and I also think at this point in his career, he's probably like a 2-year, $8-9 million player. So not a huge investment, but like sort of biannual exception type guy.
Yeah,
I would take him on my team because he can score, he can play defense. I just think you're right. He's more of a off the bench guy at this point. He's sort of a little bit like what Alec Burks has become for the Knicks.
Yeah.
Like on any given night, he can get hot and go for like 20 something. But then for the most part, you kind of expect him to be around 10, 12 points a game.
Just so everybody, we're aware of people talking. Sorry, there's nothing we can do about it. Thomas Bryant. I watched Thomas Bryant play one time, and it was here in Sacramento, and he looked like prime Hakeem. Ever since then, I've been like, wow, Thomas Bryant should be in a rotation. Ergo, I'm in.
I like Thomas Bryant throughout his career, and I don't know why. He's he's only 26.
Mm-hmm.
He looks like he's 32, right? So I've always, and he seems like a guy who's been around the league forever. He really hasn't. He'll be 27 in July. As far as like backup bigs, this is a guy that he shot over 40% from three, like 5 times in his career. I think he's smart. He can do a lot of things, and I totally dig what he brings to the table as, a guy who can steal a couple of minutes next to Sabonis, but also come off the bench and give you plenty.
Yeah, man, he's had a couple of really, really promising years, and he's just never quite gotten over the hump. And I don't think he would be expensive. So I think you bring him in, and if it doesn't work out, fine. You're not committing major resources to him. But if you're going to take a flyer on a big, I would way rather it be a Thomas Bryant type player that maybe you have to pay a little more money to than Nerlens Noel.
Oh yeah.
Like that's what I'm talking. And maybe you get him in camp, and maybe you're like, yeah, no, this guy isn't going to crack the rotation, and he's just on the end of your bench.
Yeah, I think interesting enough, the last 3 years he's been on a minimum scale contract.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is really strange. Like he feels
it's like there has to be more there.
Yeah,
there has to be something there.
Yeah, to go from 8.6 million and have a 3-year like $25 million deal, and then drop down to to this. I know he had the injury, like he had a knee injury. But we're talking about a guy who's been on minimum scale contracts in his 24, 25, and 26-year-old seasons. And if you're going to get him for cheap, like if you can get him on a minimum scale deal, like why not? Like,
yeah,
I don't know. I like him. I like him as a player.
Yeah, he in his naturally basketball reference doesn't want to work for me. His second year, he goes 10.5 points, 6.3 boards on 61.6% from the field, 33% from three, 78% from the stripe. The next year, 13, 7, and 2 on 58% from the field, 40% from three, and 74% from the stripe. And then the year he got hurt, 14 points. He was at 6 boards, 1.5 assists, 64.8% from the field, and 42.9% from three. Like that's a really high quality ascending player.
Yeah.
And then he just hasn't quite gotten another shot to really crack a rotation. I'd love to see the Kings give him that shot.
Yep.
For sure. Last one before we get to our salary cap discussion for the day, or our salary cap terminology lesson for the day, I should say. DeLon Wright. Yes. I'm just in. Bring me DeLon Wright.
I like DeLon Wright. I don't know why he's bounced around so much in his career. And talk about a guy who gets paid way more than you think. Where, again, like a guy like Thomas Bryant doesn't. But DeLon Wright to me is a guy who came into Sacramento, played extremely well. He's long, he's athletic, he plays hard on defense. He's a steal guy, a bit of a gambler.
Yep.
If you're going to go with a bigger point guard as your backup, I don't see why not. I just worry that at this stage in his career, he's out there hunting for, like, I don't think he's the type of player who's a ring hunter, but he's looking to get on rosters where he's going to make minimum scale money at 32 years old and and probably have an opportunity. Just like all around good player, and a guy that for his career, he's at 1.2 steals per game in 20 minutes.
DeLon Wright is a player that I just forget exists until I watch DeLon Wright play basketball.
And
I'm like, oh man, he's a nice player.
Yeah.
Kings could use a guy like that.
He's made $50 million in his career. Dang. Quietly. I started to pocket watch there, but yeah. I mean,
D'Lo and KZ coming up at noon.
That's right.
All right. So that's the Southeast Division. And again, I'm going to put all these into a doc that hopefully can be accessible for everybody. I got to dive in and sort all that out.
Okay.
But you don't need to take notes. It'll be an open note test at the end of the week. Explain this to me like I'm 5. We're taking a salary cap thing, and James is going to explain it to me like I am a 5-year-old because I don't understand so many of the machinations of the NBA salary cap. Today's word is biannual exception.
Yeah, the
biannual exception.
The BAE, right?
Yeah, the Bay.
I even put the wrong. Yeah,
you put BAU.
Yeah. So this season, the biannual exception is for $4.7 million.
What is it?
It it's a lot like the mid-level exception, but basically cut in half, right? So the biannual exception, first of all, mid-level you can use every year, right?
Right.
You always have access to. The biannuals every other year. So if the
You
Kings
can
use
use it biannually.
yes, the Kings did not use it last year. They have it this year. So now what it is basically a $4.7 million contract.
Another
Yes.
question.
All right.
Is this biannual, like you have it in 2021 and then you don't in 2022, or is it you have it until you use it?
Yes, and once you use it, you can't
don't
use
have
it
it
the next year.
Got
Yes.
it. Okay.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
Got it.
Right. The mid-level you can use every year. The biannual you can use only every other year. And if you don't use it for 5 years and then you use it, you still don't have it the next year.
Right.
Right.
Got it. Right.
So the mid-level is for 4 years maximum. The biannual is for only 2 years maximum. And it's where you see guys usually get like a 2-year, $9 million contract, or it used to be lower. The dollar amount used to be lower. So when the Kings signed, I believe when they signed Rashawn Holmes, it was to the biannual exception. I think maybe, but it wasn't. Well, he got a 2-year 10, I think, whatever exception they use. So the biannual, it's only good for teams that are either room teams that are under the cap, teams that are from the cap to the luxury tax, and then after that, if you're below the second apron, you can still use it, but it's also has that little twist that we talked about with the mid-level. You can now trade players into that. So you can go out and find a $4.5 million or $4.7 million player, as long as his contract is not longer than 2 years, because it's got to fit into the parameters of the exception.
So they can have 2 years left on their deal for $9.4 million or less.
Yes.
Got it.
So, and I would even tell you, there was a season a couple of years ago where the Kings looked like they were going to sign Alex Len using the biannual exception. At the last second, they switched and they used part of the mid-level exception. And it was so they kept the biannual exception alive for the next year.
Got it.
So, and then the other caveat I would put with both the mid-level and the biannual exception, and again, everyone in the league gets these exceptions unless you're over a certain dollar amount, then they start reducing what you can do. But the other caveat with both of these, the mid-level and the biannual exception, is that you're available to trade somebody into that all the way up until like the week after the trade deadline.
Okay.
You can't trade for a player after the deadline, but you can use the exception all the way up until that point.
Got it.
So you get to January, February, and you're like, okay, we need a boost. I'm going to look around the league and see if I can find a player who makes less than $5 million a year, who's playing well, and maybe it's again a minimum, but a years of service guy that has a bigger contract than just like a $2 or $3 million. You can go out and trade for a player into your and bring him in. So yeah, interesting stuff.
Biannual exception.
Yep.
This will all come into play throughout the offseason as we continue discussing the Sacramento Kings and what moves they can or will or should or could make. And we'll have more of that. I need the aprons explained to me at some point. So we'll talk about that.
Okay.
Maybe in the next couple of days. NBA conference finals begin tonight. We will begin in the East where the Pacers visit the Celtics. Since the Pacers beat the Knicks, I've been trying to come up with some way that the Pacers can go into this series and upset the Celtics. And I think I can't do it. I've tried really, really hard, but the Pacers, it appears, are going to live and die with what Tyrese Halliburton is doing offensively. All due respect to Andrew Nembhard and Pascal Siakam and Obi Toppin and Aaron Nesmith, Miles Turner, but the Celtics just have so many different players they can throw at Tyrese Halliburton that I don't know how he ever really gets going in this series. I think the Celtics can play a style of basketball that grinds things down, like you were talking about the Knicks needed to do. I don't think the Knicks necessarily had the personnel to do that. I think Boston does. I think they can take the Pacers out of their game, and I don't logically, I can't draw a line to a Pacers win in this series.
I can't either.
I've got nothing.
I don't think there's any way to do it. Maybe we're like way off base here.
Mhm.
We got a
Damien's
visitor. Dame is here. It does smell like coffee. We had a major computer malfunction this morning, which went all the way up until the time the show ran. So we're a little bit of a mess.
No, it's not been a mess. We've been doing a great show today, I thought.
We have been doing a great show today.
That's just the truth, dog.
It is just a truth, dog.
Yeah.
Totally
Yes.
agree. Yeah, I just don't see a way in which they somehow like magically step in and become like this world beater.
Yeah.
So
I've got nothing for you. It's time for the handoff. Damian Barling, D'Lo, and KC coming up at noon. Can you draw a realistic path to the Pacers beating the Celtics in this series?
Absolutely.
Okay, do it.
Shoot 80% from the field like they did the other night.
Oh,
What's so hard about
All right.
that?
hey, you know what? Hey, long break and show's over.
Shoot a historic percentage from the field like they did. There's no.
I said realistic
There's
path, and
no-
you said do something no other team has ever done.
except for them. No other team has
Sure.
done except for them. They shot the lights out 4 times against New York.
Mhm.
New York is a really, really good defensive team
Mhm.
who did their best to kind of play that Maverick style of basketball, scoring a lot of points. They like
Mhm.
to get up and down the floor too. They were so depleted. I'm not making excuses for them because I don't think a full New York Knicks team would have been able to beat them in game 7. You can argue what happens in
Mhm.
game 6, 5, 4, all of that other stuff, but you weren't going to beat them in game 7, not the way that they were shooting. And I don't think it happens, but I think it's very realistic. Like, I'm not going to say the Pacers can't shoot 60 some odd percent from the field after seeing them do it damn near 4 times in the previous series against a good defensive team. Again, I'm not predicting it. I'm not saying it's likely. I just don't think it's outrageous if the Pacers advance.
I kind of think it is. I just what the Celtics can do defensively. Like, all due respect to the Knicks, the Celtics can be so much better on the perimeter.
I don't
and
disagree.
The other thing that I don't want to say has flown under the radar, but when we talk about that Knicks Pacers series, if Andrew Nembhard doesn't literally hit the longest shot of his life in game 3, that series is over in like 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, perhaps.
And it's just,
yeah, perhaps.
I don't know.
I would also add this too.
Maybe I'm underselling the Pacers.
We think about.
Well, no, I don't think the Pacers are. I think the Pacers are going to be a better team next year.
Mm-hmm.
I might go so far to say is I think the Pacers are going to be a significantly better team next year. I think the Pacers could conceivably be 2 or 3 next year in the Eastern Conference. But this year they are offensive based. Rick Carlisle's a very good defensive coach, but they are an offensive based team, and they are running everything with Tyrese and Pascal Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, to me, it's just not inconceivable. They're free. Like, I think the term house money is garbage. Like, they're here, they're playing for an NBA championship like anybody else is, but they do not have the level of pressure on them that the Boston Celtics have. They are playing completely free and loose. And if history shows us anything, the Celtics will probably be uptight for a game or 2. And they'll have to, I think the Celtics will have to settle into the series far more than the Pacers will.
Interesting.
Okay, so I got a couple of things. Number one, like the Knicks made a mistake early on in that series and said, okay, we're going to run with these guys. I thought that was dumb the whole time because you're running with 6 guys, 7 guys, and you're running against a team that's much better at running than you are. Like, you can want to play with pace.
I think they did it effectively.
Well, they did it effectively, but in the end, they weren't able to keep up with a team that just is better.
They ran out of
to
guys.
do it.
They essentially ran out of. They didn't have guys who could do it.
Well, but
for
part of
7
that is
games.
because you also ran your team into the ground.
No, that's not fair, James. I don't think that's fair.
I don't know, man.
I don't think that's fair. I understand that that's something that Tom Thibodeau wears in his coaching career. But when you look at what the Knicks played, what their starters played basically starter minutes. They played like 35 minutes a game, 36 minutes a game. It's not like there were 4 or 5 guys playing, 40 plus minutes throughout the regular season. Now the postseason got here and it was a little bit different because Julius Randle was gone.
Yeah.
you
lost
lost
Bogdan.
OG Anunoby, you lost Bogdan. You like
Bojan. Yeah.
a lot happened.
The center Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah,
Yes.
right. Right.
No, I get what you're saying there, but my point is that, like, if you're gonna get into a track meet with a track team, you got to play more than 7 guys, and it doesn't matter whether you have. If not, you got to slow the thing down. And I think it did hurt them. I think guys like OG didn't hold up. Josh Hart didn't hold up. Like, by the end, you were limping to the finish line. So that would be my first point. And the second point is, we always think about like injuries impacting so much on the offensive end. Like, oh, you didn't have the horses. You also didn't have the horses on the defensive end to keep up with a team because you just kept dropping. You kept having guys who weren't, you're going to bring like Miles McBride in. Okay, he's fine defensively, but he's more of an offensive player, and you kept dropping again and again. Again, I like who's their center, Hartenstein. But Mitchell Robinson is your defensive-minded guy.
Yeah.
You kept losing defenders, and that was a problem. And you got into a track meet with a team that you shouldn't have gotten in a track meet without a lot of your defensive-minded guys. And okay, you got beat.
Here's the other thing that jumps out to me is forget what the Celtics can do defensively. The Knicks specifically, if it wasn't Jalen Brunson, they didn't have anything offensively.
Yeah.
Except Dante DiVincenzo hitting threes.
I feel like Bob Myers. You asked about the Celtics, and we're talking about the Knicks.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out Bob Myers.
Well,
yeah.
Yeah,
Shout out for that joke mildly escaping Kyle.
No, I thought I said a wrong thing.
No, you said it perfectly.
Right. You guys were
We're
doing
just-
the different thing.
yeah,
Got it.
yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay.
You're
but
very
that's-
good at your job.
Thanks.
You're doing a great job.
Yeah.
Stupid ass questions.
Thank you.
I think that Boston has so many different ways to exploit the Pacers defensively than the Knicks did, and that's honestly my bigger problem.
The Celtics are the best team in the league.
Yes.
Whether Denver is playing or not.
Yes.
Like,
the
period.
Celtics
I
are
agree.
the best
Yes.
team
Yes.
in the league.
Yes.
So yes, the Pacers, the Timberwolves, the Mavericks, none of them are better than the Celtics. But will the Celtics be able to execute if the Pacers get up and down the floor and
Mhm.
get comfortable, which is what happened at the Garden. They got comfortable, and by the time New York tried to do it, was too late.
Yep.
It would that ball had gone downhill.
What do you guys got coming up on D'Lo and KC?
Probably a lot. Lord, I don't know, dude. We always say what we have coming up, and
Stupid ass
we
questions.
just wind up talking. We just vibing. I know we're going to open the show about that defensive team. Like that's really frustrating to me. Just not us. Like, so De'Aaron's just ass, huh? Keegan
votes.
doesn't get in it. He got 2 votes, bro. Like this
trying.
goes it goes to what we talk about. Kyle's telling me to shut up. So
I
stay
don't
tuned.
want you to start your show.
No, it's
late.
fine. No, it's
D'Lo
fine.
and KC is coming up next
Bring your ass.
on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. See you guys. I gotta run today. Goodbye.
Is that a West Coast audio commercial? Hey, that's very good. We're good at that.
Good call. That's E me. That's E me. I should have had my Republic stuff on today. The actual date of the 21st kind of snuck up on me. I'm like, oh snap. They do play tonight. E me.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Talk to me, baby. Where y'all at? One time for the good times. Where y'all at? Johnny G. I see you. Securing the Monk. Zabo, where y'all at? Ramsey.
Yes, sir.
Jason A. Mattress. Jeremy, we see y'all. Chatty House brought to you by Matthews Mattress. Shout out to everybody listening on ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app, 98.5 FM, HD2. Shout out to those listening on TuneIn. Shout out to those watching. Shout out to those for just being with us. Shout out to those on time delayed listening. If you're listening on the podcast,
Shout out, Ben.
Or if you're listening later on YouTube, or you're Ben and you're kind of watching live just 3 hours behind. Salute. We appreciate you for being with us.
Appreciate all y'all, man.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's the Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we in here, man. Again, thanks for being with us. Trysta Krick's going to join us coming up in the 2 o'clock hour, at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, as a matter of fact, and our good buddy Jason Jones of The Athletic.
Professor.
Indeed, going to be with us about 3:20 or so. My man will be with us. What's good, bro?
Not much, man. Yesterday was a day with like no sports, and I didn't even get a chance to enjoy it. I had to do a bunch of running around till about midnight last
What
night.
happened? Oh,
So, and then I don't know what's going on at Sac International. I had to go to the airport, and
man, them Caraways be jet setting, boy. If it ain't
Kenny
Cheryl,
Caraway.
well, almost all the Caraways be jet setting. One of them stuck here with me every day.
But yeah. So I'm leaving the airport, and you know, the airport is really one way in, one way out, and they're not letting you go over the overpass to I-5 South. So you got to go all the way to the back of Yolo County.
Well, yeah.
Get off the freeway. And
Yep.
mind you, everybody has to do this.
Yes.
Right?
Oh.
So like we're just like leaving Golden One Center is not that bad, but like leaving Levi Stadium.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Just on this little strip on I-5, getting off on the next exit and then trying to come back around. It's ridiculous. Now I can't be too mad though. I can't be too mad.
Could have called. I could have told you the back way.
You can't even get to the back way.
You can't go the back way either?
No.
Oh.
Like you cannot get over that
So
overpass.
you was like 99 or whatever that is. Like you was some, yeah, you
Well,
you
no,
must have taken an awful
what you
way
got-
out of there.
What you got to do? Well, I mean, I guess there is the roundabout back way. Doesn't that part go back by 80, like where IKEA is and everything eventually? So if you're leaving the airport and you got to go I-5 north, then that gets you like back around to that IKEA area eventually.
No,
I don't
that's
know, though.
80. 80 gets you to the IKEA area. I don't think
I don't know where that goes.
Oh, yeah.
So I
don't
didn't
know
find out
where you were.
It was
sir.
11:45 at night. I wasn't gonna find out last night. So yeah,
Given how dark it is at the airport, that was good thinking. That was good thinking.
Yeah, man, I didn't even get a chance to enjoy the no sports. I had planned to watch The Office, some other stuff. I didn't get a chance to watch nothing. I came home and got in bed.
I want to talk about I really want to talk about this all defensive stuff and look, I get it, but I talking about defense, talking about enjoying. We saw virtually the entire Sun Fever game here.
Mm-hmm.
That was an early start, so by the time we were done, there wasn't, Monday's a late day for us, so there wasn't anything to watch.
Right.
Right. So I got home and was like, all right, man, come on, man. Let's just knock out this last episode and a half of BMF. I've been trying to get through the second to last episode for 5 sittings, and let me get through this last stupid ass episode.
Oh man.
And they're in a club in Atlanta, and I thought this must be what Kenny was referring to.
That wasn't what I was referring to, but
the 10-minute pep talk from the Deion Sanders character was not what you were referring to.
No, it wasn't, man. Shout out to Shiloh. He sounded just like his daddy.
He sounded exactly like him.
Sounded just like his
a
dad.
Flawless presentation
That was
of
funny.
Prime. That was horrible. It was like, yo, why is this happening? Why is this happening?
Prime by himself in the strip club.
And then telling them to come to his club, Prime 21 in Atlanta. All right, dude. And then the show ends with them just walking along the street in Mexico.
No, that was crazy. I
Like,
forgot about that. That was
the hell is happening? I'm telling you. 50 Cent sat down with his team and said, we're going to make the stupidest show ever, and these dummies are still going to watch it.
Oh,
and he was right.
He was right. That was no. And T actually said something like smart. He was like, bro, we're in the middle of two black guys in the middle of Mexico, like with no, how are we going to bust somebody out of jail? And then Meech goes, big dummy, we're going to do it.
We're going to do what we always do. Since when we start caring about the law?
I said, yo, come
bro,
on,
you're
man.
in Mexico. And we don't even, did your car break down? Like, what are you doing?
I mean, it's just, no, this is what we do. Man, come on, man.
Paulo says, I'm all for the BMF Mexico spinoff. Man, God, that show is tough. I thought for sure as it was happening, because it wasn't like a quick interaction. When this interaction hits like 5 to 7 minutes, I'm like, oh, this is what Kenny was talking about. He was talking about this meeting with Deion Sanders in the strip club.
I forgot about that. That was epic.
I can't believe
I like
that's
my
not
boy
what you
Shiloh.
were talking about.
I like my boy Shiloh.
He did a great job.
Yeah, I like all the kids.
The
man. So
first thing that stands out is he sounds exactly like his dad.
He sounds just, he had the cadence down and everything.
Everything.
Just like his dad. What I was referring to was like at the end, there, and spoiler alert for anybody who hasn't seen it. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal, but at the end, he's got the map of America.
Yeah, don't worry about it. There's barely a plot to this show, so don't worry about a spoiler. There's no freaking plot to BMF. At this point, I'm just waiting for them to get arrested and the show to end.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm waiting for Jeezy to come on board. Like that's when does that era start?
Season 3 or 4 or whatever we're on.
Oh, they got to go to Mexico, so it'll be 5.
No.
It'll be season 5. But
random appearance from Oscar De La Hoya or something.
But I'm sitting there and they're at the end and they got the map of America on there, and Meech is just like, yeah, you know, we want to have a work in every state.
2 tons in every state.
2 tons, and he's like, bro, what? He's like, yeah, we gonna do this. Like, it's the American dream, whatever he said. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, yo, these guys was like major drug dealers, and we're like, this is a monumental moment. Like, yeah, I want to have drugs sold in every state. Like, I just kind of felt some type of way like this. We're just glorifying this, right? Like, this is great. There are heroes. Is that what's going on here?
That's what I told you. We're in the era of television having no bad guys. That's what it is.
This guy's literally like, yeah, we want to sell drugs in every state.
What? Apparently, and I guess I didn't do enough reading on the Black Mafia family. Apparently, there wasn't a single member of the Black Mafia family, nor a single enemy of the Black Mafia family who could shoot.
Now,
there has never been a television show where more shootouts happen and no one gets shot.
Meech was never hit.
There
was never
in a
hit.
garage, like with like 4 guys, 5, like maybe 6 guys.
That was
with
crazy.
Guns, and then guys in cars with guns. The only guy who dies is the dummy that gets run over. Not one shot hits.
That was crazy. How he
BMF
just drives
4
out.
million bullets fired, 3 people dead.
That was I forgot about that scene. That scene was crazy.
Awful.
The whole
So
the whole
awful.
show's crazy. But like I said, I can't turn away. I can't turn away. And Charles is probably a better man than I would be.
Oh, well.
Charles better man than I would. Charles is just like, yeah, I'll love you forever. We're friends forever.
Yeah.
She just said she's gonna leave you for this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Lays up in bed with him. He tells her he's got a fiance.
Engaged.
She tries to come back, and she don't look. Hey, credit to her. She don't mince no words. She's like, yeah, things didn't work out with me and Reese.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, damn.
I'm out of here.
He's playing bass for her at church and everything, and she's a new pastor. Charles is a good dude.
Well, wait a minute. Now Charles cheated.
No, he did, but he
see now who's the hero of this show? Listen to you.
Nicole,
listen to you.
Nicole, that's the hero.
May very well be. May very well be. Goodness gracious. In any event.
Oh man. Shout out BMF, man. Power Book 2, the season finale that the whole cast didn't even know about till 50 was like, yeah, it's over. It's the last season.
I'm begging for that show to restart, man. Just give me Tommy anything at this point.
Well, it's Raising Kanan. That's the one.
That's true enjoyment.
But that's not even coming till probably like the first of the year.
I think one of them is September. One of them, I think Tommy usually starts in September.
Well, no, because they're splitting up this final season
of Tommy
or
Raising
Power
Kanan?
2.
Oh,
because they say the first part starts like in a week, and then I guess they're gonna have a super long layoff halfway through. Second part's gonna start like mid-September.
That's that stuff the Sopranos did. The Sopranos split their final season into like 2 years. Like we did not need this.
Yeah,
all for the screen to go black at the end. This is not what we needed.
That's what they're about to do with this. So the second part starts like September 26th or something like that. So that's another 5 weeks.
Yeah.
So we're not getting Book 2 or Kanan
for a while.
Probably first of the year. Jeez. I still got to see the other Book 2. I mean the other Tommy. I hadn't seen the second season.
Did you finish the first?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, I finished the first.
I don't remember, man. These all run together.
Come on, man. Hey, come on,
man. We're seriously getting heckled by people in your family?
Don't do that, man.
We got all the basketball that way when the Kings were playing. All right, now this is real. This is really what we want to do.
But how are we gonna get heckled by someone in your house?
Come on, man. I don't know. I'm just happy they're listening.
Jazz is our biggest hater, I think.
I hate the way that you walk, the way that you talk. I hate the way that you dress, man.
Oh man, but yeah, I didn't get a chance. Shout out to them. And what I was saying was I can't get mad at them working on the airport off ramp at midnight, 11, 12 o'clock because I'd be mad if it was like 2 in the afternoon. Like, why don't you do this in the middle of the night? Well, they did, and
you got caught.
Yeah, they're building another. Did I say they're building another terminal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to Sacramento. So I thought about that.
I didn't know we needed one, but salute.
Well, we gotta get the All-Star game. More internet. They said it's going to have more international flights.
All right.
Chestnut checkers from Mayor Steinberg or Mayor Flo eventually. I don't know who's in charge of that one. Maybe it's even Yolo County. I don't know. That's nothing to do with anybody.
If they was playing chess, we would have bought the Bring Your Ass domain. Shout out to the Minnesota tourism campaign who
I'm gonna take off.
They brought
snap.
Yeah, Jesse just got challenged to a fight.
I'm gonna see you guys later.
Yeah, that's probably a good move.
I'm gonna go home. Puppy needs me right now.
That's a good move, pal.
Puppy's crying. I gotta go home.
That's a good move, pal. You might want to head for the door. All right, let's reset. Since we're getting heckled by the peanut gallery over there in the Elk Grove estate, we'll come back. We'll dive into these all defensive teams and
some don't. I don't like them.
I got some thoughts. I think Sacramento Kings fans have some thoughts.
What are we saying to the kids?
Well, you got to be. I guess you got to be Meech or what's the other boy's name? T to survive.
Well, that's what ain't that what they used to always say in The Simpsons? That one lady sticking with. But what about the children?
I don't know, man. Steeler and KC here on Sacramento's leader, ESPN 1320.
Temecula, that's where all the not all the casinos, but the wineries and the casinos are. That's a good time. It wasn't the origins, the Black Twitter origins of Temecula is not a good time, but yeah, I went there to what's the place I went to? Is it Pachanga? I don't know. I went to one of the casinos there. Jazz took me for my birthday.
Goodness
thank you.
gracious, man. Is that necessary?
Oh, damn.
Google chat.
Yo, why did we get rid of Slack?
I don't know.
I like Slack.
Slack was always good.
I think it's still there. I think Danny in San Francisco just said, no, we're not using it. Or maybe it was PDX. I don't know. Okay, Ramsey, go. I thought it was Pachenko. Oh, snap. Mellow inside out. I'm about to see that.
Melo's on every commercial right now.
He's getting paid. He's getting paid. Young Sav. I mean, I think they're still. I don't think the team's very good, but I like to see the young boys. I was talking about that yesterday. I like to see them doing some stuff. So let them play. Let them play.
I love that young man. He is the shit.
Who is? Oh no, I know who that was. I was about to say, who was that guy? I think it was Luca Garza. I like that movie. I might be the only one, but I thought You People was a good movie. It wasn't great. It wasn't nothing special about it. I thought they did a good
That was
job.
Eddie?
Laura London and
Jonas.
Jonas, yes.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Cam a wild boy, man.
That was crazy.
Cam a wild
that
boy,
was so
man.
funny.
I actually I thought it was
Well.
worse than what it really was. Like, as I kept seeing people talking about it or whatever. Don't relax, Aldrin. Don't do that. Don't do that. I thought it was worse than it really was, and I actually listened to it, and I was like, "Oh, no, it's just kind of Cam.
That's Cam.
It's kind of Cam." I wish he wouldn't have done that with that that host, but it's just kind of Cam. His explanation, look, I don't agree with the explanation. I still wish he wouldn't have done that with the young lady, but his explanation was, he's like, they called me for the bullshit, so I gave him the bullshit. They didn't call to talk about the good things we do.
Miles Reed had a good series against Denver.
He bounced back. Game 5 was nasty. Look at A-Rod. A-Rod was hype. A-Rod would be me.
So what is his role with the Timberwolves?
I don't know.
Did he
Alex
buy them?
Rodriguez?
Yeah, they didn't buy them, right?
No, yeah, that thing's not over. They're in like some sort of arbitration. You can't just go, never mind. Like, there's a whole process that goes into it. So right now, I think they have to operate as if the sale is still moving forward. So that's the thing. I don't know that he is. I don't know. I can't. I don't know.
What happened, KZ?
So we got the Celtics game?
Yeah, 5. 4:30. 4:30.
You know who one of my favorite rappers is? It's Fabulous.
Yeah, I understand
That Soul Tape series is finally on DSPs, and I love all of them.
All right, phone lines are open for you, 916-909-1320. You want to get in on the conversation, of course, you could jump into the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. That's available at Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well, wherever you are, man. We appreciate you. Jump in and be a part of the show. Just before the show started, the all-defensive team results were announced. Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo, Anthony Davis, my God, and Herb Jones named to the first team. Again, not that any of those individuals aren't worthy of being all defensive guys, but man, they really are loving this positionless thing. Again, it's Rudy Gobert, Victor Wembanyama, Bam Adebayo, Herb Jones, and Anthony Davis, all second team. Drew Holiday, Jaden McDaniels, Derek White, Jalen Suggs, and Alex Caruso.
They love Caruso.
So De'Aaron got 2 votes.
Jeez. That's crazy.
This, or I can rephrase it for some. The NBA steals leader got 2 votes. 1 first team, 1 second team. And amazingly, that wasn't the most on the Sacramento Kings. As Domantas Sabonis got 1 all-defensive first-team votes and 2 all-defensive second-team votes.
Come on, man. Who messing with us now? Who messing with us? Who messing with us?
So there you have it. There's nothing from Keegan Murray on this all-defensive team. And I don't know what I wanted out of this. I thought all defensive one. I did not think 4 centers were going to make all defensive first team. Just admittedly, there wasn't a scenario where I had that.
Yeah, they need to bring back the positions for this award.
Like Wemby and Rudy, like, okay, that's essentially that was 1 and 2 for defensive player of the year. There were people who thought Wemby deserved defensive player of the year, and I'm not going to argue with any of them. Bam and AD, huh? Hey, salute Bam.
Salute Bam always.
AD's very good. AD's a hell of a defender. All right. First team, huh? And notice, like, there's no Shea. It's not like De'Aaron was slided for Shea.
That was crazy to me.
It's almost like let's put the bigs on the first team and then everybody else on the second team. Shout out Herb Jones. You know how good you had to be if you're Herb Jones to make that team? Goodness gracious.
So what I don't understand is you can block shots and not defend on the perimeter and be considered a great defender. But if you are on the perimeter and you're one of the top players in the league in steals, that doesn't carry the same weight. How does that work?
I don't know, man.
Because to me,
I don't know.
Me personally, like there's no egregious players that made the all defensive team. All 10 guys are really good defenders, right? But I don't know how Fox and SGA aren't on those teams. I don't know how, and I would lend to the fact that they're top flight defenders and they have a heavy offensive workload every night. They're able to carry that offensive workload and be top flight defenders. As opposed to somebody like Caruso, no shade, but Caruso who, doesn't do anything but defend. And that's like I said, me as a voter, I would reward those guys that have more responsibility offensively, but still hold up their end of the bargain on the defensive end. I would reward them. They would get bonus points for me personally.
It's kind of funny. That was Bam's first team. 4-time second team. My man is winning with this positionless rule. Absolutely winning. I think the bigger picture, bigger story, bigger conversation piece is that we talk about this with MVP a lot. I don't think we do it as much with the teams, but we talk about it a lot with MVP. Maybe with Rookie of the I don't know, but we really do it with MVP, and it's narratives. There's like, you enter the season, and most writers, from Zach Lowe to Hollinger to you name it, they have their predictions for all first teams, defensive teams. They write what they project. And a lot of those guys have votes. So it's like a college football ranking, where if you start the season at number 1, it's probably going to be a little bit easier for you to finish in the top 4 versus you might be the best team on the planet. But if you start at 25, it's a long road to the top 4 because not only are you relying on your own victories, you're relying on the teams that you beat to be good enough to justify you getting moved up 5 slots instead of 1 slot. You need the teams that you beat to really good. The road to the top is a lot more difficult when you're outside of those rankings. You look at these names like Alex Caruso and Drew Holiday and Derek White. Those are going to be on everybody's predictions for all defensive teams. Whether they rank them as this is going to be the first team and this is going to be the second team is irrelevant. If they say these are our top 10 defenders entering the season, you're starting at a greater advantage than you are if you're De'Aaron Fox, who sometime around January decided, you know what, I'm going to be a really good defender, who had been a good defender for most of the season, who had been a decent defender in his career, but has decided, I'm going to make a difference on the defensive end. He's that team that's ranked 25th, and he has to move all the way up to the top 10. That showed to be impossible. I love Domantas Sabonis. Why is he getting votes for this?
I have no idea.
Maybe the idea is Anthony Davis can't guard Domantas Sabonis, so if Anthony Davis is all first team, I got to give Domas something. But with all due respect to Domas, he shouldn't have been on this. Hell, if another King should have been on this list, it was Keegan Murray. But De'Aaron should have finished by far the highest, and to only get like a cursory acknowledgement of what he did this season on the defensive end is frustrating, because what this means is entering next season, when Zach Lowe writes his column and Barista writes his column and Hollinger writes his column, Caruso, Derek White, now Jaden McDaniels, now, always Drew Holiday. Of course, you got Wemby, Herb Jones. Those guys are grandfathered in.
Yeah.
And they're starting at the top of the pecking order, while guys like Keegan Murray and De'Aaron Fox have to scratch and claw their way to get some acknowledgement for what they're doing on the defensive end.
And I'll go to the Matthews Mattress Chatty House to explain something. We got my guy Drew down. He says it's all defensive team, not all defense who are good on offense also team. Brian says you got to play offense to get my defensive player of the year vote. It's kind of wild. And I don't mean this in any disparaging type of way, but I'm gonna educate you guys a little bit to the difficulties of what goes on out there on the hoop court and why that carries a little more weight. Let's just say for argument's sake, on a 1 to 10 ranking, Alex Caruso is a 9 defender, right? He's a 9. And De'Aaron Fox is in SGA. You can use him as well. SGA gets an 8 ranking as a defender. For me as a voter, and it's all subjective too, that's the other thing about it. But for me as a voter and once again, no disrespect, but somebody that understands the difficulties of some of the things you have to do out there on the hoop court. If you're averaging 26, 27, 30 points a game, and you can still be an 8 defensively, that carries a little more weight to me than
SGA.
somebody. Yeah, that carries a little more weight to me and shows me how dedicated you are to defense and being a top flight defender than somebody that has no offensive responsibility and uses all their energy on the defensive end.
Let's try this real quick because I think you explained that beautifully. Rudy Gobert, first option on the Timberwolves? Offensively,
no.
Second?
No.
Third?
No.
Fourth?
Yeah, we'll go there.
Okay. Victor?
First.
Bam?
Second or third. He might be second or third.
Herb Jones?
Like fifth.
Anthony Davis?
Second.
Caruso?
Seventh. And I like Caruso, but
Jalen Suggs?
probably like third or fourth.
Derek White?
Third or fourth.
I think I know
probably, I'd say third. No, I'd say fourth.
Behind Drew?
Behind
Or Porzingis. Yeah. Jaden?
Third.
Yeah. And then Drew?
Probably fourth.
Mm-hmm. To your point, there was one first option on this list, and it was the rookie whose team, this isn't a shot, but his team won like 19 games or something. And granted, next year his team is probably going to win 30-something games, and he's still going to be all defensive player, and he's still going to be the first option. He's the rarity in this list. He's going to remain the one for years and years to come. These other guys don't even sniff that.
And our guy Drew down. Once again, it's my guy. We're just having a conversation. He says, wouldn't you say Keon and Keegan were taking the toughest defensive matchups? I was like, what the last Keegan for sure. Like when you talk about like a 3-4 type guy, maybe even a 2 sometimes. Keon, he wasn't even playing half the year. Like he would played for 2 weeks. We didn't see him for 4 weeks. Then he came back in like at the end of the season. So De'Aaron Fox, and there's numerous times when De'Aaron Fox takes that assignment towards the end. Same thing, and it's not just the De'Aaron Fox argument, it's an SGA argument. Yes, Lou Dort was taking some of the assignments as well, off the top perimeter guy, but SGA was a problem. I watched the games. It was a problem for people to try to drive to the basket on. He was at the top of the league in steals. De'Aaron Fox led the league in steals, and being a great defender isn't just on-ball defense.
Yeah.
It's help defense. It's understanding passing lanes and all that other stuff. Sometimes when you're just the guy that plays the passing lanes, no, and you lead the league in steals, like Allen Iverson. Allen Iverson wasn't a great defender. He played the passing lanes well, led the league in steals a couple times, but I wouldn't label him a great defender. But I'm watching the games. I see Fox's on-ball defense. I'm seeing his help side defense. I'm seeing the way he pays the passing lanes. He does it all. Same with SGA.
And that's the other thing is this acknowledgement of being one of the 10 best defensive players in the game. Is it a feel? Is it stats? I saw our man Tony Harvey and a number of people in the chatty house talking about Domas probably got votes for rebounding. It's a league leader in rebounding. And like you could look at history and say, yeah, the league leader in rebounding usually gets a lot of acknowledgement for what their contributions are on the defensive end. I guess that shifted when Domantas Sabonis started leading the league in rebounding.
Right.
But what if it's not rebounding and it's not steals? What are we measuring? Let's look at this list one last time. How many times did we see Victor Wembanyama?
4.
You don't have to answer because it was a million.
You mean? I thought you meant against the Kings.
No. I
Just
mean,
in general, yeah.
Victor Wembanyama all over the place. Minnesota was a team everyone was watching because of Ant-Man and because of expectation.
And also, it was their year. These awards things and being
Minnesota,
fair,
sure.
Fair, it was the Kings' year last
Absolutely.
year. The Kings swept all that stuff last year. This year was Minnesota's year.
Yeah, absolutely. But they're Jaden and Rudy are deserving of this.
Absolutely.
It's not a beat. Miami, Eastern Conference champions, like they're going to get run. New Orleans, everybody was watching for them to see whether they were going to implode or explode, like what was going to happen with the Pelicans. The Lakers, Jesus, give me a break. The outlier here really is Chicago.
Yeah.
Caruso was all first team last year. So he's kind of brought in like, oh, no, Caruso's still that dude on the defensive end.
Yeah.
Cool. Again, none of this is to say they're not deserving. It's to say, what are we measuring? What are we watching? What are we looking for? How do we say who the 10 best defensive players are? And you look at the teams, you look at who cast these votes, and you look at the teams that these players are on. The Lakers, the Spurs, the Timberwolves, the Celtics, hell, even Orlando. Orlando was the 3 seed the whole year. Orlando was like we expected them to be good, maybe not quite 3 seed good, but they weren't what Sacramento was. Where did this piece of crap team come from? God, they're gonna suck next year. No, Orlando. Oh, yay, Orlando's good. I can't wait for this. Yay, Paolo. Maybe you have to have a number 1 pick on your roster to get respect. Because I can't figure out what the difference is. Everybody's got Orlando's future bright as hell. But y'all didn't have that same energy for Sacramento last year.
Right.
But I guess we just couldn't get the number 1 pick. I guess that's what you need.
That must be the X factor in all this.
I don't know. I don't know basketball, man. I don't know how this works.
But like you said, like you just broke down, I look at a guy like Caruso, and he's a hell of a defender. He's a great on-ball defender. Great in every way you play defense. So he's definitely deserving of it. I'm just saying, me personally, my criteria, and look, you can take away De'Aaron Fox if you want to, because him and Caruso, their teams had the same type of season. You know what I mean? Like playing one, it wasn't like De'Aaron was on this super winner, but SGA, I look at him and look at what he's able to do on the defensive end. And I lend more credence. It's more impressive to me and stands out more to me when you got a true two-way player than one of the top perimeter defenders in the game. And that's where, if I had a vote, which I don't, that's where I would lend my vote to, is if I got one of those guys. Like we talk about this with Anthony Edwards. That's what makes him so impressive. The fact that he is Anthony Edwards on the offensive end. And then on the defensive end, he gets after it like a Caruso.
Yeah.
He gets after it like Jaden McDaniels.
He's going to be on this list.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's just something that I tend to lean towards when I look at those type of things. If those type of players are out there. But all these guys, once again, much like we're having a conversation, we're talking about sports, much like Jokic winning the MVP. It's not that Jokic wasn't deserving.
Yeah.
I would have picked somebody else. It's not like any of these other guys aren't deserving of being all defense. They're absolutely deserving of it. I just had 1 or 2 guys that I probably would have put on there for different reasons.
This will likely be. Did he not get a vote? Oh, there he is. Oh, he got 4 second team votes. Talking about Ant-Man. This is probably the last time Ant-Man isn't on this list. Or if nothing else, it's the last time Ant-Man isn't much, much higher in the voting.
I would agree.
Because I think a lot of people's eyes are getting open to what a great defender he is. And I don't think that's a stretch. But he's also, and I think you'll like this term because I think you were the first person I heard use it. I think it might have been about Tyrese. It was about one of the draft picks. Eager defender. I mean, it was Keegan. We were talking to Iowa's coach.
Yeah.
And we were talking about Keegan being an eager defender. When you make the conference finals and the first thing you point out on live television, well, after you say bring your ass, is I got Kyrie.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. That's different. That's different. For him to say, yo, I got Kyrie, that's my assignment. I can't wait. Yo, that's different.
Yeah.
And that's like I said, I think this might be the last time we don't see Anthony Edwards on this list, or if not very, very high on this list. He's a Giannis, Olajuwon Jordan dual award winner capable type player.
I agree with you 100%. And I much like you, I don't know exactly what I was looking for the criteria for to be on here, but I do think like it's important for guys like Caruso and Drew Holiday and maybe Jaden McDaniels, whoever, to get this type of recognition, because I talk about not being a two-way player. Maybe they sacrifice what they could do on the offensive end to take on the role of being a defender. And these are things that should be praised and should be taught to, the youth and all this. Look, yeah, he could average 20, but he's going to take a role, that has him playing more defense to help the team. And because these kids don't ever want to play defense. So like that should be embraced. But I also think that being a two-way player at a high level should also be celebrated and should also be looked at as something that we should bring light to. And when those guys are doing that, like Ant's going to do or has done, but he's going to get acknowledged for it next year and years beyond, I think that's important too. To look at a guy like Ant, be like, yo, this guy, not only is he averaging 27 a night, but he's locking up on the other end too. I think that should be celebrated. Because it's difficult.
Absolutely.
It is difficult. It is very hard to do.
I just love that he's excited about it. That's the thing I can't get over.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know I was excited for the Timberwolves Mavericks until the Timberwolves won. I was like, yo, this might be a little something.
Did you agree with the tweet I had a little bit after that the game was over?
Mm-hmm.
Not the Tupac one, but the
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah,
the Angel.
Yeah, this is gonna be Angel and Caitlin all over again.
So I need you to explain a little bit further.
All right, we'll break it down.
Okay.
We'll
Is it the obvious?
Yeah.
Okay, because I have a follow-up then.
Okay.
Because I saw it and I was like, oh. And I was like, wait. So I got a follow-up.
Yeah.
We will talk about it.
Okay.
My initial thing is no, I don't agree, but only after thinking about it for a split second. But we'll break it down. We'll talk more. Phone lines are open for you as always. 916-909-1320. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines, over 80 table games, and the Humidor Cigar Lounge.
Yeah, man.
Y'all know what it is, man. If you're 21 and over, it's Sky River Casino. We're back with more here on ESPN 1320.
I just don't get F1. Sorry, Tribal Chief. But I also don't like NASCAR.
You love
racing
that stuff.
stinks, bro. Like, keep it a bug. You like it, but
Drew, you good over there? I got alerted to something. Everything good? Like, we love y'all. Y'all don't have to respond to them. If they upset, let them be upset. Y'all don't have to worry nothing about them. John, Drew, Serial Connection. How many accounts does Manny have? I thought anything that said connection was Manny, but I saw audio connection earlier. I know there's a mattress connection.
we got one for the Pocket Watchers, Manny support mom, Top You support group.
I just thought those were all Manny, but I know he can't change them that quick.
He's everywhere. We ain't never there.
See, there is Serial Connection right there.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the Serial Connection is back, but I swear I saw audio connection earlier. I guess I just assumed it was Manny. Maybe it wasn't. Or maybe Manny's got a phone, a computer, an iPad.
Hey, man, all you guys that like F1, that's dope. That's dope. I'm glad you
I wish I could get into it. People, it's one of those things where people seem so excited about it, but I just don't.
I've tried with the F1. I didn't
it.
watch that Netflix show. I just watched the racing and stuff.
Yeah.
Man.
I heard the
It's not
Netflix
for me,
show
I
was
don't
really
think.
good.
Yeah.
I mean,
People say to watch that, then watch F1, but
I don't want to watch people driving in a circle for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to say what's the point. I'm not interested in
No,
that.
I got you.
Like, yeah.
the NASCAR fights are always funny. Did you guys see that video?
Yeah. Yeah. I love supercars. Ah, that's cool. That's cool.
Maybe we can get you, James, and Kenny to race your Teslas this summer.
No.
Oh, brother, boy, you towing the line today. You might get your ass cursed out and blocked.
Who?
No, brother, man. He in here starting
Oh.
shit.
F1
And
more interesting.
being a
than last
contrarian, but nah, he was talking shit earlier. So just calm down. Just calm down. Calm your ass. TC, you just never know what day it is. That's the tough part with me. Some days I'll be cool. Some days don't bother me. I don't think I'm in a don't bother me mood today, but it can change like that. I'm all right though. I'm good.
All good, guys. Celtics play at 5. We'll all be chill later.
They need to do what they're supposed to do.
They will. I'm not liking the whole Pacers can give them a run talk.
Hey, shout out to our girl Jill Adge. Her and her family going through a little something right now. Not a little something. Her and her family going through something. So shout out to our girl Jill Adge.
Shout out to her, man. Prayers up, man.
One of the most positive Kings fans and one of the best basketball minds you'll find on Twitter, man. So sending our girl some love.
Absolutely.
You asked before the break
about Luka and Ant.
Yeah, Luka and Ant.
Yeah.
And I said that being another version of Angel and Caitlin.
Yeah. And I asked you, is it the obvious, which is the kind of racial component to it? And I thought, oh, man, he could be onto something. Then I thought, wait, he just beat Nikola Jokic. And I thought, well, that could have been, Angel and Caitlin. And so I thought,
very true.
I was like,
you think
I feel you.
You think
but
they
I don't
love
think
Jokic
so.
like they love Luka though? I mean,
I
and what I mean,
think so.
I don't
so.
even mean like racial, like just like basketball media.
People.
And stuff like that.
Yeah. I do. Yeah, I do.
You think? No, I'm saying like you think they
love you.
You think they love him more? You think they love Luka? Wait, how do I phrase that? Let's restart it.
Okay.
Do you think?
Welcome back to D-Lo and KC.
Do you think they love Jokic or Luka better? Like which one?
It's a photo finish, and I wouldn't know who to call the winner for. Like I think it might be Jokic if I'm being completely honest. Like it might be Jokic, but I also don't feel like there's. You tell me if I'm off in this assessment. Any hate towards Ant-Man?
No,
it felt like there was a little venom towards Angel.
Yeah, that is a difference. That's a good point. That is a difference. They did not like Angel.
Yeah, they didn't. There was venom.
Yeah.
There was venom because she showed up, Caitlin, and they took exception to that. And I think part of that too is Angel's probably not like the tier player.
Yeah, she's not as good in women's college basketball as Ant-Man.
But
is.
Right. Yeah, thank you for phrasing that better than I could have. Yeah. So I think that heightened the venom towards her, and women's college basketball is also different.
Right.
It's not the NBA. So I saw the post and I immediately thought, oh man, and then I thought no, because he just beat Jokic, like that's impossible. So I'm gonna lean towards no, but I don't think you're thinking especially your initial thinking is wrong.
This would maybe be more like Juju versus Caitlin, like where the people people love Juju, right? Like there's
Yeah.
they love Juju. They're like, no, she's the one. Even if they like Caitlin Moore or something like that, or when Juju played Paige or whatever, it was not Juju's the one. I just like this person a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think that's thinking about it and hearing you speak about it as well. I think that's more so what this series is going to be, at least from the start. But Ant-Man say whatever, bro.
It could depend how, like, it could depend on how each of them play.
If he call out another courtside guy.
No. No. Yeah. Ant-Man. Yeah, Ant-Man's wild.
I need legends to get that one.
Oh, please.
I think they do have.
Oh, I don't think so.
Legends. Give me the audio.
I don't think they have that one, do they? I watched they reposted the Draymond Green one. I watched that 10 times.
That was a good one. I saw that when you retweeted.
They got Jokic.
Yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah.
Why did you wave at the crowd? I love Jokic. He's so innocent. Why did you wave at the crowd? Hey, don't do that.
Look at the score.
I like that. But I like that. Jokic is representing for his city, man. I like that.
Nah, I mean, I don't.
And I love that Ant-Man's like, look at the scoreboard, son.
I don't not like that, but that's one you, in my opinion, you just gotta let go.
I don't disagree. Ain't nobody worried about you. I promise you that. Oh, I love that one. If it let me retweet it again, I will.
I'll retweet it for
get it back to the top of get it back on everybody's timeline.
He thought he was gonna punk Ant-Man, man. Nobody worried about you, and then dunked on everybody.
He said, "What you gonna do about it?" Like, bro, go sit your ass in at the house.
Oh man,
let's get Buddha in here. 916-909-1320. Buddha, what's good, baby?
What's up, my good brothers? How y'all?
We good, man. How you doing, bro?
Hey, yo, bro, I'm doing amazing, man.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
For sure. Another day, another million. But I got a question for y'all, man. Would y'all take Keldon Johnson for Kevin Huerter in the 13th pick? Because Keldon Johnson, he averaged 15 this year, and 15, 5, and 2. And that's decent numbers, 45% field goal percentage. And like he took a little back road, don't being the sixth man this year. And the Spurs, they got a lot of picks this year, so they ain't gonna have a lot of space on their roster. So maybe they want to get off of a player like that. Would you guys do that or what?
I see you working, man. I like Keldon Johnson. I like his game.
And man, shout out to Buddha who brought in something we were talking about yesterday. You know, Keldon signed. So he's got a couple of years in that 17 and a half range.
Keldon Johnson could have the same type of impact, but like he could jump on the scene and do a lot more than even people expected, a la PJ Washington. You know what I mean? A guy that I think Keldon is a little bit more heralded in San Antonio than PJ was in Washington. You know, PJ had moments, but
Charlotte.
I mean, what else in Washington? In Charlotte than PJ was in Charlotte. PJ had moments where he was like, yo, this guy can really play. But then he had other moments where he was like benched and wasn't getting no playing time. So for him to come to Dallas and do what he was able to do since the trade, it's surprised. He's exceeded expectations.
I think for some people it's easier. It's like no matter what argument you want to make regarding PJ Washington as a player, you can justify it by being in Charlotte. Like, man, PJ's really good, but he's stuck in Charlotte. He's got these ups and downs of the flows of the team. He might even check out, but PJ's really good. Or, man, PJ stinks. The only reason he's putting up numbers is because he's in Charlotte. So, like, no matter what side of the argument no matter how you feel about PJ Washington, you probably could have framed an argument based on him being in Charlotte. We liked him. We always thought he would really, really work here. Keldon, though, because he's in San Antonio, you don't have that. Like, you can feel like you have a pretty good grasp of who Keldon Johnson is as a player now. And if you're a really savvy front office, you could probably get a decent feel for what you think Keldon Johnson will be in the future if you think it's going to be different. Now you could now to Buddha's trade proposal, that could work for or against you. But I've always liked Keldon Johnson. I like the idea of if the Kings make a trade, to trade for a player that you aren't freaking out about signing, in 7 months or whatever. I don't know if he's, again, we have these conversations about a move and the move. Keldon might fall in between.
Yeah, but you never really know. He could get in this situation and really excel.
Absolutely.
But without knowing, I agree with what you're saying. Like it's kind of middle of the pack type deal, but it's a little safe, because he is locked up, long term, and you wouldn't be giving up. You'd be giving up the 13th pick, but and there's the thing you never know. Like, do you believe the 13th pick in this draft will ever be as good or better than Keldon Johnson? And obviously you don't know, but my first thought is no.
Well, I feel like with that question too, it's more so like, will the 13th pick be better than Keldon Johnson right now? Because we can't just be having you sit on the bench for the next 3 years. By that time, we're cooked.
That's a good point. Like in the next 2-3 years, is that 13th pick going to get you 15-5? I don't know. I really like that idea though. I like Keldon Johnson. 24 years old too. Pretty young.
Yeah.
Pretty young.
Yeah, 24 years old. He's 5 years in the league, already signed his second deal. Is Keldon a we lost Malik thing, or you can have him, it's still a solid move if you re-sign Malik?
Oh, it's definitely a solid move, even with Malik. Like this is something that,
because what popped up while I was doing
I saw everybody out there, but I'm not buying none of that. I just don't think he's getting that much money.
Well, no, I'm talking about the D'Angelo Russell.
Oh, I did not see that.
Yeah, we got another D'Lo report.
They had some.
There was another
stuff on Monk.
There was another D'Angelo Russell report.
What that one say? I didn't see that one.
Yeah, Orlando.
Well,
Orlando's monitoring the situation, which is so funny because they're like, well, if he chooses to opt out, come on, man. Don't act like you can't call his agent and say, hey, if he opts out, we got you, dog.
I mean, come on. Once again, D'Lo and KC.
Again,
who's talking about that?
Again, the Malik Monk report, and you were the first one to point this out, is not out there. I have not gotten a push notification about Malik Monk and the Orlando Magic yet.
There's been three other players that have been linked to the Magic.
Which doesn't mean they're not interested.
Right.
It means they like a couple of other guys so much, they're telling all their buddies in the media.
Yeah, and it goes back to what we talked about a couple of weeks ago is, like you said, they may like Malik Monk, but he might be 4th or 5th on their list. And how does that work come day one of free agency and negotiating, and they, put out an offer to, player X, and they've got to wait 2 or 3 days, and Malik Monk got to wait a couple of days. Like, how does that play out? So I was talking about one of the NBA writers talked about earlier today that it was just like vague. It wasn't even a report. It was basically just saying like Malik Monk could get $25 million a year. Teams that may be interested are Orlando, Philly. Who was the other team? I think San Antonio was
OKC was in there too.
OKC was in there. And it was like, okay, all right, they might be. I don't think he's getting $25 million a year though. That's the whole thing about it.
You replace Josh Giddey with Malik Monk?
I would price Josh Giddey with a lot of players.
Yeah, I do. If I'm
saying,
I'm just
thinking because
Sam Presti, you can sign me up for that right now.
Say because it's looking like they might move off of Giddey or whatever. I think.
Also, though, as Malik's representative, you can go there. You can go to Oklahoma City. You'll have a role. You'll be good. But know that you're not Shea.
Yeah,
you're not Chet.
No. And here's the deal with that as I think about the team building aspect of it for OKC. And mind you, I want Malik to stay in Sacramento, so I'm going to find ways why it's not going to work everywhere.
Also, what you want to go to the movies every day?
KD got out there. He said, I'm tired of smoking hookah. That's all I can do.
They took KD's restaurant away when he left.
But So if I'm OKC, I'm looking at a finishing lineup of SGA, Jalen, Dort, Monk, and Chet. When you're already a team that's dealing with size, that doesn't seem to work. And I'm gonna give Monk $25 million a year for that finishing lineup. I don't think that works. You're dynamic on the scoring end, but you're small defensively and small on the boards, which is a big problem that you just had in this past series.
That's a good call.
So
sorry, Malik. That's just not the spot.
We're gonna close that door, bro.
Yeah, sorry, man. We'll keep looking for you. We'll keep looking for you, dog. But all signs are pointing to Sacramento.
Why make $25 million when you can make all the vibes in the world here?
Yeah,
man, vibes. And then securing the Monk, who was out here doing God's work this morning, said, "I think Philly works," and Philly could work. I don't know. I mean, you could have like
Philly could definitely Philly definitely works.
But you could have it could be like a Portland situation with Dame and CJ with Maxey and Monk. There's kind of and you got Joel, I know, but
I don't think that's the move for Philly either.
I don't think so either.
That's not getting you to the Eastern Conference Finals.
No, we just re-signed Buddy.
Well, there you go. I mean, hey, Buddy Hield's bidding more.
Buddy Hield bidding more. Philadelphia and Orlando. Let's go. Let's go.
So
shout out securing the Monk.
I think of all, and then Detroit, like, no, don't even.
No. Malik, sir, absolutely not.
Give them the wrong number. Like,
you go to Detroit, bro. It's nice knowing you.
And you do not want to go to their version of Malik's that we create. You don't want to do that. Meech and T will show up though.
Hey, it'll be popping.
And then you'll be in season 20 of BMF because I'm convinced that show's gonna run forever.
Why stop? We still watching.
That's true. I hate it.
I'm gonna watch.
I went into this season knowing that show was trash and still watched the entire season.
It's gotten worse.
Way worse.
Like when at first I was like, it's a good
it's
show.
like 50's leaning into hey, the show is ass. Like, no, it's funny. Like, how much worse can we make it?
That show has gotten worse.
What show had M? Was that BMF where they had him play White Boy Rick for like a cameo? That was BMF, right?
I think you're right.
Remember.
Yeah, if you blinked, you missed it. Like M was in
because he played White Boy Rick or whatever, right?
Yeah.
I think that was BMF.
Yeah.
Let me see. Because now I gotta see this. I guess I did blink.
I remember. Like, was that M?
I remember that clip on Twitter.
Yeah, they said BMF cameo.
Yeah, it was. And man, that is the very definition of a cameo.
You go.
That's it. That's the only time he's in it. Is the scene that you're looking at right there.
He was at a Malik's type place.
See, don't go there, Malik. Don't go there. Just find a nice little spot for you in downtown.
That's hilarious.
We'll get our crew HOF on it, and you'll be just fine.
Malik's is gonna be popping.
It's gonna be popping indeed.
Detroit don't even pick up the phone. I don't know where the best fit outside of Sacramento is for Malik. Orlando would be up there. I think Orlando's a good fit. I just don't think it's the fit that they need.
Why?
Because I think they need shooting.
Okay.
They need shoot, and it's not that Malik can't shoot, but you need like a dead eye shooter out there,
buddy. You need a flamethrower, I believe, is what you're trying to show her.
Buddy Hield.
Thank you so much for that. 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
He said, Buddy Hield, flamethrower. Jalen, if you don't knock it off, hey, Kenny, it's all up, bro. I'm just tapping in with the homie. I'm like, man, you good, bro? That's all it was.
I'm straight. You know what I'm saying? It's all good, man. I'm blessed and highly favored, man. It's good.
I know. It's all good, man. Well, y'all too, bro. But let's check it out, man. Hey, like I said before, bro, the move's got to be like a move. The move's got to be made rather like, I think we got to start moving. I think money had to start moving like, okay, whether Monk's going to be here or not, I got to make moves. Not saying that he's not, but, like, we can't get tied up on, like, if Monk's coming back. Like, I'm with you, Kenny. Like, take the 78, Malik. What was James saying? Was that a 2+1 or was it 2+2? Like, I guess you
2+1.
Okay, so, Malik, you're getting 2 bags, bro. We can give this to you right now, and then we also going to extend you and give you a bigger bag, bro. So stay in sack. If you're not trying to take that, bro, then, I mean, I mean, more
Okay, now
power
settle
to you.
down. Don't hey,
Don't throw no threats out.
Yeah, I don't know what you was about to say next, TC, but settle down.
Don't threaten the man here.
Talk about, well, good riddance. We didn't want you here anyway. No, TC, sit down. Sit down. I do think it's funny, though, is and TC, I hear you, but everything has to start with Malik. Like Malik certainly isn't the only move you make, but it's the first move that you make. It's the first thing that you get solidified is what you do, what's happening there, and then that dictates a lot moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. Like the trade talks can be happening right now. We don't know what Malik is doing.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
I'm gonna line this trade up right
Absolutely.
now. That isn't gonna be dependent on what goes on with Malik Monk.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm getting Brandon Ingram in here regardless.
Is that 2+1 deal that TC brought up? Is that actually realistic from Malik Monk
like
to
to
do?
me, no, it's not.
Because like the whole like, oh yeah, like we'll give you another deal. Not saying like TC specifically, but I've seen like, oh yeah, the Kings will give him another bag or whatever. It's like we've seen teams or whatever like turnover on their players. Like, yeah, it didn't work out or whatever. Like just not what you expect. Not saying it's gonna happen here with Malik, but we've seen that story over and over. It's honestly a cautionary tale, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean,
I wouldn't advise it with it being a 2+1. Like if it was a potentially 2+2 where you can lock down that 78 regardless, then yeah, that's the move to make. But 2+1 is a little trickier.
Because say you take the 2+1, Kings miss the playoffs 1 year, make it, and it's just kind of like, oh, I don't know what this build is. Like, are we really gonna pay Malik Monk again? Like, we don't really know where we're at. Like, it just doesn't work that way, I don't think.
Now, here's what I would say towards that is the still like I'm gonna assume that Malik Monk is the same player, you know, that he was, right? Like he didn't fall off or nothing like that. He's the same player, 15, 16 points per game, you know, electric. And the Kings are like, man, we moving in a different direction because you know, this just ain't working. You know, we're not getting the to the playoffs, all this other stuff. The other teams would probably still want him. Like you still getting that $100 million bag.
Yeah, well, I mean, like that's fair, but like right now you got 4 teams that like they have a need for your type of player or whatever. They have money to give you. Like a couple years from now, it might not be the same situation where you got 4 teams that could really use you or anything like that.
True, but that the whole basis with the 2 years is that's when that new money come in. So everybody gonna have money.
Well, the whole basis for the 2 years is it doesn't matter what the other teams want. It's a commitment. It's a wink commitment from Sacramento that you get the maximum contract that you can get from us in 2 years.
Well, that's the thing though. Like they can wink all they want, but like we don't know if that's going to be the same case 2 years from now or whatever. I'm only talking from a league side of it or whatever. Like,
for sure.
Why would you take that?
They're not. You're right. And it's in no walk of life do we tell people no, don't take that pay raise. No, John Poles. No, securing the Monk. Don't take that pay raise. Stay at your job. It allows you to be a part of the chatty house. If you take the new job where you make more money, you won't be able to be in the chatty house every day.
Yeah.
Sports is the only walk of life where we tell people, no, you don't want to do that. Don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, but they're different though. Like I ain't gonna say a lot of people hate their jobs, but the last job that I was at, I'll just use that example. Like I took less money to come and do this because I wanted to be here.
And how hard was that though? Well, all right, maybe.
Go with the bit, bro. It was difficult. I hated it.
No, well, no,
I contemplated it for weeks.
No, it wasn't okay. So maybe it wasn't difficult to leave the job, but hey man, I can only order 1 pair of shoes this month instead of 3.
It was 0.
Well.
There was a risk involved. There was a risk involved for sure, and you have to weigh that in. And that's the same thing Malik's got to do. If you take less money or stay or something like that, there's a risk involved. You could get injured and maybe never recoup that type of money again. So I get it. I do. I understand what you're saying for sure.
Like this all could have failed. Like that's what Malik. Like this could all fail. And then what? It was the same thing with us. If we didn't start the chatty house, this thing might have failed.
Yeah.
If we didn't live stream, this thing could be over by now.
The thing about it though is we're talking it's still less money. But if it's 4 and 100 compared to 4 and 78, like I understand that. But if it's 4 and 80.
Yeah.
Compared
Okay,
to
well, that's
4,
different.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah,
I think that's more along lines of what he's going to get. 4 and 100 is $25 million a year.
Yeah.
I don't think that's what's going to be on the table.
Well, and I don't understand why a team, Oklahoma City, for example, I guess you could use Orlando too, where a team like that close is going to use that much money on a player that it's the Kings are looking for they're looking for like an upper echelon player. Those other teams are probably just looking for additions. Oklahoma City's looking for an addition. They have their upper echelon group, and that group is still developing.
Right.
The Orlando group is still developing. They're looking for additions to the roster that they have that's in development. We're talking about Keegan emerging and being, the third man here. They're still watching their star. They're one. Both of those teams, as a matter of fact, Oklahoma City and Orlando, develop from these guys are stars into potential like superstars, like the upper echelon of the league guys. One of those guys might already be there in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Paolo Banchero is not far off. If he's not there now, he's about to take that next step up into that upper room. Upper room.
The other thing that, and Rory would love this talk, is
now shout out Rory.
And you brought up a good point just now. If you're talking about Orlando and OKC, you got other contracts coming up. Do you want to pay $25 million here, knowing in OKC's case, you got a crazy extension coming up for SGA? Jalen Williams is going to be up. I think you got some time on Chet.
Yeah.
But that's when the whole luxury tax thing comes into play, right? And,
well, sort of.
Well, the cap is going to go up.
Yeah.
Cap's going to go up for sure. But same thing with Orlando. Paolo, Franz Wagner, Jalen Suggs. Those three guys are guys that you want there, and you're going to have to pay top dollar. You're going to give $25 million. Like you got to start preparing yourself a little bit for that.
And all indications are, I think it was Matt George that shared this with us, because if I remember correctly, it was part of a Locked On Kings podcast, that they want to take care of Jalen. And the idea of paying Malik more than Jalen is something they're not entertaining. And Jalen Suggs, I think, we'll reconfirm with Matt. Matt's birthday, by the way, is coming up on Thursday.
Oh, snap.
If I was him, I wouldn't be on the show, but I don't know. Maybe Matt celebrates his birthday differently. I thought he said it was like 18 to 20 million is what they were looking at for Jalen. That could be off, but
that sounds about right.
It checks out.
That's a good amount.
Which means, like, if you see those guys on the same tier, they're equal. That's 18 to 20 million. That's your Sacramento contract.
Yeah, if I was a Magic fan, I would love Jalen Suggs. It's almost like
absolutely
what he does on the defensive end is what Malik does on the offensive end for us.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the reasons why we love Malik Monk here the way we do. If I was a Magic fan, I absolutely would want Jalen Suggs being a part of what we're trying to build. Not saying I don't want Malik, but it better not come at the cost of Suggs' playing time or his role or him even being on the team.
Yeah, we're not buying season tickets, Magic owner, so figure it out.
Is this upcoming season the turning point for the Sacramento Kings? Thought that was a great question Jesse asked, and we'll bring that to you when Dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento's sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Karen DeMunk, maybe even Klay Thompson. Maybe us Magic goes for Klay Thompson.
What's that? Well, that's wild. Funny thing about Radio Wars was our crew created a shirt and we just sold it.
Yeah, honestly. I mean, really.
We didn't design that. And if you're upset people bought it,
talk to the audience.
I don't know what to tell you. Like, that's long been explained. The 209ers got together with Johnny G and had some alcohol flowing, and thus it was created. But, I think I'd kind of chuckle if someone made a fuck 1320 t-shirt. But I don't know.
I said yesterday, make your own.
I guess we're just different.
They got beef brewing with KBR 95.7.
Well,
it's getting crazy.
Yo, let's meet in the streets. We've been listening to Kendrick and Drake way too much. Because the one thing we can tell you from our end, don't do that sneak diss and shit. Don't do that. And really don't do it thinking we're not going to find out.
We hear everything.
Because we've been good, but that shit can change quick. You know what, Lazy? I'm gonna get back to this. This is in the notes. This is in the notes. We'll talk about it.
I think I saw an article that threw in a Pat Riley comparison to JJ.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a lot.
Yeah.
Quiddy's ready. Quiddy said, who sneaked this?
Hey. Yeah, I talked about this on 102.5 today. Go ahead.
I was just gonna tell Dr. David, I was this close, boy. I was this close. I took a picture.
It wasn't even the bar graph I want. It's what I told Complex yesterday. I'm gonna get the numbers because there's this. I've told y'all before. There's this thing where like people allude to like numbers, but no one says what they are. We looked at them yesterday. It was like 4.3 to 0.6.
What if we all just come to the table and post our numbers together?
Yeah, like you want to talk about splits? You signed to win it. That signed to win it. That signed to win it. Like, what you talking about? Don't do that.
What?
We're a top 10 show in this market. You're not even on the fucking register.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Like I said, they allude to these numbers, man. Post your numbers, man.
Yeah,
That's good.
People allude to shit because it's like no one's gonna post this. Yo, it's 4.3 to 0.6. That's just the recent one. Come on, man. Don't do that.
I'm looking right now. I'm looking right now.
It's like I said, what I'm gonna do not rooting for those two brothers, man. But don't do that.
And I've said a number of times. We've said a number of times. I got love for everybody over there.
Yeah, well, that shit can change.
I got love for everybody.
Yeah, that
over
shit
there.
can change though.
Ain't nothing personal, but like I said, let's just be real with it. Just be real with it, man. That's all it is. Just be real. Like I said, I'm looking at the numbers right now, right here in front of me. We know what it is. We know what time it is.
I think so too. I like the little rollout they're doing. I think it's gonna have like a cinematic feel to it. I like that. I'm excited for it. I'm curious to see it. Look, it sounds like he's dropping a single at the end of the month, so I'm curious what that looks like.
About a week or two ago, they were on NFL Live talking about T. Higgins because we're looking at the screen right now. It says T. Higgins is not signed his $21.8 million franchise tag.
Not unusual, by the way.
And they had I think it was ESPN or NFL Live put out a tweet talking about things got heated on the set of NFL Live as they discussed T. Higgins' contract situation. It's like 3-4 minute clip. I was like, all right, let me see what's going on. Schefter was there, and like I saw it, I think during the show, and Schefter was talking real fast. I was like, oh, I got to go back and like listen to this. It wasn't heated at all. It was just a conversation.
Well, they got you to listen. They got you to listen.
Me. It wasn't heated at all. Schefter's whole point was, it's not even that big of a deal, but he was just saying like T. Higgins if they try to franchise him or he's a free agent, if he's got week 8, if he's nicked up a little bit, we've seen guys say, all right, yeah, I'm not playing today because I got to worry about this offseason.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I'm a little nicked up. I'm faking it. I'm really nicked up, and I'm not going to push through it right now. For what? I got a big free agent. And Dan Orlovsky was like, no, because he needs to have the numbers to have a big offseason.
Of course it was Orlovsky. Well, I don't know why I guess it's content, so you do it, but why would T. Higgins sign his franchise tender? Now, the second he signs it, he now needs to be like at every day of training camp. That's why so often you see guys sign these tenders right at the end of training. Or how much training camp do I want to do? How long is training camp? 4 weeks? I'll do like 2. And you'll sign it halfway through training. That's not unusual. Signing it today, that's unusual. Signing it 2 weeks into training camp is not.
And when you sign,
but we do this every year.
When you sign the franchise, you can still negotiate a contract, right?
There's a window.
Okay.
There's a window to negotiate a contract. That I believe it closes before the start of the regular season. But there is a window to negotiate a contract. Yes. Dealing with KC here, along with the Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress, your locally owned and operated mattress retailer. This Memorial Day, get the most out of a good night's sleep on a Sealy Stearns and Foster, or a Tempur-Pedic mattress, or a Beauty Rest Black, or Matthews Mattress has their own Matthews Mattress.
No, don't sleep on that.
No, that's exactly what you do is you sleep on it, and it's fire.
No, you absolutely sleep on it.
There are some situations where that phrase doesn't work, sir.
That's right.
We absolutely, thank you. Thank you. We
absolutely.
You know what? Never mind.
This is why they don't sell anything for us.
That's fine. That's good. Matthew, we'll just start over, Matthew. I'm sorry, Kevin and Kristen. My apologies.
Oh, man.
Go to MatthewsMattress.com and don't sleep on their mattresses.
No, you better go stay overnight tonight, bro.
Yeah, don't sleep on that Beauty Rest Black, boy. Woo! Wow.
Oh, man, the wording is crazy. They also got the Memorial Day sale going on right now, man. It is the week of Memorial Day weekend, and they got the special 60-month special financing with no money down on approved credit with equal monthly payments required.
If you're looking for a mattress, now is the time to get one. Take advantage of these sales. Take advantage of these opportunities. We talk about Sealy, Beauty Rest, Tempur-Pedic. You could pick. Matthews Mattress has their own brand of Matthews mattresses. They're phenomenal. Find the location nearest you. They got one out by KC in Elk Grove. They got one by me out here in Roseville, and they got 8 more everywhere in between. Find the one nearest you at MatthewsMattress.com. Please tell them you're part of the Chatty House and D-Lo and KC.
That's what I'm about to say. Don't forget, man. Tell them D-Lo and KC sent you. Tell them you're part of the Chatty House. I'm telling you don't want to sleep on this.
No, that's a good way to do it. Double down. No, double down. That's good.
We're sorry, Matthews Mattress.
It worked for Matt George, so that's fine.
They need to put a shirt. Make it a shirt, Matthews Mattress. Matthews Mattress. Don't sleep on us.
Maybe don't sleep on us, but hey, sleep on us.
Put it on a shirt.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Is this upcoming season, is this the turning point for the Sacramento Kings? We're talking about you've got a situation. We don't know how it's going to develop over the course of the next few weeks, few months with Mike Brown. You got a team that went from 48 wins to 46 wins, who in year one, the 48 win season, people will tell you they left some games on the table at the end of the season because they were shutting down. They were solidified. They weren't fighting for a spot anywhere like they were this year. Like they were the 3 seed and nothing was going to change.
You can make an argument that's a true, like that's a 50-win team.
You could. You could. De'Aaron and a number of other Kings will tell you they left games on the table this year. And De'Aaron went so far as to say, if we did what we were supposed to do from the free throw line, we're a 50-win team. They didn't. In either situation, they weren't a 50-win team year one. They weren't a 50-win team year two. But we, and I'm sure they, believe that year one, if they had run through the tape, they could have. De'Aaron was the one who said, yeah, we could have and should have been better than we were. Well, you're not to label anyone as an excuse making. You're out of excuses here. You're like the slack on the rope. It's tightened up a little bit. Like you can't. That's not a conversation piece. What you should have done or what you could have done isn't a conversation piece anymore. It can't be a conversation piece anymore, I should say. This to me feels like a year where, okay, if you think you were this in year one, we'll use the term 50-win team. You were a 50-win team in year one, but you didn't for this reason. You believe you could have been a 50-win team in year two, but you weren't for this reason. Okay. You need to be a 50-win team this season.
100%. 100%. This year, this upcoming year is akin to the offseason going into the year they make the playoffs. Remember, it felt like, I think the phrasing was the end of the last year they didn't make the playoffs. I was on here and I was like, it can't turn to 17. Like it just can't.
Yeah.
If it turns to 17, everything is on the table with people that I like, with people that I want to be here for a long time, but everything's on the table. It didn't. They got to the playoffs. They had a sense of urgency. They made some right moves, and they stopped that drought. It almost feels like this upcoming season is the same thing to a certain degree. You miss the playoffs next year. I don't want to say everything's on the table.
No, you could say it. Because so Jesse just put that note to the side, and I read it and thought about it. Like, what does that mean? The turning point. Like, what does this mean? And I started to think through, and I think context is important, and understandably, people hate that. Context to why they didn't win 50 wins the first time. Context to why they didn't do it the second time. That's fine. Context is important. If they're approaching a top 6 spot at 50 wins, and Domas gets hurt the final week of the season, De'Aaron gets hurt the final week of the season, or the final 10 games of the season. Yeah, like context to how things went wrong. That's important. But I did think, do you start to think about life without one of those two guys? Do you start to wonder if that combination doesn't work together? And I don't know the answer to that, because I don't think you can have a conversation. Well, if the Kings miss the playoffs, everything is on the table. That's a fair sentiment on May 21st. Happy birthday to the notorious B.I.G., Christopher Wallace. But it also is, well, they missed the playoffs, and here's the story of the season. Every season has a story. And that's important to this too. Jesse?
Do expectations change if Malik Monk isn't a Sacramento King this season? Do we kind of, all right, give him a year to work or whatever? We kind of took a step back.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Nah, what sucks is if Malik's not back, man, that sucks. All right, Monty, fix it. And that's the true, like, that's another, damaging component to what happened this season. That's another damaging component to losing in the play-in and missing the playoffs. Is you have a situation now that could alter your roster a little bit. It could alter your vibes a little bit, and Monty doesn't get leeway for it.
Right.
Like, okay, hey, it sucks. There was only so much that you could do. Okay, you got to fix it. Like immediately, like right now, you have to fix it. It sucks. We're going to miss Malik. We want him here. But sorry, Monty, you don't get a cushion here. You've got to fix this. And so, no, I don't think nothing changes.
I agree. And it's unfair. It is unfair. It's on fire.
Well,
All right, but that's where they're at right now, and that's the urgency of everything that's going on, man. Like you've got major contracts on the horizon, contract extensions, all this other stuff on the
mhm,
horizon, and you've gotta have a direction. The reason why I hesitate a little bit saying everything's on the table,
mhm.
because I don't see a scenario where if they don't make the playoffs, they trade Fox and Sabonis.
Yeah, I
Remember,
don't think so
or
either.
Fox or Sabonis.
Mhm.
Remember before they made the playoffs, I would say, like when people are like, "Yo, it's this person's fault or this whatever." I'm like, if you want to say De'Aaron Fox is the problem or they need to look at moving him, I'm not here to argue with you. But what I would say is there are about 4 or 5 things that you can do to this team and this roster and this franchise before you get to trade De'Aaron Fox. That was the absolute last
Yeah.
thing. Like, we have no more hope because we've tried everything else and now we've got to move on. I feel like, and I won't say one is higher than the other, but I'll just say trading either Fox or Sabonis if you don't make the playoffs this year is the last thing on that list. There are other things that you can do to try and fix that roster, other pieces that you can trade, other pieces that you may be looking to move before you get to, all right, man, we just gotta we gotta move either Fox or Sabonis to reset this whole thing. I don't that's what gives me the pause on saying everything's on the table, because I don't think moving on from one of those two would be on the table if you didn't make the playoffs, but everything else would be.
Well, yeah, we know it doesn't start with the players, but like, what is it looking like for Mike Brown if they miss out? I know how we feel
Man.
about that and all that, but like,
Well,
honestly, if they
we
miss out, like he doesn't have a contract extension right now, so like they
yeah,
miss out or whatever, like
well, Jesse, we talked about it, and Damien didn't agree. I understand why, but they don't make the playoffs. Monty and Mike are on the hot seat.
So I would okay, fine. I don't agree, but if we're gonna play this game, Monty's seat would be hotter.
Mm. Mm.
So if you have a fancy car like KC's and
It's
you
not
like
any more
you have
fancier
the,
than yours.
the
Matter
you
of fact,
have the
yours is more fancy. The
you have the
interior is like literally custom
hold on,
made.
let the guy cook, let him cook.
you have the seat warmers. Like Mike is like level 1 of the seat warmer, but Monty's like level 3.
No, I got you. I agree with that as well. Like, Mike is a good coach, and like they missed the playoffs and all that
I think
last year,
Mike's a
but
great coach.
yeah,
Too.
Mike,
My
great coach. Yeah,
opinion.
yeah. Like he's one of the better coaches in the league. It's the more so like he's got to work with something, and I don't think he has everything. Like they haven't maximized it yet. We're still searching for Mike Brown guys and all that.
Hmm.
Yeah. They need just a little bit more talent on this roster, and that's Monty's job.
Because I think if you do get the talent, like you do get in a Brandon Ingram type or even a Kyle Kuzma, like I'm not like, oh, we'll see if they can make the playoffs. Like, oh no, it's go time now. I think that's kind of just what we're missing at that point. Not even specifically like Ingram or Kuzma, but just we need to round out the roster finally.
I mean, because look, as they are, I think we've talked about it before. They're ceiling what they could be. I think they could be a team that is like 5th in the West, as they are. You know what I mean? If you want to raise your floor and your ceiling, that's where you got to get more talent. You know what I mean? You like if you get an Ingram or something like that, it feels like your floor at that point turns into top 6. You know what I mean? And you could get up to the 2nd or 3rd seed at that point. You want to maybe that's what this offseason is about. Maybe I could be wrong. You want to raise your floor. Maybe it's not as important to raise your ceiling as it is to raise your floor.
See,
because I think you got to make the playoffs. I don't think anybody's saying you got to be a 2 seed. Everybody's saying you just got to make the playoffs, and you got to do as much as you can to almost guarantee that.
Isn't your floor already that you're like just a 46, 48 win team? Because like it wasn't great this season. Like we watched them all year. It's like these guys cannot get into the flow of anything. But like they missed playoffs, but they still finished around 46 wins or whatever. We're game out. Like don't we kind of know their floor? More so
Well,
just
no,
because
he's
like
saying it needs to be higher.
Oh, I
Their-
got you.
Their,
I got you.
their
Yeah, yeah,
floor
yeah.
needs to be.
The floor now is like the 10 seed. I don't
got
think
you.
they go below that, but you got to make your floor the 6 seed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. Jesse said something of a phrase. He used a phrase I don't think we've used before. Is Mike Brown guys. Like, what's it? We're searching for a Mike Brown guy. And I don't know who. Well,
Keon Ellis is a Mike Brown guy.
That's what it feels like, right?
Yeah.
Kevin Huerter is not. That's what it feels like. So I went back to look at the 2009-2010 Cleveland Cavaliers team to try to figure out what exactly is a Mike Brown guy. Obviously, you have LeBron James there averaging 29.7 points per game.
My goodness.
But it's you have Mo Williams there, who was a fine scorer. You know, the league was different. He was second on the team with 15.8. Cleveland was not an offensive juggernaut either. That was one of, interestingly enough, the knocks on Mike Brown is he wasn't doing enough for LeBron James offensively, and he wasn't surrounding LeBron James with enough offensively.
Let's do this as you run down that roster.
Mm-hmm.
Mo Williams is closer to Kevin Huerter. I'll tell you who's closer to Kevin Huerter or Keon Ellis.
Antoine Jameson.
Kevin Huerter.
Anderson Varejao.
Keon Ellis.
Anthony Parker. Yes, that's Candace's brother.
Did he play much?
Yeah.
He played 20 minutes a game. 28.
He's probably closer to Keon. He's in the middle, but he's closer to Keon.
Delonte.
Keon, I'd say Keon.
Well, Shaquille O'Neal was on this team.
Well,
Keon Ellis guy right there.
So let's do two more. JJ Hickson,
Huerter,
and Sadrunas Ilgauskas.
I would like to say Huerter, but I think he was like a good rim defender. So
I think the Ilgauskas take is wrong.
You think he's more Keon?
Yeah, and I actually think the Hickson take. You said
I said Kevin Huerter. He's more of an offensive player. We could
really.
I could have made this even more simpler and be like offensive player, defense.
Yeah, no, I know. But it
was a mix.
Feels like
it sounds like there was more of a mix than maybe people remember or anything. Or
but I think what people remember is there was no. If LeBron is De'Aaron, there was no Domas. There wasn't even a Keegan. There were Huerters and Barneses. With all due respect,
they probably look at Big Z as the Sabonis. What was his numbers?
Sure.
What was his numbers?
Well, this year was a bit of a. He was 34 this final year. They did. I always point to this year. Mike won 61 games this year. But Ilgauskas this year played 64 games average.
Eligible.
Well, he only started 6. But like I said,
He only started 6?
He started 6. Remember, Shaquille O'Neal was on this team. I know, but he was. Z this final year, 7 points per game, 5 rebounds, less than an assist.
Yeah, that was the end of Z.
Yeah, I think this was Z's last year. He might have stuck around for one Byron Scott year. He didn't. He was in Miami. Oh, he was with LeBron.
He went with LeBron.
He was like, "Yeah, I'm going with LeBron. I'm out of here."
Do not remember that at all.
Yeah, he went. Man, he played 72 games in Miami.
Wow.
Yeah. So Sadrunas Ilgauskas played 72 games in Miami Heat.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Absolutely, he did.
I thought that was more Joel Anthony.
71 games with the Miami Heat that first year of the Heatles. But Z was a very good player for Cleveland. But he wasn't the passer Domas was.
No.
He was more of a big.
Yeah.
But again, most of the bigs in the league were that. That's what they were.
What do you guys think of Mike Brown players like now? Is it just more so a guy who can knock down a shot, but play defense also? Because I kind of think that's Keon Ellis. I feel like Mike can trust Keon out there. Like if the ball comes to him, he can knock down a 3, but also like you can count on his defense no matter what.
Is it crazy to say Davion might have finally turned into a Mike Brown player?
That's a good one right there.
And it felt like, I think there were a lot of things going on with Davion. I'll have to ask someone more skilled in film watching, like what like the dramatic shift was between when he was playing and when he wasn't. We can look at the offensive stuff, and we talked about what he did regularly on the offensive end with extreme confidence. His confidence level changed in the middle of the season. for reasons known to no one but the people in that Golden One Center practice facility, he just got confident every time he took a shot. That certainly wasn't there to start the season. But it's hard for me to believe. And to Davion's credit, he did dumb it down to that. Talking to Chris Haynes at Charlene's Beauty Supply in Elk Grove. I've got to get consistent with my shot. Like, Mike couldn't leave me out there because I couldn't do what he needed to do on the offensive end. Yeah. But he looked like, Keon kind of took the spotlight because he came out of nowhere. Davion was doing what Keon was doing.
Well, when Malik went out,
second half of the season,
I don't want to say like Davion completely matched his production or whatever, but the bench didn't completely fall off because guys like Davion were stepping up too when Malik was done.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing that I think about when we talk about like who's a Mike Brown guy and all this other stuff is how many does Mike think he needs? Right? Like he would want 10 Mike Brown guys, right? But I think there's got to be a little give there.
Well, that might get you 61 wins and a loss to the Celtics.
Well, game 5. No, that was a bizarre outing from LeBron James. But like, if you
stay away from those rumors forever.
Yeah, which I don't believe, by the way.
I don't either.
Yeah.
Google it if you haven't read it.
But the like, I think there's got to be some balance, right? Like, there's got to be some balance. You need. I know people get on me about the offense and all this. You need some scoring, man. You need some guys that are straight bucket getters, and if they're able to get buckets and compete on the defensive end, that's cool too. You don't want anybody that's just a turnstile, but you got to look at like you got to have some offense.
Well, I feel like it's not just necessarily you can only be a defensive guy because I think right now the Kings roster probably has seven guys Mike Brown would consider like his guys, like a Mike Brown type guy.
Who you thinking?
Starting off the bench, I'm gonna go Trey, Davion, and Keon, and then it's Sabonis, Fox, Keegan, and I know how we feel, but it's Harrison as well.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree.
Yeah, so he's in there. So there's about 7 guys right there. Like Trey Lyles isn't necessarily like a defensive stopper or anything like that, but more so he's not.
I think some of the younger players might be guys Mike really likes too. They're just not
there yet.
Yeah.
So I mean, the way I look at that, you got room to go get you a bucket getter.
I think he wanted Duarte to be a Mike Brown.
Oh, he tried his best. He tried his best.
He tried. He tried.
Like Chris
but
Duarte,
you got, and I agree with what you're saying, Jesse. And that means you got room to go get you somebody. Go get you. I'm just throwing out the name. We don't have to have a long conversation about, but you got room. If you got all those guys around him that are tough-minded, and this is assuming that he's not, but tough-minded and we'll lock up, we'll defend and all this other stuff. You can go get you a Zach LaVine if you don't think he's that. Because if you look at the starting lineup, you got 4 other dogs around him. You could essentially hide him and let him be on, one of the worst offensive players on the other end and let him focus on scoring as long as he makes his rotations and stuff like that. Yeah, why not? I don't think if you, and I agree with Jesse. I think that's an accurate assessment. If you got that many guys that you're confident in on the defensive end on that roster, they'll help make up for whatever deficiencies that guy has, or that guy will step up with those other guys around him. They'll be like, well, I don't want to look like the weak link out here. So I need to make sure, I'm giving the same type of effort, giving my best effort on the defensive end or making my rotations and all this other stuff.
I don't mean to pick on Kevin Huerter either, but it's a lot different when the guy who's not playing different defenses is scoring 23 a game compared to 12, 13.
If Kevin Huerter put up that same 15 he did last year, I don't think there'd be an issue. But his scoring dipped, and now everything maybe was looking funny in the light to Mike.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, again, it's been a regular theme this week. We've solved nothing
this week since the season ended.
Trysta Krick joins us at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll talk NBA basketball. And poor TK out here fighting for her life on social media.
Oh, no.
We'll talk about it. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. I'm gonna grab my juice. What's the name of that bar you got? What's it good?
Kirkland. Ramsey, no 13th round on Tuesdays. Supposed to be kicking with KC, but Tuesdays is always a little messy because not messy, but you got Trysta. The times are a little different. Sometimes Damian gets up, at that time. Sometimes he doesn't. So Tuesdays kind of floats a little bit.
My bold prediction for this offseason, I don't even know if it's bold because they've been tied to him. I think Kuzma's the king this year.
I would love that. I would love that. That would be fantastic.
I think that's where the 13th pick goes.
That would be fantastic.
I get it, Ramsey, but I just think it's the most realistic option right now. I can see it happening.
Ramsey, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Russell, this is a solid episode, too.
Yeah, I was all ready to watch at least 2 episodes last night. That didn't happen.
Tapped into Game 7 yesterday. Shout out hockey.
Well, wait. It was with was it Vancouver?
Yeah, it was Vancouver
Who
and
won?
Edmonton. Edmonton won. They were up 3-0 in the third period, and then Vancouver scored once. It was like, oh my God, they're gonna blow it. But Edmonton held on.
Vancouver. I remember those kids. Those people up there, they were not happy.
Oh
when they lost the
yeah.
Stanley Cup Finals.
Steven is too high for the Kings. I'm pretty sure about that.
I don't think they got enough. I tried though. I would try.
$3.40. Chatty House, you got to remind me when it's $3.40.
$3.40.
Leezy, I feel like they both go near 30 today, but I don't know. I'm leaning towards Brown. Maybe Indiana tries to double Tatum a lot and get him more involved, like passing the ball and stuff like that. But Tatum's been solid against Indiana too.
Shout out to CKM legend Nick DePaula.
Yes, indeed.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Knowing what he do out here, man. We might have
No.
to have our annual Nick DePaula just tap in.
I love it. Nah, Drew, I just have to check something on KSFM at 3:40. That's all. I'm being a little extra. My bad. I'm gonna go full old man this year and just wear linen all summer.
That's how you gotta do it, man. See you at the Jazz Festival. Wow.
Okay.
So real quick, something just came across here. We don't have to spend a whole lot of time on it. T-Wolves Nuggets Game 7
Mm-hmm.
was the most watched first or second round playoff game ever on TNT Sports.
Ooh.
Going out with a winner. Shout out TNT.
Top game of the postseason, and playoff viewership is down double digits from last year, but second best in a decade. That was interesting.
Wait, what is that?
Wait,
yeah.
Run that back again.
Playoff viewership is down double digits, so that could be 10 or 11%, but it's still the second best in a decade.
Huh.
So then this is the second highest ratings in a decade.
Yeah. Even though they're down
from last year.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Need to get the Kings back in there.
Well, clearly.
If they're down with the Knicks involved, then clearly the Kings move the needle. Actually, the team in the Bay Area would help with that too.
No, Steph.
Keep that to yourself.
We think it's like we think it's markets. It's players.
Well, Kenny asked a few weeks ago, was it no LeBron, no Steph, no KD?
Yeah, like it's Steph, it's Bron more than it's the Lakers in San Francisco.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it helps. It's LA and San Francisco, but like Jalen's not quite there yet. He might be now, by the way, but I don't know that he was there when this started.
I'm clearly biased. I think the Kings, the ambiance of the Golden One Center, I think that's interesting to a good number of people.
Well, what rivalries too have taken place in the playoffs so far? Like Kings Warriors was like amazing just because it was the rivalry aspect to it. Like they didn't like each other and all that.
Indiana and the Knicks.
Yeah, but that was new. The rivalry was new.
Reviving something from the 90s.
Didn't the Bucks and Pacers have a rivalry?
They did, but it was like no Giannis in that one, and then Jimmy was out for the Heat Celtics.
Yeah, and Buddy wasn't there no more. Buddy was the instigator of the whole damn thing. Fighting for his life with Philly.
It feels like Lakers Nuggets might have had a little juice. They did kind of low key have some weak series this year. I mean, New Orleans and OKC. As much as I liked the series and the games, Orlando, Cleveland, that's not putting butts in the seats.
No, or butts in front of the.
They should have put that one on Peacock.
Yeah, that's where it'll be in 2 years.
Wow.
Wow.
Catch Magic Cavs on CNBC.
Wow.
That series was ass, bro. Like, did you actually watch that?
Well, yes. But I also like Cleveland. I also like
who did the Mavs Clippers? Yeah,
there's no story there though.
No. I thought that was a good
I like Mavs Clippers. I know there were series.
Who's the Knicks playing the first round? Oh, Knicks. I feel like that was good.
Yeah, no, that was great.
Top flight.
Knicks is Pacers, Bucks.
With no Giannis, that hurt him.
Who it was Dallas Clippers. What was Oklahoma City?
The Pelicans.
Oh, that's right. You just said that. Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that was
with no Zion. Wouldn't tap in for that. Last year they got. Like I said, I'm being real. I'm not going to say it's the whole reason, but I do think the Kings played a role in the Kings combined with Kings versus Warriors.
Absolutely.
And then how that series played out. I think that played a role in high viewership last year. But they also got the Lakers, Warriors
right
the
afterwards.
next round.
Yeah.
LeBron, Steph the next round. So they went crazy for 2 straight rounds.
Yeah, they were feeling good.
It's like Kings Warriors set the tone for the rest of the playoffs last year, because I feel like the entire NBA was watching that. We didn't get that series this year. Like Sixers Knicks was cool and stuff like that, and I think some other one we mentioned. But yeah,
Sixers Knicks was popping. That was
they just never reached that though.
Was that a game 7 or game 6?
Where
Buddy was just
on fire,
living.
Why did Buddy take that shot?
Let's get
Oh,
Titus in here real
Lazy
quick.
Suns T-Wolves. Yeah, that was a good, but it was a sweep. You can never even get into that series.
Yeah. Yeah, this playoffs has largely been forgettable. I mean,
Denver, Minnesota was great.
Well, yeah, they gave us the
20-point
comeback. In the final game of Dallas, Oklahoma City was phenomenal.
Yeah, that was great too.
Let's get Titus in here, man. Titus, always great to hear from you. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing today?
Man, we good, baby. We good. How you doing, man?
Hello?
Yeah, we good, baby. How are you? No,
Hello?
it's cool. No, it's good.
Oh, I couldn't hear y'all.
No, it's all good, Titus.
How y'all doing today?
Yeah, we good,
We
baby.
good, Titus. How you doing, big dog?
Hey, y'all catting up. Okay, look, I got two questions for y'all. Because remember that time when I brought up the MVP and I was saying I felt like Brunson. But I want to know, what is y'all, this is the first question. What is y'all criteria for the MVP? Like, do you feel it's the most valuable player, the best player in the NBA, or, to his team, or what? And then my second thing is, this Mike Brown player, like, he's got to be a Mike Brown player, and all this stuff. Like, what is the criteria for this Mike Brown player? Mike Brown couldn't figure out how to beat the Pelicans in 6 straight games.
Damn.
So, I mean, and then I got this. We would have made the playoffs if Mike Brown would have coached right.
Oh,
man, Titus.
I don't know about that. Titus, come on, man. Come on, Titus.
Titus is our TC for the Kings.
I don't like the voice Titus used either. Man, dude, be a Mike Brown guy. Hey, whose voice is that?
It's got to be mine or yours, I think.
Man, it's one of ours.
I said it too.
Hold
It
on.
could have been me.
I need to know what's going on at where
is she?
Ma'am, what is
where she at Revival?
Where are you?
Is she at the Sawyer?
What is happening right now?
I'm in LA.
Oh,
really?
Man. Oh, she's living good.
Oh,
I look good in LA, don't I look good?
No, it's good. We come to different parts of California now and just don't tell us.
What was I supposed to say? Hey, do you guys want to meet me like 6 hours south of where you be at? Like, what am I?
No, it's, hey, I'm in LA. I'm gonna pull up when I'm done with business down here.
Yeah.
There's no business. I'm on vacay. I'm here gratis for y'all.
That's a good look. Well, where are you at right now? Where are we at?
Oh, I'm at my favorite restaurant in LA called Justa. No free shout outs, but give them super free shout out. No signage, beautiful weather, string lights, amazing food, bakery, the whole 9. I had a little salad, I'm on my LA tip,
Oh, yeah, I see you.
Yeah.
You are spectacular.
Had a blowout with a girl who ends up having an OnlyFans.
Yo.
Yeah, all right.
When I say blowout, I mean like I got my hair done. We don't need to there's no whistles needed, no flags.
Oh no! I thought you got. I thought
you
was. I thought we was gonna have to get down to LA. We was going, charter one of Kenny's jets with the Chatty House and get down there. That's what I thought. That's what I thought you meant by a blowout.
So the hairstylist has an OnlyFans?
Yes.
So
she was, to her credit, she is bad. Like you see her. She doesn't have any makeup on. She's got
just for the sake of research purposes.
At the very least, what's her Twitter?
Where did you?
Hold on, let me see. Hold on.
I just, we can't. We have to be thorough in our in our conversation.
Resources.
I think it's teal B. It says it teal like the color, and then B like baddie.
I don't
You'll see. Oh, you'll know it's her. You will know it's her when you pull it up. Chatty House. Everybody in the Chatty House, pull it up right now.
How do you?
No, I found it.
Am I spelling teal?
Oh, I
wrong?
found it. Yeah, I found it.
How do you spell it?
TEAL.
Yeah.
B.
It's. I believe it's teal _ Ashley. Ashley being ASHLEE.
It's all like bathing suit photos, right?
It's a lot of them.
Last photo is
Is
in on
this
a
on Twitter?
Is she? No.
Oh, that's what I was at. It's on Twitter.
Who goes to look at a baddie on Twitter? That's Instagram.
Well, I thought Trysta might have tagged her in something.
Who would put their photos on Twitter?
A lot of people do.
Now this woman says she's a gamer. Is she a gamer?
No, I don't think you're on the right one.
Here's another teal.
Oh no, you're on the wrong one.
I don't know. I found a TOB that's a baddie.
No, you on the wrong. You might be on the right one.
I found a TOB that's a baddie. I don't know what to tell
She
you.
does hair.
Hold on. So let me send it to you guys to the actual group chat. I don't know if you can see me right now.
No, it's great. No, your screen goes black when you do this.
Yeah,
she tatted
okay.
all the way
You
up.
guys have to just level. You guys just have to deal with it, you know?
No, it's fine. It's good. We're cooking.
A lady of many talents, Tilby.
Caraway. We'll get into the. All right, here we go. I just sent it to both of you guys, and now you'll see. Now I'm back on.
Yep. There's
that was the person I was looking at. Yeah.
Yep. It's not the one that Kenny was looking at. I don't think. I mean, not the
No,
one that,
I had to go to Instagram.
That, yeah. Okay. That looks a lot different than the TOB I was looking at.
better or worse.
This is a different. Well, so
Hard to say.
that's a lot of ink. That's a lot of ink.
You're not an ink guy, David?
I'm not a big ink guy. And I don't say it like I tried. Yeah, I'm not a big ink guy. It's literally at TOB. Well done.
Yeah, that's
All
what,
right.
what I tried to tell you.
This had no. Okay. All right. Well, fine. LA Trysta, like, let's calm down a little bit. I wonder how many of these pictures were done in one photo shoot. She's covered in sand in a lot of these pictures.
I don't know. It's cotton candy. You can just scroll and scroll and scroll.
Oh. Yep. She's a one-trick pony at this point.
Well, she does hair though. She does hair.
Man, she's got a lot of ink.
Yeah, that don't bother me.
I said to her in there before I knew any of this, because this is like, I'm doing my hair, get my hair done, don't know any of this, not at all. And I'm like, so like, because she's got like her sleeves done. I'm like, so like, how much, where does the ink end? And she just like pulls up her shirt.
Yeah, because it doesn't end on her arm. And she makes that very clear on her Instagram page. It doesn't actually end.
No,
It just keeps going and going and going.
All the places.
So
Shout out
did
to
you
TLB.
go take a vacation in Los Angeles after causing an uproar on Twitter over the weekend?
Is it just me, or like, is anybody surprised that went viral? Because I'm surprised.
So what was it? I'm missing it. I saw Trysta all weekend. What
Is it
happened?
just me, or is there extra animosity towards Caitlin Clark? And
This was after she got roughed up. Like, she caught a tough screen.
Everyone's
That
like,
was
screen. That's a clean screen. That's a clean screen. It's like, nobody's saying it's not a legal screen. We're just saying you don't see people get laid out on a day-to-day basis in the W or in the NBA.
well, and the thing that I was and the one Twitter response I tried to have was one of our people tagged was like, the Fever aren't very good, and they didn't call out the screen.
Yeah.
So she got leveled because she's trying to play defense and her teammates don't help her. So the screen looks violent.
Yeah.
But it's one of like 8 violent screens that she's taken in the early part of the season.
Well, the screens, that's to me, that's a little bit on her, right? Like, there's a level of awareness that
I think it's on her teammates.
Yeah, they got to call out the
You gotta
screens
call
too.
out
But
the
there's
screen.
there's
a level of awareness you've got to have. Now, when she attacks the basket and they put her on her ass,
Well,
that's a little different.
Yeah.
And you know, though, like, as somebody, you guys have both, I'm sure, set screens. There's a screen where you allow someone to absorb
Give.
contact. You allow them to give. And then there's the I hold my ground screen. I have turned my body into a brick wall. As soon as you hit it, you're flatlined. Stewie kept her ground. She was ready.
That's the kind of screens I like. Set them screens.
Yeah.
Come on, now. Yeah.
Especially in the age of like slip screens and ghost. Like, no, it was, and everybody's like, it's just you, you Caitlin Clark fangirl. It's just you. You never watched basketball before? It's a Caitlin Clark's causing it's like racial, and I think and I said this to Damien while I was on the plane, because I tweeted that from the plane in the air and was just watching it go crazy. And I think what it is that the new W fans are so annoying, and like they only care about her, like they don't know anything else. Like they're riding for the great white hope, Caitlin Clark, and like that's fine. Like let's rising tide lifts all ships, but I'm not the one. I'm not the one. Okay, I have an unbiased viewpoint of this. I like Caitlin Clark. I think she's tremendous, but I also love a lot of the other players in the league, and I think that they deserve shine as well. So I feel like there's almost like, how do I put it? If something bad or egregious happens to Caitlin Clark, the people who have been watching the W for a long time, they don't want to admit it because they don't want to give any credence to these Caitlin Clark delusional super fans that quote unquote want her coddled or quote unquote dog beat.
Well, it's in the water. I don't know what's going on. I love that the dog stopped right behind you too.
Dog.
I love that the guy stopped right behind you too.
The guy's like,
so
no, let's
we're doing
sit here.
Back to Caitlin Clark. So these super fans are like, Caitlin Clark's getting bullied. Caitlin Clark should, the defense on her should be easier. The schedule should be easier. I'm not saying that I mind the tough screen. I just think there's a little extra welcome to the WNBA rookie than any other number one pick. I don't care about what people say about Kelsey Plum. It's heightened. And I think because these Caitlin Clark super fans are so delusional that there's almost like a gaslighting occurring about how different Caitlin Clark is going to be treated and is currently being treated.
No, I agree.
It was incredible. I think it's like over 1 million views.
The response was pretty crazy. And like there were smart basketball people. There were appeared to be smart people chiming in with just really bad takes.
What were they saying?
Well, one guy who appeared to be some sort of journalist. The one that you sent me this one, and I started.
You said
following
Titus, the guy who used to play at Ohio State that does college basketball.
No, Nikias Duncan.
Oh, Nikias. I thought you said Titus.
She sent me, so I started to follow what he wrote, and one of his big, grand finale tweets was, treat Caitlin Clark like every other player because it's insulting to the WNBA and it's insulting to her. And I hit TK back with bro, did he do the same thing with Wemby? Was it insulting when Wemby was on the TV? Was Victor Wembanyama insulted by being on TV 87 times this year? Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it.
And she is being treated different than other number one picks or the 14th pick or whatever. She's Caitlin Clark. And she comes into the league. We're going to test you. We're going to see what you're about. That's.
Oh, you're double teaming her 94 feet. When they're up, the other team's up 30, bro. They're up 30.
Yeah.
Slow down. You're expending more energy than you need to. Take the foot off the gas. You don't have to make Caitlin Clark's life hell for the entire game. The game is over. It's over. They're double face guarding her, hedging. What are we talking about?
Because and it's not just Caitlin. It's anybody that comes in there. It's and I think Caitlin is going to be better than this person. But it's like when Jimmer came to the league. We're going to test you. We're going to see what you're made of. We are going to make your life a living hell. And we're going to see if you stand up to it and you figure it out.
Yeah, but Jimmer is a novelty. I don't think Caitlin Clark's a novelty. If you look at what they're giving you the best defense on her, and she's still averaging 18 points per game. Not quite efficient, a lot of turnovers, but she's still putting up points. And
because someone on that team has to score.
Well, there's
that team stinks.
Oh yeah.
I say, and I like Caitlin. I think she's going to be just fine. I think there's going to be some growing pains, but she's going to be a really good
when
player.
she stops playing the top two defenses in the league every other day, that would help.
There's that too, but they're going to be a top perimeter defender on every team she plays. And she, like I said earlier, she's got holes in her game that she's got to get better at, and she's got to figure out a way. She's like the one that's just glaring to me is she can't. If she's not going straight to the basket, she can't score with the ball in her right hand. She has no pull-up game, no floater, no type of pullback or anything like that with the ball in her right hand. She's got to develop that. She's a rookie though too. She never necessarily had to do that in college. So now you got to figure out, all right, well, I got to find different ways. I got to get different things in my bag to get better. And there's no doubt in my mind that she will.
And Sabrina had a deeper bag coming into the league, and I think Paige will have a deeper bag coming into the league. Caitlin Clark is, obviously a tremendous passer, has the layup game and has the pull-up 30 game, but she doesn't have as much she can't create separation with her handles really as much. And that's going to change. But I think in general, she's not even the primary ball handler right now. So her coach, I'm not sure how long this coach is going to be.
Well, be the Paul Silas of the WNBA.
Not good.
Silas.
Not good. Isn't it Stephanie White? Isn't that the Fever coach? I think it's Stephanie White.
I mean, I've seen her every day for the last week. I should know, but
yeah.
No.
And for those not paying attention, the Aces are still really good. So
wouldn't know Chelsea right now.
Yeah. Any shot the Pacers beat the Celtics?
I gotta walk with you guys to get a charge, so I'm gonna walk.
But and while you do that, and before you answer that, I need you to apologize to my man Jason Tatum. We never need to mention Jamal Murray's name in the same breath as Jason Tatum. They're not on the same tier.
For what? Why would I be apologizing to Jason Tatum?
Because you put Jamal Murray in the same tier as him. That was disrespectful.
Yo, Aunt Edwards could give Jason Tatum exactly what he gave Jamal Murray. And I hope we go ahead and see it.
I hope we see it too.
For Aunt Edwards puts Jason Tatum in absolute solitary confinement.
Tatum, he won't do that to Tatum. He's gonna make Tatum work, but he ain't gonna do that to Tatum. Tatum got
They'll
too much.
probably put McDaniels on Tatum if they see them in the finals. But in terms of the Pacers, I think it's a unique and interesting matchup. I don't know if it can go 7, but I've been wrong about the Pacers a lot. So not wrong about them versus the Bucks, but that the way that they've adjusted has been incredible. Rick Carlisle has done a great job.
This trip down Santa Monica Boulevard is just
it's amazing.
I'm distracted.
No, this is awesome.
I'm distracted.
I really just want you to show us I just want to sightsee. That's
as we go down Fairfax right now. I'm just distracted.
Yeah. No, it's good.
Yeah.
I think to your point though, I think Indiana and what they can do on the offensive end and the pressure they put on the opposing team to stay locked in on their offense, because Indiana's going to score more times than that. I think that's a real asset to what they can do. And I think they might game. I think Celtics in 5.
I think they can get more than one game. Especially because we know that they're going to have the play with their food game, right? We know that's the game.
Yeah, they better not do that.
The play with their food game is game 2. And then they might end up getting game 3 or 4.
You think but don't you think Boston's going to be on guard for that now?
I feel
they've
like
done
that's
it
what I
twice.
feel
They keep doing this. We keep saying, "Oh,
they won both their series 4-1." We really are kind of talking crazy about the Celtics. 4-1 both series.
Who have they played?
Miami and Cleveland.
No,
Who has Indiana played?
Exactly. Thank you.
Broken down teams left and right.
Oh, you went to I had no clue where you were going. I was like, I can't wait.
I thought we were going to the Airbnb.
I can't wait to see how this story ends. It turns out it's ending with you getting in the car.
I just needed to get a charger because I had 30%, but I get on the video with you guys and it's goes from 30 to 2 in 12 minutes. So
Trista's the GOAT, man. She took us down Fairfax. You know what I mean? She's the GOAT, man. Oh man.
I always make it a point, man. I got you. We're locked in. I had a guy that I was on with, Justin. He's a content creator for fantasy football. He's from Sacramento, and I was like, no, but like I'm from Sacramento. Like,
You are from
You are
Sacramento.
from Sac.
dude, you're a content creator from Sacramento, but I'm like 10 toes down. Like we go to go.
I'm a content creator from Sacramento.
Yes, exactly.
But I mean, I think the days of them playing with their food are done. Maybe I'm just a sucker in this situation, but I think Boston is going to keep focusing this one, and I'm going to be respectful of Indiana. Say they won't get swept, but I say Boston in 5.
We're gonna need them to play some really good perimeter defense because Indiana can shoot 3. I mean, they're streaky, but Miles Turner's got that. Obi Toppin's got that. Tyrese Halliburton's got that. Even Andrew Nemhard and Aaron Nesmith have it a little bit. TJ doesn't have it. TJ's a dog, though. TJ is a certified dog.
Bro, what they did in Game 7 was crazy. I think I heard at one point in the fourth quarter, I think I have these players correct, but it was Nesmith, TJ, and Nimhart were like 17 of 18 from the field.
That's so gross.
I mean, come on. I don't care who's Walt Frazier could have came back and played in that. These guys didn't miss.
You said this earlier, though, Kenny, and I think it deserves a conversation, which is that the Kings need to make a bold move and a bold swing in order to compete with what these other teams are doing. And you see even good teams that didn't take a big swing, aka Oklahoma City. Mm-hmm. Oklahoma City could have had Gafford and PJ Washington. What is Oklahoma City if they have them?
They're in the Western Conference.
Yeah, at least, right? So you look at what Indiana did, getting Pascal Siakam. You look what the Knicks did, getting OG Anunoby. You look what the Mavericks did with the 2 players that I just mentioned. You gotta add key players to a good team as everyone is consistently getting better. Minnesota did this as well, obviously, with the Rudy Gobert trade, and getting Mike Conley. So that's going to be huge. The question is, in you guys' mind, who is that?
There's about 3 or 4 guys we're thinking about. Obviously BI is probably at the top of that list for me and everybody else. Kyle Kuzma's on that list. I like Kuz. I'm the one-man wolf pack. I think taking a chance on Zach LaVine is worth it. I think aggression has been rewarded. Yeah, Zach LaVine, 2-guard. Yeah.
For the radio audience, Trysta's making a series of faces every time KC says Zach LaVine.
Aggression has been rewarded all throughout the playoffs. Been rewarded. Come on, don't do that. Don't do that, Zach. Nobody was doing it.
Now she's vomiting.
Here's the thing. Nobody was doing that
vomiting.
about Zach LaVine, 2 years ago when Chicago was the toast of the NBA. Nobody was doing that. He made the All-Star team. He was coming off.
The toast of the NBA.
Yeah. Remember that 2 years ago? And then they couldn't beat a good team.
Well, I think it's a stretch to call them the toast of the NBA.
They were the 1 seed, and everybody was like, yo, Chicago's back. And then they couldn't beat
Chicago was
teams.
the 1 seed?
Yeah, like halfway through the season.
Oh,
not halfway.
Wait a minute.
20 games.
They were not.
20 games into the season.
And Trysta, you're in these NBA streets. They was going crazy over Chicago. Nobody was saying this about Zach LaVine then.
Lonzo Ball was there, obviously, and Alex Caruso. But here's the thing: is like Zach LaVine, it has injury issues. You don't want all that. You don't need that.
So does BI.
He does.
Everybody got warts. That's my whole, and that's kind of the crux of what I'm talking. Everybody got something.
What you need is a young player that is on a bad team that is being slandered. That's what you need.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Should we start slandering LaMelo? Should we just start talking crazy about LaMelo and see if we can get him out of there?
People are doing it.
Hey guys, I love you, but I'm with my family friends, and we got to get to Santa Monica. They got some roller coasters to ride, and so I bid you adieu.
She's throwing us off the phone, man. Well, go have fun.
I love you.
We love you too.
Take care, TK.
All right, see y'all.
Okay, goodbye.
We've never gotten to this point. Do we go to break? What do we do now?
I don't know.
He said, I love you guys, but I'm going to Santa Monica. I'm out of here.
It feels kind of weird. Show got kind of like, all right, peace out. Like, we got 9 minutes to talk about something, I guess.
Yeah.
Normally, Trysta goes 15 minutes too long. This year, this time she was like, man.
Oh man,
it was very abrupt too. I didn't see it coming.
Who do you think the Kings should get? I mean, they need a young guy that is on a bad team. But you know what, guys? I gotta go. We're going to Santa
ride.
Were we buttered up right now? Let me hit these losers with a Kings question before I get out of here.
Johnny G says, "Did she just break up with us?"
I'm going to get an email from the Odyssey guy next week. Yeah, so do you want to talk to this guy or that guy? Because Tristan's not coming on anymore.
Oh, man. Who was the guy that was talking crazy? We're going to have to talk to him.
Little douchey guy who was, hi, Sacramento. Get your ass out of here, goof. Well,
oh man, that was hilarious.
I guess we just sit here for the next 8 minutes.
Just sit here. I don't know, maybe an extended version of the 13th round, kicking it with Casey, the house show.
I'm at a loss for words.
That was one of the great exits of all time. All right, y'all, we're gonna go ride some roller coasters.
And then not even I love you guys, man. She's all right. See you later.
Sorry, Trysta.
Oh man, shout out TK.
TK, she is on her vacation.
Nah.
She is on her vacation and she still pulled up on us. So.
No, this is Mac 10. She said, I've never been dumped. Well,
hey man, that's what happened when you're the boss.
Well, Casey didn't make a point. Like, she did show up on vacation, so I think that's a plus for us.
And TK ride with us every week.
Absolutely.
She ride with us every week. So here's what we do, Chatty House. We just start slandering LaMelo Ball.
Yeah. It's funny you brought up LaMelo Ball. I was wondering, this is because we were talking about PJ, and you could just blame everything on Charlotte. This is a big year for LaMelo upcoming. This is a big year for him to have to stay healthy, number one.
Sure. Yeah.
And show that, like, I think LaMelo is potentially one of the best point guards in the league.
Absolutely.
I think he is. I think he's legit. He is the goods. But he's got to show it on the court consistently for a season.
I know we don't like when people do this with like players and like we always fought it against Fox, but do we need to get LaMelo out of Charlotte?
Kind of. I don't know, man. Charlotte feels like
I don't know what's going on with. Hey, shout out to Charlotte though too. Brandon Miller, first team all rookie. I was rooting for him for everything he had to endure, draft night and all this other stuff. He had a hell of a rookie season. Big ups to him.
And for those who are new to the show, we discussed the incident with Brandon Miller extensively, and we both have opinions on it. So don't take that mildly. We discussed it in depth.
And we ain't even just the way the media and everybody talked about him versus Scoot on draft night and kind of dismissed them and treated him bad. I didn't like that. I was glad to see him have a good rookie season.
Crap. Who did Charlotte just hire? Was it Charles Lee?
Charles Lee. Celtics assistant coach legend.
That feels like a good first step.
Does,
right? Because Charles Lee's a very good assistant, but he's been in the cycle here for the last 3 years, and he's getting a shot.
I feel like Charlotte has a culture problem though, and I feel like those get solved from the front office and down.
Well,
like I feel like I don't want like
Mitch is gone, right? Didn't Mitch Kupchak leave?
I don't know.
Or do something. Mitch Kupchak might have the Alvin Gentry job. He's just be terrible at it because there's nothing about Mitch Kupchak is cool to me.
Because it's just like when you do things like hiring, they rehired Steve Clifford, right?
Yeah.
Like that just screams just inept.
Yeah, I also think that was your boy.
So
Mike?
Yeah.
So
but he's not there anymore either.
Then I guess I got to see it now.
Here's the other thing.
Charlotte Hornets
Here's
general
the other
manager.
thing, and I know we talk about, from starting from the top.
Jeff Peterson, that's their new general manager.
I know we talk about starting from the top, and I get all that. I will say, I'm going to need to see something a little different from LaMelo. LaMelo, and you know how much I love LaMelo.
Yeah.
I think he's the truth. I do think there's a level of immaturity there. And I do think in an organization that desperately needs leaders, so far, he hasn't shown to be a leader. And I'm not even like I watch him a lot, right? I watch him on the bench, and it's like, all right, like,
Well,
what are we doing here? Like, are we just like happy to be in the NBA? Are we happy to be LaMelo Ball? Or are we trying to like change the culture of a franchise?
I think there's a level to I'm in Charlotte.
Well, see, that's
we were talking about our
perceptions
of. I don't disagree, but I think we were talking about our perception of players and he's in Charlotte. Well, he's in Charlotte. LaMelo might think, well, I'm in Charlotte. Ain't nobody watching me anyways.
And here's the problem. And this guy is turning into the bar. He's turning into the bar. Ant never said, I'm in Minnesota. He said, I'm going to be the change here. They got me now. I know what you thought about Minnesota. They got me now. And that's what I'm looking for LaMelo.
I hear you, but that's why Ant-Man is who he is.
Right.
That's why, like we're talking about, Anthony Edwards is the face of the league. It's because he has he has a mentality that's unique to him, right? Like, people want to use Mamba mentality and Kobe Bryant. That's great. If you can mimic that mentality, good for you. The reason you know what Mamba mentality is because it was unique to Kobe Bryant. And like LeBron James, he doesn't have LBJ mentality, but he has a way of carrying himself, a way of focusing, a way of what he does that's unique to him. It's why you can point to specific guys. That just might not be LaMelo. Now, I want it to be a little bit more than what we've seen in Charlotte, but like talking about Anthony Edwards, it might not be that, Jesse.
You kind of said it too. Like, Ant is unique. He's almost a guy. His mentality is from a different era. I think with the Hornets, like, their issues, like, yeah, you hope LaMelo becomes more of a leader and stuff like that. The team has no vets as far as like your main guys. It's a team. Your core guys are a bunch of 19 to 24-year-olds.
Yeah. No, and I think that's a problem.
Like, you need guys to kind of bring them along the way as well.
True, but LaMelo's turning into a young man now. You know, this is going to be his fourth year in the league, and it's just like, at some point, you got to think about what you want for your career. And I think he's at that point. Like, what do you want for your career? Do you just want to be in the NBA, or do you want to be a leader in the NBA? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you want to be one of those top guys? And as much as I love LaMelo, I think he's a lot of fun. This year, I want to see him try to like step up just his approach to the game. It may not work in winning. It may not lead to winning. It may not, like, the franchise may not have gotten their stuff together where just his mentality alone can lead towards winning. I wouldn't necessarily hold that against him, but I want to, from his approach to being a better basketball player, I want to see a different approach from him. And that's what I want to see. Like I said, they might have the same record, but if his approach is different, I feel a little bit more comfortable about the leader he could become.
Okay. We'll come back. Jason Jones is going to join us a little under an hour from now. We'll talk more about the Eastern Conference underway tonight. We've gotten everybody else's opinion. I'm not sure how much we've shared ours. And we talked a little bit about the impact of this upcoming NBA championship. We talked a lot about who would be hurt the most by it. I offered some thoughts on who I think would benefit the most from it. I'm not sure that you did, though. I'd be curious to hear what you have to say. We've got much more ahead here. Of course, the phone lines will remain open for you. The Chatty House is jumping and Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Securing a Monk, this is going to sound like hate and shade, but I think he's a better player. I think he's a better player than Halliburton. But Halliburton, one of the things he has on LaMelo, in my opinion, is his intangibles and his leadership skills. He's miles and miles ahead of LaMelo Ball when it comes to those intangibles and being a leader. And yeah, I think LaMelo's got more talent than him, but I don't think he approaches his career and approaches leadership and team building the same way Tyrese does. That's a mismatch, that category right there.
Does LaMelo have top 10 NBA player talent as far as potential that can be realized, I guess?
I think he does.
I think he does too.
to do. I don't know, and I don't know if we'll ever see him in that light. Because like I said, I got concerns.
It won't be in Charlotte. I'll call that right now. It won't be in Charlotte.
That's fair. That's fair. That's certainly fair. It's off-white shirt. On the go. Yo, Ace, where you at, dog? Are you where you keep posting? I ain't even know. Yo, this dude, man. Oh, man. Oh, man.
Does LaMelo have a second contract already?
I think he did get the extension, yeah. I don't know if it started. It might start next year, but I think he got the extension.
How do we make this happen? He becomes a star. Like he goes to LA. He is the guy.
When they trade Anthony Davis next offseason?
All right. Well, I was trying to put him together with AD.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they'll have some money. D'Lo's about to be out. Like, that assumes that they don't like replace D'Lo's money and stuff like that.
D'Lo, we need you to do us a solid and go to Charlotte.
Well, like just let him go, and then like I think you keep that money, and you just wait for him to force his way out. Say, I want out. I did not BS. I did not get the Space Jam lows. I'm actually trying to think, man. I'm trying to figure out. I got a shoe that I gotta get next month, man. So I gotta that's where my energy's going to right now. So gotta fall back. Man, come on, man. Be out here like Miss P. Man, it's crazy.
Man. Miss P been ducking the chat because I told her I was going to tell on her. Miss P is out there.
No, man. Hey, Aldrin, that's a crazy typo, bro. I was like, wait, what?
Speaking of Lonzo, though, you see, he got a new podcast.
Lonzo does?
Yeah, they were saying on Twitter that means it's a wrap for our guy.
Wait, what happened?
Lonzo Ball has a podcast now.
Oh,
it's the first step.
Now I can't tell y'all to shoot because then everybody gonna be trying to get it. No, everybody gonna be trying to get it anyway. I'm trying to get them Deons when they come out next month, man.
that Space Jam wasn't a tough get.
It's still around?
Yeah, it was on the swoosh, the regular site.
I like that shoe
recently
too.
As yesterday.
I like
or
that shoe.
2 days ago.
Lonzo dunked the other day. We're back up though. That's what the Buck Volley says.
That's good to see.
Yeah, fine.
Did you see those? See, they really messing with me. I gotta at some point. I think the Bucks got to stop. At some point, them Jordan 17s about to be $300. Now you are getting the case and all that, but still $300.
Damn inflation.
Y'all doing a little too much,
man.
$300. I might only be able to get one shoe a month if that's it. One every other month.
Oh man,
what a flex, huh?
Imagine.
Gosh.
Wow.
Oh, no, see, don't do that.
Just sitting here with my measly
Because-
annual
No,
pair of Air
man.
Forces here in cases. I can
Don't
only
do
get
that.
a
Don't
shoe a
do
month.
Don't do that because
Crazy.
I bargain shop. I'll be looking, oh, what? These are $59. Oh yeah, I'm gonna hop on that. Don't do that.
I feel more disrespected when you do that. All right, for
Yeah,
people like us who actually dress for less.
I think I'm a. I think I'm gonna order my first pair of book ones. I want to try them out. It's simple. It looks like it could be worn with a lot of different things.
I'm getting the book. They do look like they can be, but I'm just going straight. I'm going straight hoop shoes for the book ones.
Wait, bro, right? Do that again. There's 2 different versions.
No, there's the same version. I'm just saying I'm only wearing them. As
to play basketball. Yeah. Oh, okay. I got you.
I definitely got to get some book ones and those AE ones too. I got to get those too at some point in time.
Let's get.
And I didn't say the $300. I said I don't even think I can get the $300 joints, man. Come on, don't do that, man. I swear, bro.
What is bargain shopping for you? Like going to what do they call it? Nordstrom Rack, where they got like the discount stuff or whatever.
Shout out to Nordstrom's Rack. Big ups to them. They're also putting one out in Oak Grove. I will be at that. I'm trying to get to the secret opening to that.
So you still got to be Nordstrom though with bargain shopping.
No,
I still got to be that. That's what I'm saying.
I go everywhere. What are you talking about?
When was the last time you went to a Marshalls, huh?
It was not too long ago. It was like a month
When was the
ago.
time? I was at Marshalls last week. When were you there?
It was a month ago. The Marshalls on Florin Road out in Green Haven. Don't play with me.
Casey doesn't bargain shop at Nordstrom's Rack. He bargain shops at Nordstrom's.
Stop.
I don't even know about that.
Stop.
Is that even possible?
Stop. I'll be at Ross. I'll be everywhere. TJ Maxx. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. I just look for good. A lot of this. Hey, 90% of the stuff I get is just good deals. That's all it is. That's all it is. Like full retail, that don't really happen too often.
Oh wow, Gucci has a 2 for $500 sale.
Who's on the line? Who's on the line?
It's Maddie. Maddie, save KC here.
So get your boy.
What's up, boy?
What's up, y'all? How y'all feeling, man? So I got a random one for y'all today. I was over at GameStop yesterday and pre-ordered the new college football game.
Speaking their love language.
Yeah. But it really got me thinking in general, just about how, like, specifically in this region, you know, college football is a little slept on. I think a lot has to do with like our lack of sort of a big program, you know, contending. I mean, Cal and I guess Stanford, they've had their runs, but now that the Pac-12 is dead, what do you think? Is that a reason? Do you think it's specifically because there's not a big program here, or do you think there's other things that contribute to that?
Well, I think there's a couple of things, Casey. Number one, I think college football is a little bit bigger here than we think that it is. TV ratings show that. But yeah, like there's no major university here. Like, you know, with all due respect to Sac State, there's no SEC school here. There's no Pac-12 doesn't even exist anymore. There's no ACC school here. There's none of that anymore. And I think one of the great things about Sacramento is, you know, we like the Giants or the A's or the Raiders or the 49ers, but we love the Kings. Like not that I know you love the 49ers, but I mean, we latch on to what's ours. The Kings are ours. For a year or two, the A's will be ours. Like people are going to love that. So it's hard when it's Cal. Or UCLA or USC or whatever. It's just not the same thing. Not the same type of love.
I don't want to say the whole West Coast or whatever, because there's definitely spots and regions that, you know, go hard for college sports, but for the most part, the West Coast is more professional sports, like you just kind of mentioned, as opposed to college. I mean, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. LA's got SC. That's a really, really big deal. UCLA is a big deal too. Fresno State is a big deal in Fresno for sure. But I mean, that's about San Diego State, maybe. So if you go from here's the difference too. If you go from the right before Tijuana, right before TJ, all the way up to I think it's Vancouver, Washington. They have obviously Vancouver, Canada, but I think there's a Vancouver, Washington. There's what? 5 schools that, you know, we're talking about here. It's like major schools and people get into. Now go from whatever the tip of Florida is to Maine,
Buffalo. Yeah.
how many schools
Yeah.
in that? I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
My wife just was in North Carolina, and just that area from Durham to
Raleigh
to Chapel Hill.
Mm-hmm.
We talking Duke. We talking North Carolina Central, HBCU. We talking North Carolina. Obviously, we talking NC State. Like, and these are things that have generations behind them. You know what I mean? And it's just, it really is just different over there, man. And you know, it doesn't mean that you don't have your pockets where it's very important and they're passionate about it, but it is just different on the South and on the East Coast.
Yeah, there's like you talk about how like the schools too. When I used to live in Connecticut, and talk about being from California and like what's the biggest difference is in California, you drive 5 hours north or 5 hours south, you're still in California. You over there on the East Coast, you can go more, kind of towards the middle, like Washington, you could drive 5 hours north, 5 hours. You might cross 4 or 5 states. You go a little bit higher, you might leave the country. Like if you're a little bit higher than that.
Yeah.
And it's just like California is so like up and down. Like, I never really thought about that, but it is. It's like USC, UCLA, Oregon State,
Washington,
State. Yeah.
Throw
like
Arizona
that's
and Arizona State in there, and
that's if you cheat and go, go over a little bit.
There's
a little bit.
I mentioned this before, but I remember seeing like they put a map of all the colleges in America, and they used like their logo, to do it. And it is not jarring is maybe like the wrong word. It's not jarring, but it sticks out like a sore thumb. Right in the middle of the country, it like you split it right down the middle. If there's 300 schools, Division I schools, 275 are on the East Coast part of the country, and the other 25 are on the West. Like it's crazy how the institutions are set up like that way, where you would think, there's the same amount of colleges everywhere. No, it is distinct. If you go whatever the middle of the country is, Missouri or Oklahoma or whatever, draw a line, they are almost all on the east side of Oklahoma. And there's not a lot on the West Coast.
And now all of our schools on the West Coast got to go play in Tallahassee.
Man, I think in some form or fashion they're gonna come back. Because this is bad
insane.
Luck.
This is absolutely insane.
Look. I don't know when that's gonna be. It may be a decade from now, but ever since Coach Katz told me that, it stuck in my head. I think some of them are gonna come back. You might not get all 12 to come back, but I think like 5 or 6 are gonna come back, and they'll form a different league.
We talking 2 years from now. Does Michigan own the West Coast?
I saw something today that just tripped me out. There's like the Big Ten basketball predictions, and like they got UCLA
I'm sure
as number
bizarre.
1. I said, what in the world? This is crazy.
We'll come back. We'll dive back into the Eastern Conference Finals getting underway tonight as the road to the NBA Finals begins. OTAs began too. I'm not sure that we're going to do anything with that today. I read a couple of interesting things. The Tom Brady Las Vegas Raiders thing just continues to be funny to me because it doesn't actually exist. We'll explain. Steele and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, guys, I understand why the East Coast has more colleges. I'm just simply stating that there's just a drastic amount more colleges on that side than on the west side.
Kenny Caraway says the East Coast is smarter than the West Coast.
Our guy Maddie mentioned he was pre-ordering the college football game or whatever. And I was talking to Chris the other day. I was like, hey, babe, let's get a PS5 this summer where we play this and that. Like, come on, whatever, this and that. I think I unlocked a new level in our relationship because I've never gotten that laugh before. She didn't even say no. She just laughed. And I just didn't even ask again after that. I kind of looked at her too, like, oh, I've never heard that one before. Like that kind of laugh. But all right, yeah, whatever.
That's the engaged. It's too late, pal laugh. Oh, that's amazing.
She hit me with it like, you silly. Like, silly you.
Or that's the one part of the show she heard and she knew what game you were trying to run. That's pretty funny. What did it say? $4.99. I can go into Roseville and get it today. Best Buy. Roseville Best Buy.
Yeah, we lived together the last few years. See, there is the mentality we need right here. I'm gonna ask again in like 2 weeks.
There you go. That's true. That's true. Yeah, but when you ask for forgiveness, you can still take that bitch back. Still pack it up, take the receipt back to Best Buy. Treat it like my Oculus. Oh, it's $50 cheaper at Walmart. Or $49. What's a Game Pass price?
That's like where you pay like maybe just on a number out like $15-20 a month, and you get these games you play with and all that.
Oh, okay.
I kind of got that with like the PS4, but it doesn't have as
Okay.
much as the Xbox does, I believe.
So is football only on the PS5?
No, that's both.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. See, David, it's not blame D'Lo and KC. It's Mark Jones told me, babe.
Well,
I'm not in debt. I'm not living.
Yep. Mark out here getting everybody in trouble.
This is a bold move, Manny. Maybe you should go in with the flowers first and then sneak in the PS5 after that.
Aldrin, they like Gunther, man. I like Gunther too. I think there's a lot you could. Excuse me. I think there's a lot you could do with him. I don't really need Randy in there, but if you wanted, the young guy versus the vet, Gunther versus Randy would work.
They're not going to have Gunther win and go back for the Intercontinental title again, right?
No.
Because I saw it once. He's like, yeah, if I win King of the Ring, I can go at any title or whatever.
No. He's got to go. He's got to go for one of the big ones.
Is Jay still alive in the
Nah, Gunther got him.
Did you watch Raw yesterday?
No. No. You know what the killer for me is because we were talking about how there's no games last night. I might watch Raw.
No, just Bryce in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House just put a link in the chat and was like, "Here, read this, D-Lo."
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
Bryce.
we just got hacked. Thanks, Bryce.
You can't even click on it. Nothing. Just
you can't send links through the chat, guys. But thank you, Bryce. I appreciate
Shout out,
you.
Bryce, man. That's
I can work on Google, Bryce. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you. Bryce says it's a link that goes to Game Pass. I know, Bryce. I still can't click on it. Like we have those disabled. Like can't happen. But it said last night without any games on. I'll probably watch Raw. I forgot, dude. I'm not watching Raw live, not under any circumstance.
Nah.
And with Raw being tape delayed out here, it's always like, all right, man, I'll just have to catch it later.
Do you ever go back and catch it later? Like for me, I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna watch
No.
Raw. Like I always catch it on social media or Twitter, like just hot clips and stuff. Like I don't think I'll ever go back and watch. Like,
No,
show.
there was downtime. I told you guys, like I went back and watched Backlash. That was weeks ago. But I really wanted to see like the crowd. And it was worth it. Like it was dope. It looks like we got Ramsey over here.
You want to take a guess?
Well, Caitlin lost last night, but I don't think
I'm
that.
I'm going hockey. I'm going. Oh no.
You think we let a hockey call go through here, buddy?
No. It's a Republic tonight. MLS.
There you
US
go.
Open Cup.
There you go. Ramsey.
KC wins.
Yeah.
Like Damien
Smash
said.
them boys tonight.
What's
Let's
ours?
go.
Hey, something that's ours is the Republic.
There you go.
And we need hopefully they can find a way to beat one of the lower MLS teams in the market.
Is San Jose still sorry, Ramsey?
Oh, they're terrible. Nothing against it. They're terrible. They're terrible.
Yeah, we need that one. And this is the round of 32, ain't it?
Yeah.
So
Ramsey,
you
are you working tonight?
Nope.
Oh, very nice.
You
Okay.
going?
Nope. Yes, I am.
Ramsey go everywhere.
Yeah, he
bro.
really
I'm
do.
telling you,
Hey,
bro, I need to
he
hang with
really do.
Ramsey, man.
Ramsey and Katrina be outside.
They do.
Like I saw, I don't remember I don't remember what game it was. Oh, yeah, we bought our tickets like 5 minutes ago. Man, all right.
Yeah, I wish I would have gone out to that one. I doubt too, if they win this one, they probably won't get a home game for the next one. That was
I just got a follow up from our girl TK.
Hey, shout out TK.
She said, "Sorry, I was getting a wrap it up sign from the fam." She said, "We have an itinerary."
It's always all love.
It's
TK.
all love.
It's always all love.
TK, we love you.
We need the Sac Republic to handle business here because it's US Open Cup or whatever. That way they win this in the CONCACAF Champions League, which is like Champions League for North America and Central America and stuff like that. We need Inter Miami to handle business. That way we get Messi. To the Cal
Possibly come
Expo.
into the.
All right, we need Messi
coming to
here.
Cal Expo.
I was pushing it last year. It didn't work. We need it this year. We're
Yo,
getting Messi to Cal Expo.
What's crazier? Messi coming to Cal Expo or the World Series at Sutter Health?
Messi at Cal Expo. Messi at Cal Expo.
No, it's not. The World
Series.
Series.
Messi. I could give a damn about the A's.
Series.
Who cares about the World Series? Messi is
not
worldwide.
What's better, but Messi has played. Has Messi played in Cal Expo like places?
I don't think
Being
so,
a soccer
honestly.
guy?
I mean, maybe if they played somewhere in Central America, those fields aren't. No, Cal Expo, no. No.
Okay,
Yeah.
first of all, change your tone when it comes to Cal.
I was thinking
Expo.
about it right now. Like, no.
Yo, Messi at Cal Expo.
That would be.
That
crazy.
is kind of crazy.
That's not even like the reason why I probably agree with Jesse on that one is like Cal Expo isn't the where they play. It's not even like a real stadium. It's like they just.
No, that's what I'm saying. I'll tell you this. Messi's at Cal Expo. I will climb the back of the bleachers to try and hang on to the top to try and watch Messi.
No. Hey, it's what is it? Miami FC?
Inter Miami.
Versus the Sac Republic, live from Levi's Stadium in Santa Clara.
Yeah, right. They move that joint.
Hughes Stadium. The people that work there, be ready.
So that would no. I'm even answering my question here. If Messi played at Cal Expo, that would be a tougher ticket to get than Game 1 of the World Series.
Yeah, that's hundreds
Probably.
and hundreds
Yeah.
of dollars, and
Yeah.
like, I mean, Ramsey brings up the point. Like, Cal Expo is too small. I wouldn't be at Cal Expo, but can you imagine?
It would. Well, that would be like you said, it'd probably be a Levi because that would be unfair for the Republic. You kept your home game, and I don't think they'd put it at Hughes because, like Connor said, Hughes isn't like a true soccer field size.
Yeah, be at Levi's Stadium.
Yeah, like you said, be at Levi's or
Live from
Man, is there anywhere else we can go outside of Levi's?
LA. What's it called? SoFi. It'd be
SoFi.
like-
Aldrin J in the chat.
Sac Republic live at SoFi.
Aldrin J says it's like if Duke played at Sac State at the Nest. It's like if LeBron James came to play like an NBA game at the Nest. That's what it is.
Let me ask you this: what would be a tougher ticket to get? Messi playing the Republic or Game 1 of the NBA Finals?
Game 1 of the
Game
NBA
1 of the
Finals.
NBA
Yeah, we know where this city is.
Messi.
Are you thinking about it?
No, I
For me,
agree
that's
with you
easy, I
guys.
think.
I do think. I don't even know how to price it, but if Messi played at Cal Expo, get in price $500.
Yeah, I mean that's
Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Get in probably like $800.
Probably.
yeah. I mean, the round one was $1 million last year.
Yeah, round one with get in was what it was $300.
It was expensive.
Like
Yeah,
that.
it was
crazy.
because like that was like the other round ones were like $50. Like, oh nope, Warriors Kings $300.
Well, hell, the play-in was like $250, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, the play-in here.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
playing everywhere else was $30.
You could get into the Pelicans game for $19.
They not like us.
They not like us. Wop, wop, wop.
Shout out Dave Garcia working on some designs for us.
Oh,
They not
no.
like us. Yeah, no, settle down.
Yeah,
hey
come
guys,
on.
relax. It's not about you. Relax, guys. Save your tweets. Save all your little frustration. It's not about
Maybe do
you.
one that folds up and says we're sorry.
Put it on a shirt. Dave Garcia Designs. We're sorry. We apologize.
We didn't mean it.
No, I think you could have stuck with "we're sorry." Let that linger out there for a second.
My bad. That was us. ESPN 1320. My bad.
My bad. No, Dave's working on a couple of things for us, but it's for 102.5.
Gotcha.
We'll once Dave's done, we'll have everything.
You said you were gonna you had something to say about Tom Brady with the Raiders.
Oh no, it's like Tom Brady doesn't own anything yet. Like there's all this talk about Tom Brady and the Las Vegas Raiders. They still haven't voted that he can.
What's the holdup with that? Like, what are they?
He's trying to give it to him. Mark Davis is giving him like a discount.
That's right. That's right.
And the owners are like, no, you're diminishing our property, like our collective property by doing that. Like, we're not allowing you to do that. And now it appears there's something involving broadcasting, because obviously he's an owner, he's a broadcaster. And this is a little bit of speculation on Mike Florio's part, which Mike Florio, no one speculates better. No one speculates.
If it's Florio at this point, Brady might be trying to steal the Raiders from Mark Davis.
But
don't sleep on
the
Tom
quote
Brady owning the Ravens when this is all said and done.
There's a quote from someone in the league office. I can't remember who, but they were asked, like, is Brady, is his game schedule, is it a conflict given, ownership? And the league apparently was like, no, it's no conflict at all, because he doesn't own anything of the Raiders. Which it's hard to, like, does that mean like when he does, it is a conflict?
Yeah.
Or does that mean y'all have no interest in approving whatever Mark Davis is trying to do here?
So if this were to go down, like he'd be like a part owner of, like, percentages thrown aside, but he'd be like an owner of the Raiders. I feel like when it was reported, like it wasn't always like Tom Brady would own the Raiders. Always like he'd be like a partner or something like that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he's Mark Davis is offering him stock in the Raiders.
Gotcha. Mark Davis is out here doing anything.
Hey man, that's a champion.
Hey man, he doing anything.
He low-key a pioneer, trendsetter right now.
Yeah, man. He gave Becky Hammond a mill. He got the tourism bureau to just give people $100,000.
Crazy.
Now he want to just give Tom Brady. Oh, boy, Mark making moves.
The deal was first struck in February of 2023. 15 months later, the league has not voted on it.
They ain't even voting on it.
The primary concern became the steep discount Brady would be getting. Other concerns.
They're not even voting on that.
They said the league said there's no limitations to the games Brady can work for Fox because he's not the owner of the Raiders.
Shout out Stephen Ross. He tried to pull this off with Brady and somehow lost the Dolphins' first round pick.
Man.
What a bum. What a bum. I hate that guy.
Yes, it is. It does get just kind of swept under the rug how Brady tried to finesse one of the most.
He was going to come be the starting quarterback of the Dolphins, have Sean Payton be the coach, and then own the Dolphins after that.
Oh,
wow.
What was the Jesse? What was the other story with Didn't he turn down what, $10 billion?
Yeah, he turned down $10 billion for the Dolphins and like pretty much all the stuff that comes with the stadium, like all that F1 stuff that comes and all that, because he thinks he can get more. Eventually,
someone offered him $10 billion.
That was the story. It was a rumor. Someone offered him $10 billion for like the Dolphins and just everything that he owns that comes with the stadium.
I would never sell.
Well, yeah, they're having that.
like what like I know,
well, especially if you're Stephen Ross. What is he, like 70 something?
Yeah, there's that.
Yeah, he's an old guy.
He could be like the Broncos owner and not want to give it to his kids.
Just die with the team.
No,
I mean, because
then he not hand it down to the kids, and they got the.
Yeah, he didn't.
Yeah.
They had to sell it.
So I would, and so, but my thing is like, I know $10 billion is $10 billion. Stephen Ross probably has $6 billion. He's probably worth $6 billion.
you got that, but it's like the Super Bowl's coming to your stadium
Yeah,
every few years. The
right.
World Cup's coming. You get
Never.
F1,
I'd never
tennis.
sell. I'd never sell the dog. Like for what's
But it's not about money. Like that's the thing.
if,
With these
if
guys, it's not about
and
money.
if it's not, but yeah, because if it's not about money, like what's
That's what
a
I
bigger
mean.
situation
No,
than saying
that's what I
own the
mean.
Dolphins?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh,
You
sir,
can never pry that
sir,
away from me.
You're. Yeah, I think you're catching an L with this
Wait a
one.
minute,
Who we
catching
pocket
hell,
watching?
what you talking about?
Well, hell.
Well, so now what is this in the bylaws?
We're pocket watching Stephen Ross.
First of all, I make up the rules as I go along, pal.
Don't let him disrespect you like that, Dan.
Stephen Ross in 2020, 4 years ago, had a net worth of $10.1 billion. I don't know. It's just the music makes it fun. But
I
thought we were getting. I was whatever. 30 billion.
I just gave you the answer. It was $10.1 billion.
Oh, I thought we were just what he upgraded it to now or something.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, I thought. Oh,
No,
yeah. Where's he at now?
I don't have Stephen Ross's financials. in
Stephen
front of me.
Ross was at $4 billion when he first bought the team in 2008. The most he was worth was $10 million in 2020. What's he worth now?
I have no way of having any of that information.
Gosh, I really don't like that guy though.
And I took an L too. What are you doing?
Yeah,
over
that's
there?
what a pump fake. That's what he's doing.
Stephen Ross is not 70 years old. Stephen Ross is 84.
Oh my God.
He'd be the president if you want.
Don't worry.
Oh man, he's got to go to jail first. Then he could be the president.
Well,
oh man, boy,
I'm gonna bite my tongue for the first time ever. In the
So
history
Stephen
of the
Ross,
show.
Stephen Ross, my fault, my fault, my fault.
Man, I'm trying to track like Stephen Ross's like earnings. Stephen Ross from Detroit, original member of BMF. Nope, that doesn't say that. Never mind.
Oh man.
Ross was very successful, earning $150,000 his first year. What was he doing? Oh, he was running an apartment complex.
No, that's
Oh, he was a vice president in a real estate subsidy. Oh, and so that's how he started to earn money.
And he's a bad guy. What a
Stephen Ross made his
coinky-dink.
money raising the rent on people.
What a coinky dink. Where's
Stunner.
V Stiviano when you need him? Him,
man.
Clip coming in like a week or two.
Is it really?
I think it's like June 4th or something like that.
I'm excited for
We
that.
were so excited for that teaser. We forgot to look at the date it premieres. June 4th.
June 4th.
First episode airs June 4th.
What day of the week is that? Is this a Sunday thing? Like what they doing?
Well, now I got to open the calendar. Like I said, it was June 4th.
Are we expecting this to
That's
be
a Tuesday.
Oh, okay, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, we're not doing anything on a Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh,
Tuesdays.
well, it's not
Tuesdays-
Tuesday.
Celtics
it's
might be playing
Wednesday.
that day or
Well, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets sketchy. I don't even think the NBA Finals plays on Wednesdays either, because the weekends are always cool. So Monday's cool. Tuesday gets a little sus, but boom, there we go. Wednesday right there. We good. We have a full. We will have a segment breaking down every episode.
Do we have any expectations for this? Because Winning Time was actually good.
I expect this to be amazing.
Or you like sarcastically? You actually?
No, I'm very much looking forward to this.
Okay.
I think it's
Like
gonna be good.
along the same veins of Winning Time. If
think
Doc Rivers isn't smashing in a sweaty
Oh!
office in the second episode,
Whoa!
Do we get a hey Austin, come into my office? We traded you.
oh, gotta have that.
You could play that up the drama there and stuff like that.
Hey, they might get
They
a couple
used
seasons, bro.
They used Ramona's podcast.
That was good too.
Yeah, it was really good. I didn't realize that's what
They
that
should do
was.
more of those. Maybe they do, and I don't pay attention. But I like the long form.
The Sterling Affairs.
Yeah.
That was really good.
Yeah, she did a good job with that.
So like Blake Griffin's character is in this show and all that, right?
Absolutely. Yeah,
I'm
Blake.
very
Chris
excited.
Paul.
Like that's a character you could play up or whatever.
If Chris Paul is in it, Scott Foster's got to be in it.
Chris Paul's Uncle Murder. Oh no, Lil Murder.
It was
That's
Lil
Lil Murder.
Did you?
P Valley on its way back. I saw that advertised. Oh, let's go.
Oh man, they doing another one.
Oh yeah. It does kind of feel like it should be over, but
season
whatever.
3,
Huh?
or 3?
I think
right?
it's 3. It might be 4.
I think it's 3.
As long as
Unless one, if they just snuck in a whole season, I didn't see.
Mississippi's back. They can do 40 seasons. Shannon Thornton.
P Valley, Uncle Murder, Chris Paul, Scott Foster. Did you read the article about Scott Foster?
I love this show.
I didn't read it.
I thought it was really good. I thought it's very. Admittedly, I'm a child. I had to read it in 2 sittings. It's very long, but I thought Jason Quick did a great job with it. It wasn't so over the top like he's trying to humanize Scott Foster, but I thought it was really good. Scott Foster gave like his
Was he
perspective.
humanized in there a little bit?
Well, I'm probably the wrong person to ask because Scott Foster and officials aren't like dehumanized to me.
Yeah.
I mean,
but
like
we
Scott
always look at him like, this jerk or something.
But
like
he offered like some of his perspective on like some like different incidents with Chris Paul, and he talked about the first time like people knew who he was when Magic bumped him, and Magic wound up getting suspended, and like what that whole incident meant for him and how he was mortified by it, and he was just trying to do what he was supposed to do as the official. I thought it was really good though. Jason for some reason felt the need to follow up with a Tim Donaghy conversation.
It's always mandatory.
That's like a 4-paragraph. It was I don't whatever. I did read it because I thought it's tied, that they are tied together. But I guess I'll never care what Tim Donaghy has to say. I was just curious about what he would say about his relationship with Scott Foster.
There's an aspect with referees where we probably are a little extreme. Like there are people out there in the world who hate Tony Brothers who have never met him.
Yeah, that's crazy. I just think they're bad at their job. I don't hate them.
That's fair, and that's what I think as well. Like, Scott Foster, you're probably a cool guy.
These guys are awful. And I've said.
No, we don't have to go that far.
Well,
call Scott Foster a cool guy, but
maybe, I don't know.
Well, maybe he is.
All right, then. Fake Gucci seems like he's cool.
Well, see, now that's not necessary.
That is a term of endearment, though. That's out of respect. If I knew his name, it's because he's not great or I just don't like him.
I was listening to Lemonade.
When is calling someone fake anything a term of endearment?
Gucci 2.0 then?
That's better.
I like fake Gucci better.
Well, that's mean.
It's not mean. It's fake Gucci. Not the real Gucci.
But fake Gucci would be implying that he's trying to be Gucci Mane.
We can call him clone Gucci or Gucci after prison then.
Wow.
It looks different. Well, they said Gucci when it came out was a clone.
Never mind. Just call him fake Gucci.
I was listening to Lemonade last night.
Yeah, it's fire.
I'm not like the biggest Gucci Man fan, but he's got a good
His last album was good.
Yeah. For me, for somebody that's not a big Gucci Mane fan,
I like him better.
He's got about 10 songs.
I like him better than Jeezy.
Oh,
now you're getting
well,
out
that
of
was the
control.
first fight of this
You're
show.
getting really out of control. You're getting really
I just gotta throw that out there every time.
I don't know why.
I listen to Jeezy as well, by the way.
Watch yourself, man. Chill. Dude, look, the only reason I'm not saying anything else is because I need your boys to take care of business. I told them what the plan was. I told them what it was. I went to them like Brady, and I said, look, you might be on another team, but you're still working for me, homeboy. And they need to handle business.
We'll see, man. I don't know. It's a cakewalk, but it's also the Pacers giving problems. So I'm kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
I need a sweep.
Why? You got money? Like what? Why are you so invested in this?
I want a sweep.
You hating?
No, they knocked out my Knicks first of all. So I need a sweep. I need a sweep. These guys out of here.
They knocked out your Knicks. Like,
I got love for the Knicks, man.
Do you want to present Kenny with?
Oh yeah, we got a gift for you.
A gift for me?
Yeah, swear.
Well, it couldn't be for me. No. Take a look at this. No. This is an amazing.
What the hell's going on?
Well, wait a minute. Well, who reacts like that when someone says they got a gift for you?
What the hell?
No, shut it. What do you mean?
Hey, what is that?
No, shout out to my man Hanash who hit me on socials and said, man, I took the most amazing picture. I wanted to see if I could get it into you guys.
Hey,
no,
what the hell is this?
No, look at that. Look at that thing of beauty right there.
What? I mean, it's Kobe.
Here you go, pal. Pick it up.
Relax.
For those who can't see it, it's
Don't hide your face.
this is Los Angeles culture.
This is really good art.
Our man Hanash took that picture and had it put on like this amazing. I don't know what that is, but it's some sort of like glossy.
Yeah, he took a picture of a mural.
Yeah.
And he put it on the gloss.
Yeah.
That's a nice mural.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
That is a nice
just
mural.
absolutely gorgeous.
That's nice. I don't like the team, but that's not, and it's Kobe. Come on, man.
So
Kobe.
So let's all remember, we collectively agreed when it's Kobe, it's not the Lakers.
Right.
It's
Kobe's
Kobe.
my dog.
It's Kobe. But Hanash sent us that, and I thought it was just absolutely just gorgeous. It came out incredible.
No, that is really cool. Shout out to him.
And
shout out to him for that.
Jesse.
It has nothing to do with like me.
It says Los Angeles culture. We thought you'd love it.
There you go, Kenny.
I don't know nothing about no Los Angeles culture, Laker culture. None of, I don't do none of that. I don't know why people keep saying that.
I was like, this is your life segment right there.
I'm a Kings fan, you stupid son of a bitch.
Arguably the most overrated segment in the history of Raw. So we need.
Yeah, I need a sweep. I don't need these guys kind of lingering around.
Are you
stuff, man.
All right? I think you're sleeping a little bit on Indiana.
Well, I don't think it will be. Like I told Trysta, I think it'll be a 5-game series.
I think Indiana's not as good as Boston. They're not. But can they be better over a 7-game series? I don't think.
Do you think they got a shot to win? I don't think they have a shot.
They have a shot to win.
To win the series?
Yes, they do.
I think they got no shot.
Okay, like what do they have to do though? Because
see, that's the problem. Like if you're trying to lay out how the Pacers win, they have to shoot the lights out 4 times over the next 7 games. That is the only way they could do it. At least in 82 plus, however many games they've played, they have not one time shown me or any Pacer fan or anyone who watches basketball that they can win a game with something other than scoring a bunch of points. They did it 4 times against New York, which there was no way I thought they could do. Even as the Knicks got run down when they got game 5, 6, 5, it was like, okay, can they put up 130 one more time? Can they put up 125 one more time? And they did. To a historic shooting percentage.
That was crazy.
Now they're not going to shoot a historic shooting percentage 4 more times, but can they put up 125, 130? Boston is a significantly better team than New York, in my opinion. Boston is obviously they're dealing with one glaring health issue right now. They're a far, far deeper team than New York is. So a lot of the things that Indiana and Rick Carlisle did a brilliant job of taking advantage of, they won't have those things in front of them over the next 7 games, 4 to 7 games. I don't think Indiana wins the series. I also don't think it's outrageous to believe Indiana could win the series.
I think it's outrageous to think they could win the series.
Oh, come on, man.
I think they
get
get
Eastern Conference Finals.
If
It
people,
can't be outrageous.
If Boston stays healthy, they just got too much for Indiana. They play.
I agree with
good.
you.
Their defense is too good, and they can score. And that's the other thing about.
I agree with you.
They won't let Indiana off the hook on Indiana's defensive end.
Okay.
They will punish them.
And New York did.
New York didn't have enough. They didn't. They've at one point they were just down to Brunson and DiVincenzo.
I think they lost Brunson somewhere.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more about these conference finals coming up with our man, and God knows what else. We haven't talked about JJ Redick. He would love that.
Yeah.
We haven't talked about JJ Redick yet in the direction of the Los Angeles Lakers. So this might be a perfect time to do it with our man Jason Jones, who joins us when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah, Hanash, if you're watching, man, that picture came out beautiful, man. Beautiful, beautiful.
I hope Kenny likes it.
where this is at.
Yeah, there's so many. I'm not sure.
Did you see the gym they opened up in Nickerson or redid in Nickerson Gardens?
Mm-hmm.
That was really nice.
Yeah. Okay. Got you. Oh, there's the Lonzo Ball dunk. Oof. For some reason, I was scared when he was on his way down.
Yeah. Oh. I hope he's healthy.
Lonzo said he's 70% healthy.
Listen to this headline real quick. Georgia quarterback Jaden Rashada is suing Florida head coach Billy Napier after he never received the payment of $13.85 million contract he signed. NILs, baby.
We was in our KSFM meeting yesterday, and it's like all the way down on the other side of the building next to the 98 Rock studio. Just out of nowhere, we heard our man Abe on the air on 98, and we have no idea why, just chanting CM Punk, CM Punk, CM. Oh, it was fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And I need to ask him what happened and why he did that.
Can we get Complex a better office?
Dude, Complex has the worst office here.
It's literally like in a different building.
It's like 4 miles away. And the worst is you walk your dumb ass all the way down there only to see the door is shut, which he never shuts, which means he was on a meeting. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. I'll keep an eye out. Thank you. I just have to switch over and check a box.
Complex is my guy, so I don't think so. But is he Toby? Do we have him in the annex?
Oh, he is. He's not Toby.
He's not Toby, but
he is in the annex.
Complex probably actually likes that office.
He does
Get me
because
away from all these.
I'm not gonna lie, it's a fire office, dude. Yeah.
Get me away from all these.
When you put it that way.
Yeah.
So I'm a big fan of Studio One. Only Kyle Madsen comes in here.
Yeah, they pretty much leave us alone. And shout out to Ken. He's pretty much the only person here who listens to the music really loud.
Yeah, Ken, like the only person who comes in and says hi.
Well, I know you tried to avoid the Dr. David Photoshop, but it's already out there.
Wait, what?
Well,
what the hell?
Scooter, scope out Cal Expo, see if it's good for Messi too. See, you got to be smart with it, Kenny, because look I'm in that picture as well, but can you see my face? No, so I can't be had with the Photoshops or anything like that.
Stop it. Stop it.
That could be Joe standing back there for all we know.
Could be Joe.
Could be Joe. Oh, and how'd I get on Kobe? How'd I get on the picture?
Got a Laker hat on and everything. Look
Come
at
on,
you.
man.
Look at you. Oh dear, why is Mr. T trending?
It's his birthday.
Oh, thank goodness. Mr. T and Biggie share a birthday. My bad. I forgot to wish Mr. T happy birthday.
Shout out Mr. T.
Main event of WrestleMania 1. And
2, right?
Sort of 2.
Yeah. 2 was the boxing match.
Yeah.
Which one was the boxing match? 2?
Yeah, 2 with Piper. When Piper threw the stool at him.
Was there any real heat there?
Yeah. Yeah.
The whole time, like
The whole
from
time.
one.
Well, that's Piper though. Like Piper's old school, and I think I heard the story. I mean, Bruce Pritchard told it, so you know you can take it for a grain of salt. It wouldn't make sense for him to make it up though. He was asked if, like, because Roddy this is wrestling, and you protect our business, especially back in 1984, 1985. You're gonna bring a Hollywood guy in here. There's promoters from all over the country telling me to go out there and break his legs. And he obviously he didn't. And he worked with him, and he told, Mr. T everything to do, but Piper always kind of resented him. I don't even think it was a Mr. T thing. I think it was a Roddy Piper thing. And it wasn't until Mr. T went into the Hall of Fame and gave that iconic Hall of Fame speech, the only speech to this day that I believe was cut off. They actually hit Kane's music to send out Kane just to get Mr. T off stage.
Oh man.
But he said they made up to a certain degree. I think it was at WrestleMania 30, where they were like, look, I know I wasn't the best back then, but that's how I was raised in the business. And I see you here with your family, and you were talking about your mom and all that. So, I appreciate you. And they had their moment. So
I'm glad.
But no, that was heat. Yeah.
Randy, I mean, or Roddy Piper. Just, maybe the perception, I have of him doesn't match who he really was, but I'm not a Roddy Piper guy. Maybe he was that good at what he was doing, and he was that true to the business that he made it that way. But I've never liked Roddy
I think it's a little bit of both. I think Roddy was really good at what he did, and he made you believe because he believed. But it was also like, it's a really fine line between some of the stuff he did in professional wrestling. Like he did paint himself half black.
Come on, man.
Like he wrestled at WrestleMania, painted half black. Let's bring in Jason Jones. Jason, do you recall when Roddy Piper fought Bad News Brown? Painted black.
Yes.
Yeah. So we were discussing how Roddy is kind of he was so good at his character because it's Mr. T's birthday. That's how this whole thing started. But discussing like Roddy Piper and how he was so good at being a heel, but it really was kind of like a fine line of, is this dude racist or is he just playing a bad guy? Because with him, it was kind of tough to tell.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that Vince McMahon in the back was saying if it was questionable, he pushed it a little bit further.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jesse Ventura once said as Roddy Piper was hitting Mr. T with a belt that this looks like Roots 2.
Come on, man.
Man.
Come on.
What did you say, Vincent?
You heard me, McMahon.
Roots 2. That's an amazing clip.
Crazy, man.
It's still not crazier than Roddy Piper telling Mr. T, you're wearing more chains than your ancestors.
Oh my gosh, bro. Come on.
As a way to hype up WrestleMania 1.
Oh man.
You're wearing
I was going into Mania, we were doing some ideas about maybe doing some like live blog. We watched an old WrestleMania, a group of us, and like talked about it. And some of the things they said on commentary, you're just like, that was okay. Like that was okay.
And most of it was Jesse Ventura.
Yeah, you're just like, man, that they like really were saying that, and I was like a kid oblivious to just like what the hell was being said.
He called Jesse Ventura, the former, this should have been a sign, by the way, the former governor of Minnesota, used to call Tito Santana Chico Santana, and said his finishing move was the flying burrito.
Yeah. I think as a kid, I thought that was really what it was called. I didn't even know that was like a joke. I was like, oh, it's the fun. Yeah.
And this is where like the Roddy Piper thing comes into play, because as a kid, I didn't know, what I was watching was like borderline, right? But as I kind of grew up, and when I mean grow up, like 8, 9, 10, and I started to understand, I'm a young black kid and racism and stuff like that. I couldn't tell the difference between Roddy, just working and being that way. So I would like, nah, bro, I saw you with Bad News. I saw what you did with Bad News Brown. That's who you are. You know what I mean? And that's why I always wondered, like, was it just my youthfulness where I couldn't tell the difference between him working and how he really was, or was he really that? Never really knew.
Yeah, you could always call up Cameron and ask him his opinion.
Well, that interview would be great. Yo,
Cam,
Cam's
living.
I can laugh at it because I
living.
kept seeing like the interviews circulating and people like OMG, or I saw Jason with the facepalm emoji or whatever, and I was like, and they were like, yo, he speaks on Diddy. And I was like, Cam, please don't tell me he said something stupid. And then I watched it, and it wasn't what I thought it was. Like, it wasn't bad at all to me. I don't want him to do that to the young lady on CNN and have that type of interview on that. But I was just shaking my head after. I was like, yo, Cam is that's a
I'm like, what did they think they were going to get? Like, you thought he was going to come and offer a deep, detailed, introspective view on misogyny and hip hop? This is a man who told Joe Smith's wife on the show, I can't talk to you because I'm looking at your cleavage.
Come on, man.
Yeah, he did.
I mean, I don't know what they thought they were going to get. He got what he wanted. Got to promote his podcast, got to promote his Pink Horse album.
I just love the idea. Hey, we need someone to talk about what's going on with Sean Combs. Let's call Cameron.
While he's
Let's call him
live from Las Vegas.
I mean, what could go wrong?
And like
he had OJ on his show weekly. How could this go wrong?
Well, look, he said in the explanation on the show, he said, yo, they didn't see me on 60 Minutes. They didn't see me with Bill O'Reilly. What they think was gonna happen?
He said, I got to promote my show, promote my product, and I said that I didn't support anything that I saw on the video or the charges. Now back to my podcast. And it was just like, he's like, I was just sitting there going, I can't even be mad at him. I'm like, this is what he does. Yeah. And this is another example of why you need diversity in newsrooms. Like, not one person said, hey, you got Cameron coming on? We couldn't get anyone else? Like, anyone else?
Man.
Yeah, that
Michael Eric Dyson has some opinions on things that are going on in hip hop. Get him.
Yeah, and even though some of his opinions are way off, but hey,
I don't think they're that far off.
I think he's viewing it from an incorrect perspective. I mean, prism, but I'm not the one. I'm also. I can also understand that as someone who's not biracial, maybe some of those barbs don't hit me the same way, or I don't hear them the same way. I didn't take what Kendrick was saying as an attack on Drake's blackness, more so that he's just not culturally aware and that he's not part of the culture, not so much that he's not black, because he even has the line where he says his son is black.
You know what muddies that, in my opinion? What Kendrick did was what Rick Ross did. Because there's no questioning what Rick Ross was trying to do. And so Rick gets in there, white boy, like every time he posts a video. And then Kendrick makes the remarks he makes, and Kendrick's remarks, which are probably deeper and more below the surface, like Jason Jones is talking about, it looks like a surface remark because it parrots what Rose did, a week prior,
and also,
which I had a problem with.
Also, using that card without explanation lends to public perception, right? Like what Jason is saying is, I agree with that. I think that's more so what Kendrick is saying as opposed to just simple, your mom is white. It's a little deeper than that, but not like us. Like, people just gonna say whatever, and go with whatever. And I think that's I haven't liked that from the start. Like when all that was going on.
These things, things get ugly. You see it across all genres of sports. Like I said, I admittedly was watching TNT in part to hear Draymond talk about Rudy. And so, I mean, these kind of things happen, and then even as I watched the last couple of days of coverage, I've never seen a team that was up 3-2 get beat by 45, blow a 20-point lead at home in a game 7, be treated so nicely. It's like, oh, they were just tired, it's okay. They were tired. I'm like, they got beat by 45 in a closeout game. And then were they tired when they were up 20?
And it feels like ironically blowing the 20-point lead in game 7 is worse than getting beat by 45 on the road.
Like you got beat by 45, then blew a 20-point lead at home in altitude with the guy who's won the MVP 3 out of the last 4 years. I mean, I just feel like people kind of, they were tired. See them next year. Like, just let it go.
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's no big deal. Joker can go play with horses now.
Well, and he couldn't wait. He was at the press conference. We lost.
But I actually like what he said. He was like, you know what? You play a team 7 times and they beat us 3 times at home. They are the better team.
Yeah, especially coming off the heels of what his coach said. He sounded like Shakespeare out there talking about basketball after his coach.
Yeah, it wasn't my guy Malone's best moment. I'm pretty sure he's called that reporter on the pod. That wasn't his best moment.
Yeah, but I feel like he does that a lot. He has a lot of these. That wasn't the best for Mike Malone.
Yeah, he's not he would tell he's not the best loser. He is not a great loser. He will tell you that. I mean, so I think, with all those lights on and all that attention, he doesn't change who he is. He's like, well, and I think the way he talked really spoke to how disgusted they really all should have been about what happened. I mean, you're up 20 in the second half at home. And, that was just a while. Because I was actually, my mom was in town. And I said, you know what, we turn this game off. I was about to turn the game off. I was like, Minnesota doesn't have it. Then within like 5 minutes, it was like a 10-point game. I said, I guess I'll leave the game. She's like, don't leave the game on. So I guess I'll leave it on now. Yeah, and hey, so yeah, it's fun times in the NBA and music and just about everything right now.
Let me ask you something that we talked about yesterday a little bit, because I want to get your perspective. There's been a lot of talk recently of like front runner, right? And this person's a front runner and all this other stuff. And I was always of the opinion of like, they would use it with Tyrese, right? They would say Tyrese is a front runner because he's talking a lot when they're winning or whatever. And I would always say, well, yeah, of course, because they're winning. Like, he's not going to talk the same when they're down 15. Like, so I didn't really understand what people would say when they would say front runner. But I think Sunday I learned what a front runner is, at least to me. And I look at Tyrese and what he does. No, he can't guard me. He can't guard me. All this other stuff when they're winning. I look at Anthony Edwards down 20, and he's 1 of 9 from the field. Can't hit anything. His energy and his demeanor towards that game did not change. He still was locked in on like, all right, I'm not hitting. Well, let me defend right now. And he worked himself into that game to the point where he stopped. But like down 20, it didn't change. No shade. I said it yesterday. No hate. I don't believe Tyrese Halliburton would do that. I think if they were down, hell, we saw it in game 5. They're down 20. It was just over, right? There wasn't no change in demeanor with them. And I think that more so to me is like what a front runner is. Whereas if it's down, yeah, you're not trash talking, but your intensity and your competitive nature stays the same. Do you think the same thing when you think of like what a front runner is?
I think it's similar. I think when you think about a front runner is, where's that same? Do you keep that same energy? Are you that same guy when a lot? It's easy to talk when you're up 15. It's easy to have that energy and that bounce, but do you keep that? Because even remember when they lost those 2 games in Minnesota, Ant was still going, saying, "Okay, I see." He's like, "I love this. Let's do this. I love this."
Yeah.
And that's why he's probably my favorite young player in the league, because he, that I'm a big believer in, if you don't want a guy to talk, shut him up. And that guy, he does not change the same energy. And And I think people got on Tyrese because, he came like with the Mean Street Posse look begin.
Oh.
But then he broke the sweatshirt out after. It's like, no, if you're going to be
whack.
about that life, you got to wear that before the game.
Yeah, that was whack. He does stuff when it's comfortable, and that's whack.
You got to do that before. Like, if you're going to wear black to the game because it's going to be their funeral, wear that same black to the presser if you lose.
Mm-hmm.
You can't, and I think, that's, I can't get mad if someone says that. And I like Tyrese, but it's like, wear that on the way in, and wear it on the way in. I think people look at it a little different. I mean, I'm pretty sure Ant would have wore it on the way in.
I forgot about that moment that he talked about. That's an excellent point. Game 4, after they blew them 2 games, he told Jamal, he said, "I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I like that." Yo, he's nuts.
And I love it. I absolutely love the way
about that.
I had a workman. Someone was like, he just talks and talks. I'm like, I love it. Like that. I'm like, no, don't change. That, and to me, that's a big reason why they're in the conference finals. When your best player is that unshakable, when he is like, he said he was shooting like, in game 7. Couldn't hit. I mean, he was missing bad. He didn't have like 5 in and outs. It was like there was some shots he wasn't near the rim. But he never wavered. And then he gets a steal and gets a dunk. He gets a deflection. And he's the same guy. And to me, that's the reason why, even when people are taking shots at a Gobert or Karl Anthony Towns or whatever, and those type of things, when you have a guy like that who's no matter what is going to have that energy and say, no, come on, we're still going to do this. Those guys can stand with him like that. And I think he's a big reason why I wouldn't be shocked if in about a month they're the champions.
So can we talk about Dallas for a second? Because I really don't feel like we've talked about Dallas at all.
Let's not be ESPN on. Let's not be in ESPN on Sunday. From what I heard, I didn't watch it, but I heard it was pretty bad.
People were upset about that. I didn't see the whole countdown, but people were really upset about what ESPN.
I was actually at Fixins in Sacramento on Sunday during the first part of the game.
You didn't even holler at your boy. What's up?
I had my frat stuff all weekend. I was tired, man. I was getting some food before I hit the road. I was busy all weekend, but I'm up there. I can't hear, but then I check my phone later, and everyone's like, "Oh my!" People are texting me. That was the worst pregame show ever. I mean, are the Knicks playing someone, or are they just about to? I'm like, I don't know. I don't watch pregame shows generally.
When they showed Stephen A. walking into the arena, like they'd show Kobe Bean Bryant walking into the arena, that was the first sign. Well, this thing's gone to hell. And it actually got worse. Like it got substantially worse after that. And the question the Pacers weren't a part of the conversation. It was New York, New York, New York, New York. And then even when Bob Myers was asked about the Pacers, he was talking about OG Anunoby and the New York Knicks. Yeah,
that was hilarious. No, that was.
That I did. I was like, are they showing him walking into it? I'm like, are you serious? Like,
they did.
Back in the day, that was an iconic shot. You showed Shaq walking in, you showed Kobe, you show Jordan, that was like I never
saw Stephen A.
I never once thought to myself as a kid, man, are they going to show Bob Costas walking into the
game? Can't wait to see what Dick Enberg is wearing tonight.
I was like, oh man, yeah. I wonder if Mike Fratello has those nice shoes on today. I mean, it's all over the place now. But yeah, I mean, I think some people owe Kyrie an apology. I think now that he's healthy, that's a big part. He's healthy. And I think he even said after one of the games, he actually had to kind of do some things on his own to get his own mental right. It's like it's almost everyone who went to Brooklyn, something weird happened to him. I don't know what happened with that team, but that thing was just, I don't know what was going on with that. And I just think, his ability in that series against OKC to like really almost not be a scorer and then figure out game to game, okay, now they need me to go now and not take away from Luka. And then they may, I mean, and you can look at it now, they won the trade deadline. I mean,
Absolutely.
to flip Rashawn Holmes into Gafford, who's become a big part of what they're doing to get, to get one of the productive players out of Charlotte, and they're doing this with a guy like Derrick Jones Jr., who's like on a minimum deal. That's not a star guy, and they don't have Kleber right now. So I mean, Jason Kidd's doing, I think, a hell of a job with them. Those guys defend, Luka, Kyrie, but then they always get at least one other guy, to kind of step up and join them, and keep it going. I mean, they to me, they set themselves well up at the deadline, very well up at the deadline. And then they got, between, you got two bigs with Gafford and Lively. You've got, like I said, you got Tim Hardaway Jr. is a bench player now.
That's crazy.
So I mean, I think this is going to be a good series. I just from what I've seen from both teams, I just don't know, if Cat's playing well, who are they going to put on? I don't know if, how you match up with Cat and the size and the Gobert presents, and they don't have a joker who can make Gobert look like that, defensively.
I think their game plan might be to, and they've done it before, to try and play Gobert off the court on the defensive end. Remember the one that I always talk about in the playoffs is when Utah lost to Dallas, and Dallas just went 5 out and put Rudy in conflict with, do I protect the paint because that's what I do, or do I go out and contest, Kleber, and I try and get out there and then blows by him. And like, they put him in so much conflict, he had to be played off the court. I think that's going to be what they're going to try and do here. But to your point, if that doesn't work, man, I don't know. I don't know what you do with Cat and Rudy, and how you match up with them.
And the difference is too, is that even if you get Gobert off the court, Minnesota is still a big team. You can take him. You can say, okay, well, Cat, you play the 5. We got McDaniels, we got Nikhil, we still got Kyle Anderson, we still got Ant. Outside of Mike Conley, that's like the one small guy on the court. You can still do that and have, and that's I think is going to be the key for them, is that even when Dallas goes small, Minnesota's small lineup is a big lineup.
And hell, they'll play Rudy off and be like, all right, Rudy, you're out of here. Naz Reid, go get in for him.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. It's not like you catch a break, really. And then Naz can shoot the 3. So that gives you a different. I've enjoyed seeing how that Minnesota team really does a good job of playing chess with their players and putting guys in good spots.
You think the Pacers got any shot against Boston?
I think they have a shot in the sense that Boston has shown over the last few postseasons that they will give you a game on their home floor. They have a tendency to fall in love with the 3 to the point to where they don't care what the score is. We're going to shoot 50 of them, even if we make 5. And I think when you're an Indiana team, when you get up and down the way they do, that gives them a chance. I don't think they can win the series, but I think they can do enough to get a 1, maybe 2 games out of it. I just don't know if they have enough overall. Because I mean, they can throw Drew and they can throw Brown at Tyrese. You still got
Derek White still there. They can throw.
Yeah, you still got Derek White. They're kind of like the Minnesotans, so they have so much length on the perimeter. I just don't think I don't think that Indiana just has enough. I mean, after you get past, but you get Miles. Miles Turner has to be like a superstar in a series like that.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to be a superstar. I don't know that Miles Turner is a superstar. And Siakam has to be, back at that all-star, 25 a game type player. They just need so much to go right. Whereas I think Boston has such a wide margin for error that even if Boston doesn't play its best, they should be able to beat them 4 times.
And you brought up too earlier, Damian, like they're there. Indiana's there. So they've got a certain shot to do it. You're 100% right about that. I I would just be floored. It'd be one of the bigger shocks in NBA history if they were to win this series.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
I'd be if they were able to get this Boston team 4 times. That's kind of what we're talking about with this. Like, can they push the series a little bit? I absolutely believe that. I still think it's Celtics in 5, but I could see it going 6, maybe even 7. But they beat this Celtics team 4 times. That'd be crazy to me.
And the story in that case, Jay, probably wouldn't be about the Pacers. If the Pacers got the Celtics 4 times, the Pacers aren't the headline.
Yeah, it's because now you say, okay, Boston, last year you lost to an 8 seed Miami team. You turn around and do this.
Yeah.
Like I said, to me, what's weird about Boston is that even though they won the last series, they had a couple of games where Donovan Mitchell was out, I just thought were way too close. Like, how was this team hanging with you without Jared Allen and Donovan Mitchell? Like, to me, they kind of play it too close sometimes in games, because that was kind of when you look at Denver going into the Minnesota series, it's like, yeah, you won the series, but it wasn't the most impressive. You could have easily lost that series. And I think Boston they weren't as close as Denver was in their first round series, but I just think you see some things when you watch them and you go, why isn't this team just destroying other teams? Like, how was the team with Drew Holiday, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, Derek White, even without Porzingis, Al Horford? How is this team close to a team without Donovan Mitchell in 3 games in a row? It's just
They're too chill sometimes.
Yeah, and it's like they're kind of just like, okay, we got this, and it's like
they miss Marcus Smart.
They lost the same games with Marcus Smart.
Oh, well, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what it is. I mean, the people back there all blame the coach, but you know how that is in sports.
For his 8-2 record in this postseason.
Yeah, it's like every time they lose a game, they want the coach fired. It's like they're 65-16 now. Get him out of here.
Oh, Mazzola was a second row coach like 2 freaking years ago. Like, dude got the job because Will Hardy left.
Yeah.
Like, man.
And, Will Hardy left, and Ime was was out of control.
He left too.
Yeah. He checked out in a different way. That's how he got. But it's if Boston is not in the finals, I think Missoula is going to be at some serious. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if what's her guy's name? Stevens is like, you know what? I think I want to coach again. Or you pull a Pat Riley, you let Missoula go through training camp next year and do all that fun stuff. And then if it gets rough, I'll coach now.
I don't think Brad wants to do that. Like, I'd be surprised.
I'd be surprised, but but like I said, well, let's have some fun. That'll spice things up. Brad Stevens makes his triumphant return.
Well, triumphant. Okay. Well, I like Brad Stevens. I'll never say a bad word about him. Speaking of coaching, man, it sure feels like they're going with JJ Redick in Southern California. And and maybe they're not. I don't know, Jay. You're far more tapped in that than I am. But what if JJ Redick is a good coach?
That's the thing. I just think I was talking to a friend of mine. I said, you know what? He might really be good because the Lakers aren't the first team that's been interested in him. He actually might be good. It's just this situation. You start a podcast with LeBron.
Yep.
It just looks terrible. It just looks terrible.
Bad optics.
It looks so bad. Like, JJ really could be the next Phil Jackson. We don't know. But people forget about we had a name like the whole Pat Riley comp. Pat Riley went from TV to an assistant coach. Pat Riley didn't go from TV to Showtime.
Yeah.
And it's just a bad look. I know a lot of coaches, a lot of them who were black, who were like, I've been at this grind for X amount of years, and this guy's going to go from podcasting and broadcasting to a head job. not just any head job, the Laker job. You know, the optics
He's
of
like
it are
Steve
just,
Nash.
yeah, and I think the one thing that the LeBron is doing is smart. That unlike KD and Kyrie, he's getting it out there. Whether you believe it or not, I have nothing to do with this.
Yep.
You know, he's getting that out. That message is being spread. Rich Paul is saying, you know, they're getting the message out that if this happens, you know, it's like the whole deniability. If it happens and it doesn't work,
ain't on me.
Yeah, I ain't tell you to do this. If it works, oh man, I knew he'd be a great coach. I always knew he'd be a great coach.
Oh, new podcasting, man. The way he breaks down the game.
Yeah, so you know, it's like I've said, I would prefer a guy like a Sam Cassell, a guy who I know is like old school, hard nosed, hold guys accountable. That's what I would prefer down there.
Feels like that would be the perfect coach for the Lakers right now.
Yeah, I mean, someone who's going to get mad when, I don't know, when one of their guards decides not to defend for an entire quarter. You know, but it's just, like I said, it just kind of feels like that's the way they're going to go, and it's almost like it's not. I mean, this is going to sound crazy. It's not fair to JJ Redick.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I agree.
Yeah, I know people are going to say, well, you know, I'm not saying that him getting a job is not, you know, I'm not. What I'm saying is that he would walk in basically like, unless you win a championship, we hate you. It's just not, you know, if I'm JJ, I don't know why. I mean, I get why you want the gig. You know, there's only 30 of them, but yeah, this is just this is just like peak potential for dysfunction and, you know, all that stuff, you know, and this could be Steve Nash 2.0. Even, you know, but I don't know, because I don't know how Nash would have been on the podcast first breaking down the game. You know,
well, that's a good point. We don't know how that
They'd
would
start talking about soccer.
Sam
Cassell, it just kind of feels like the way they keep leaking out and, you know, dropping the JJ Redick stuff repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
They're just getting the runway ready for that press conference where JJ says, "No, when I got the podcast, I never talked about coaching with LeBron. No." And then there's the other part. Remember, reportedly they're looking at Coach K as an advisor in this process.
Yeah.
If Coach K is advising them, imagine Coach K saying, "Don't go with one of my favorite players."
Also, what the hell does Mike Krzyzewski know about NBA coaches?
This is what happens when you have bad ownership and bad management.
Why? Like, what is he counseling on? Sir, what do you know about this?
He knows he likes JJ Redick.
Sam Cassell has been an assistant coach for 15 years.
Under some good coaches.
3 NBA championships as a player. 15 years as an assistant coach.
Man,
this is almost
start a podcast, Sam. Start a podcast.
This is almost as bad as the whole doc is going to be Adrian Griffin's like mentor. Like, let me be your mentor. Since, you know, I mean,
Coach K is going to coach the Lakers. That's what's going on.
Coach K is going to hire him. He's like, I'll be a senior advisor. 20 games in, they're like 4-16. He's like, get out of here, JJ. I'm taking over.
Coach K is back.
LeBron gets his Olympic coach back. He's like, yay. He's like, I have a relationship with LeBron and AD. I had them in the Olympics. You know, and then Coach K lands into his Kobe. This is going to be.
He's 70. He's 77 years old, for the record.
I won't use the word I want to use to describe what's going on in LA. I won't use that word, but it's a show, and it's not Lake Show.
Well, I think I know where you're going with that.
And because I said that, they're going to hire JJ Redick, and he's going to like be coach of the year 4 times.
Thanks, Pat Riley.
Oh, that's what they're saying.
That is, if JJ
I don't know who's saying, but
yeah, what if he walks out with his hair slicked back?
Oh, that would be the greatest troll job in history. I'd actually like him if he did that. That would be
back in a suit.
That would be an epic troll job. I would.
Oh my. Yeah, this is, like I said, this is that time of the year when there's no games on. You can just laugh at stuff like this. You know, hey, Cameron gave us something for a day, so you know, Go from
Cam
there.
helped us out on that Monday night, man.
We covered Cam, we covered Roddy Piper, and we covered JJ Redick. I feel like we did our job today.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah. We didn't even get into any of the award voting or anything like that. So hey,
got to save something for next week.
Don't get us started.
Oh yeah.
Jay, we appreciate you, man. Thank you, my brother, as
All
always.
right, take it easy. Yeah,
bro.
He really came to Sac and didn't tell either one of us.
That's crazy. I mean, people just be coming to Sac in California and don't even be.
We don't get to
all of that. At least he stayed on the whole time.
Well, sorry guys, I gotta go. Yeah, Jason will stay on no matter what. His kids could be burning the house down behind. Hey, y'all know I do the show at this time.
Could have got a J Street Vibes reunion.
Yeah,
reunion episode maybe.
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, what's the?
Well, it'd be just like when Danny didn't pay him, so it'd be perfect. Yeah. Hey, welcome back to the show. You're still not getting a check for this, but welcome back.
J Street Vibes live at 11:45 p.m. We're recording this.
Those start dates, man. That was like East Coast NBA Finals games.
Goodness gracious! And then Bryce hits us with a. Why don't you guys start a podcast? That's a
Bryce. Why don't you start a podcast?
What?
Yeah, we'll work on that.
Oh
Bryce.
Man,
these shows are fun. We got to get Jay to come to Sacramento more.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you got to pull up.
Come hang
us,
out
man.
with us.
I got the Celtics tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the Celtics.
I mean, you should. Yeah. How you feeling?
I mean, sorry, Charlie.
You don't want to talk? No.
Well, no, Charlie was talking
right
right
down,
now.
Charlie. We're doing a show.
It's season 5. I think if I'm giving Indiana a game like one of those, they shoot 80% from the field, but I think the C's get it done in 4 games.
All right.
I think they're good enough to get that done, but ideally it's probably 5 games.
We've got that game coming up. Coverage beginning at 4:30. Make sure you're tapped in here to ESPN 1320.
Let's get it, man. Let's get it.
All right, we're going to head over to 102.5. We've got the Eastern Conference Finals coming up. We hope you'll be back with us tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Republic.
That's good stuff. Good team effort. Thanks for the 340 reminders. I did what I needed to do over on KSFM. I appreciate you guys for that. Oh, flip back over there. YG, Tyler. All right.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all. Well, that's very nice of you, Securing the Monk, to say goodbye to our friends who aren't partaking in the chatty house. Appreciate you guys. Russell, man, thanks. Jess, thank you. Katrina hit us with the that's the Trysta.
Love you. Bye.
All right, man. Y'all having too much fun. We'll see y'all tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. Yeah. Goodbye.